Chapter 401. Battle begins once more. Chu Jiayu was shocked, quickly concentrating his mind and pushing his soul, meditating resist this yellow light. This yellow light was supported by Fang Yuan's soul power, but he was young and had weaker foundations in his soul compared to this 100-year-old monster Chu Jiayu. To enslave Chu Jiayu, it would not be an easy task. But why would Fang Yuan not see this coming? He had his ways. Piak piak piak, bam bam bam. Stop, you dare to hit me. Kick my face again and I'll fight it out with you. Fker, still kicking. I'll kill you. Stop hitting me. No, no more. Fang Yuan hit Chu Jiayu until he rolled around. Chu Jiayu could not use goo worms, but Fang Yuan had his strength path goo worms available. Comparing strength, Chu Jiayu was not Fang Yuan's match. Quickly, Chu Jiayu's face was bruised, and his distraction meant that the yellow light fused into his body more deeply. Hold on, I have to block it. Once it fuses completely, I will be his slave. I will have no way out. Chu Jiayu squeezed into a ball as he allowed Fang Yuan to hit him, the strong sense of danger causing his hair to stand. Just a tiny bit of light left, near his forehead, unable to fuse properly. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, suddenly saying, Zing on Iu, you don't want revenge? Chen Jiayu betrayed you and is living well with Shang Yanf. You, how did you know? Chu Jiayu was taken by surprise, the light quickly entering his body with this chance. Chu Jiayu's expression instantly changed, kneeling before Fang Yuan. This subordinate greets master. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Success. This rank 5 slavery goo should be used on a rank 5 goo master to express its true worth. Till now, Mo Wutian and Zhao Ming had not arrived yet. Tai Mu Bei, Wu Gui, Kumo and Wu Lanshan were all killed by Fang Yuan. The final choice was Wang Zhao, the owner of Wu Mountain and killer ghost Dr. Chu Jiayu. But how could Wu Mountain compare to the Door of Life and Death? The Door of Life and Death was a forbidden land on the same level as the River of Time. Enslaving Chu Jiayu meant getting the clue to the Door of Life and Death. Moreover, Chu Jiayu is one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. His influence even spread to the righteous path. He was definitely better than Mo Wutian. The only flaw was that enslaving Chu Jiayu placed a great burden on Fang Yuan's soul. It was a problem for his upcoming immortal goo refinement. Chu Jiayu, back then did you use the poison vow goo with Dr. Su Shao, swearing to love each other for eternity, never abandoning each other? Fang Yuan looked at the killer ghost doctor, asking a question. There is indeed such a matter, but master, how did you know? Chu Jiayu kneeled on the ground and answered with a bruised face, feeling confused. HMPH. Since you used the poison vow goo, do you know how Dr. Su Shao lifted its restrictions? Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. Poison vow goo is Mountain Pledge Sea Oath goo's replacement. Chen Jiayu does not have the ability to negate it. She took a great risk for that gigolo Shang Yanf, letting the poison vow kill her. Without a host, the poison vow's strength vanished. She then used healing techniques to resurrect herself, getting free of the poison vow. Chu Jiayu said this with a furious expression. He loved his senior sister greatly, but she betrayed him for a gigolo, even ignoring the dangers to her life, and broke the poison vow. Fang Yuan heard this and was even more furious than him, lifting his leg and kicking Chu Jiayu away. You lying piece of shit. He remembered that in his previous life, Chu Jiayu said this, we took an oath in front of the blessed lands sea, to protect and stand by each other. But who could have thought her heart had already changed and actually broke the oath we took at that time and injured me, defecting with that thief. What oath? It was the motherfucking poison vow goo. This Chu Jiayu only spoke of less important matters, making important information unclear and concealing himself. If he had said poison vow goo back then, Fang Yuan reckons, he would not have been so unaware, not knowing that there was a person in Shaiklan City that could break free from poison vow goo, and thus he would have been careful of Bai Ningbing. But I should have guessed it. When Chu Jiayu talked about Shang Yanf's appearance, he said that he was only slightly better looking, saying such shameless words like it was natural. It was no surprise that he would not mention the goo. Fang Yuan looked at Chu Jiayu with contempt, saying he loved her, but used the poison vow goo to restrict her. It showed how sinister and inferior his inner heart was. Such a person speaking with exaggerated truths was nothing strange. Fang Yuan was also suspicious of how Bai Ningbing broke free from the poison vow. Even in his previous life Bai Ningbing did not say the reason. Now Fang Yuan knew. It was Dr. Su Shao who helped her break free of it. Alright, let the past be past. Chu Jiayu, go to King Xin Inheritance and get me undefeated 100 battles goo. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts and instructed. This subordinate will do all that he can. Chu Jiayu answered. Chu Jiayu was a healing goo master. He was not a refinement path master like Feng Tianyu. It was impossible to ask him to assist Fang Yuan in refining second aperture goo, but it was extremely easy for him to get the undefeated 100 battles goo. This is because the blessed land was weakening. Not long later, goo worms would be usable. Chu Jiayu just needed to charge ahead and he would obtain undefeated 100 battles goo. At this point, Fang Yuan's slaughter ended. He returned to the hall and continued refining goo. Compared to his previous life, he saved a lot of time after rebirth. Without the spring-autumn cicadas pressure it was much easier. Back then he only spent an hour a day, refining goo like a maniac, forcing his own limits. But now he could sleep 6 hours, slowly and steadily, refining goo with perfect sequence. Days continued to pass, and the blessed land was getting weaker. But the immortal essence expenditure was much less than last time. Fang Yuan had his experience from the last time. He took less detours this time. Many steps were completed in one try, and the land spirit was extremely amazed. Three Kings' Inheritance's weird state attracted everyone's attention. As time went on, Che clan, Zhuo clan moved out, and Zhao Ming and Mo Wutian also appeared on Sancha Mountain. Finally, October 24th came again. Master, this subordinate has succeeded. Chu Jiayu kneeled on the ground, holding up a goo, handing it to Fang Yuan. This goo had a bland appearance, like a gray stone disc. It was none other than undefeated 100 battles goo. In his previous life, Feng Tianyu who Fang Yuan enslaved obtained King Xin inheritance and had several hundred hairy men as followers. Now, Chu Jiayu was not a refinement path master. He broke through by force, only getting the undefeated 100 battles goo. Not a single hairy man followed him. But the hairy men were good at goo refinement. They could not battle. The hairy men's line of defense was as good as nothing. Fang Yuan did not mind it. After keeping undefeated 100 battles goo, Fang Yuan gave instructions before sending Chu Jiayu away. This process was done in the dark. Bai Ningbing did not learn of it. Fang Yuan returned to the bronze hall, and Bai Ningbing had already arrived. Behind her, there were 100,000 dog beasts, either resting or playing around. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Bai Ningbing, hand your goo worms to the land spirit. What? Bai Ningbing was shocked. Aren't I commanding these dogs? The land spirit can use goo worms. Its manipulation is better than yours. Fang Yuan explained. Land spirit appeared, slightly worried. Young man, I have to refine goo with you while controlling the immortal essence. If I have to expend effort controlling the dogs, I might not have the energy to do so. Fang Yuan snickered, his expression extremely confident. No worries. Aren't you confident of my actions? Among the enemies I have my pawn pieces too. There are sufficient primeval stones here for you to manipulate the dogs. Is that so? Bagui hesitated, but thinking of Fang Yuan's secret identity, he agreed in the end. As for you Bai Ningbing, come with me. When I refine goo, I need a trustworthy person to defend me. Fang Yuan patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder, showing a kind and affectionate smile. Bai Ningbing snorted, her gaze shining secretly, as she said in a flat tone, up to you, as long as you don't die. Whether the goo refinement succeeds or not is none of my business. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing entered the hall together. Fang Yuan sat down as Bai Ningbing acted as his guardian. Fang Yuan shut his eyes, not doing anything. What are you waiting for? There is not much time. Bai Ningbing endured for a while before breaking the silence. Ningbing, stay calm, some things cannot be rushed. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, no anxiety at all as he spoke plainly. Bai Ningbing snorted, not speaking, her eyes squinting, thinking in her heart, what is this Fang Yuan thinking of? He took away my commanding rights. Is he suspicious of me? No, he arranged for me to be in the hall. He still trusts me. I have to continue enduring. She thought of Tyre Yuanan, feeling assured. She is blocked by the dog groups outside now. Without my assistance, she can only break through by force. Damn it, he did not let me control the dogs. Thankfully, we have a backup plan. Tai Baichi is already secretly on Sancha Mountain. A moment later, Fang Yuan was calm and resting, not doing anything. This time, even the land spirit came to urge Fang Yuan to refine the goo. But Fang Yuan rejected him, not doing anything. Land spirit was anxious, its tone became slightly angry, but Fang Yuan used his rebirth identity to convince it. At this time, on Sancha Mountain peak, blue, red light pillars were thin and weak, still shining on the mountain peak. King Quan Inheritance's yellow pillar was gone. The previous time, only red pillar was left. That was because Feng Tianyu took King Xin inheritance. But this time, Chu Jiayu was not a refinement master, he could not break through the final round, thus 2 pillars were left. I wonder who took King Quan inheritance. 2 left, us small free have no chance. But it is really strange, none of the rank 5 Gu masters in the inheritance came out. Did something happen? That's right, King Quan inheritance was inherited, but why did the others not come out? They are being retained inside the blessed land. This blessed land is facing destruction, soon the door will open, allowing us to enter and exit at will. A voice echoed, it is Lord Zhao Meng. Someone cheered, recognizing the person's identity. Chapter 402. All is within my control. Extreme Light Gu, Heaven's Will Gu, Empty Fist Gu, Killer Move, Immemorial Light Fist. Zhao Meng stood at the peak of Sancha Mountain and used his killer move, causing the sky to dim. Light rays formed into a giant hill-sized fist and pierced through the blessed land's barrier. In an instant, the whole blessed land shook and an enormous hole formed, forming a passage connecting the inside to the outside. Gu masters could enter through it without any obstructions. Charge, everything in the blessed land is ours. We need to hurry, or else we won't be able to seize anything. Unfortunately, the good stuff will be taken by those experts. It will be good if they leave just the soup for us. How nice would it be if I can luckily obtain King Xin and King Bao inheritance? It was a scene of chaos. Countless people cheered while rushing into the blessed land, causing the pressure on the blessed to greatly increase. This is it, he, a bunch of idiots. Zhao Meng laughed coldly inwardly and stepped into the blessed land. The bronze hall also recovered from the tremors. Land spirit transmitted its voice to Fang Yuan. So you were waiting for this tremor to pass. It was really dangerous. If it was during the Gu refinement process, it would have caused a huge disturbance and the consequences would be too terrible to imagine. You are truly a Gu immortal who has been reborn. Fang Yuan smiled and transmitted a mental message. I am not only a Gu immortal, but also your future master. Ba Gui, you need to know I am the best candidate for refining the immortal Gu. The more you cooperate with me, the higher our chance of refining the immortal Gu. Now, I remember there will be 2 more tremors, we need to avoid them as much as possible. Alright, let's begin the Gu refinement. Fang Yuan threw the false second aperture Gu into the cauldron. With the land spirit's cooperation, the bronze cauldron burned without any fire and the remaining bit of immortal essence started combusting. Immortal essence combusted and formed into a blue smoke that gracefully rose and covered the false second aperture Gu. The false Gu floated above the bronze cauldron and was turned into dazzling yellow light by this blue smoke. Fang Yuan concentrated his attention in harmonizing the blue smoke and yellow light. Previously, he refined the Gu together with Feng Tianyu. Now he was doing it alone and was thus slightly slower. Mo Wutian arrived at the edge of the dense fog by himself. His deep and mysterious purple eyes were enchanting and wild. Through his purple eyes, the fog seemed to be invisible and the sea of dog beasts showed themselves in his sight. Such a tight defensive formation, one man alone cannot charge through it. It seems I will need to borrow strength. He resolutely turned around and after a while found Huma-er. Ah, young Master Wu Tian? You have actually advanced to rank 5. Huma-er was shocked at Mo Wutian's cultivation progress. Mo Wutian talked of the immortal treasure and was able to immediately incite the desire in Huma-er, who expressed her full support. However, when they were on their way, they found that the news about the immortal treasure had already spread. The two inquired about the details and learned the news was released by the killer ghost Dr. Chu Jiayu. Right now, he had already gathered a huge group of demonic Gu masters and was heading towards the Bronze Hall. Mo Wutian furrowed his brows. Most of the demonic path Gu masters had already gone with Chu Jiayu, and thus he was only able to gather a few people. Moreover, talking of influence, he was no match for Chu Jiayu. Mo Wutian was after all a newcomer while Chu Jiayu was an old veteran who had roamed around southern border for many years and was also one of the 4 great doctors. Most of the people would have favors to ask of him and he had some influence even in the righteous path. With no choice, Mo Wutian could only join with Chu Jiayu's group. With little brother Mo Wutian's help, these mere dog beasts are of no worry to us. Chu Jiayu welcomed Mo Wutian enthusiastically. Mo Wutian's brows furrowed deeply as he was used as a target board for Chu Jiayu. But never mind, if he endured this and helped out, they would be able to get to the main hall quicker. The huge crowd of demonic Gu masters looked majestic, but they did not immediately charge towards the main hall but instead remained there. Sir Chu Jiayu, time doesn't wait for anyone, why are we not charging in towards the hall? Mo Wutian's brows had furrowed into a knot as he urged. Chu Jiayu said with a chuckle, more people means bigger strength. There are still many of our people that have not joined us. We need to absorb their strength to become even stronger. When we charge at that time, the pressure and danger each person faces will be much less. Mo Wutian urged again but Chu Jiayu just chuckled and replied politely, not yielding the least bit. Mo Wutian started to feel anxious. He tried several more times but Chu Jiayu remained firm. This old fool does not know the value of time. Mo Wutian repressed his anger and immediately contacted Huma-er, Li Xian and others to agitate and incite everyone, making them even more impatient. Chu Jiayu had no way to deal with it since he could not directly go against everyone's intent, and could only lead a group of demonic Gu masters to arrive at the edge of the fog. Mo Wutian observed for a while and again made the strategy to divide the crowd in 3 groups, and so on. Chu Jiayu, however, said it was not a good idea and that the fog was too dense to understand the actual situation. As a doctor, he had his morals as a healer. He could not bear to see everyone risking themselves and delivering themselves to death. Mo Wutian stomped his feet in anger and went to contact everyone and incite them with the allure of the immortal treasure. The demonic Gu master's mood was agitated. Chu Jiayu also took advantage of the situation to push the responsibility for this matter to Mo Wutian and chose the people who would charge forward. However, he put a condition that only those who were willing could go forward and they could not be forced. The demonic crowd readily agreed and moved towards the 3 paths according to Mo Wutian's arrangement. Not good, someone is attacking from outside. When the refinement was going on, the land spirit's voice suddenly arrived. No need to worry, I have already anticipated this situation. Go take charge of the battle outside. I will stabilize the Gu refinement for the moment and wait for you to rotate with me. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. The land spirit divided most of its concentration in commanding the dog beasts according to Fang Yuan's instructions and beat back the demonic crowd just like in previous life. Mo Wutian was unresigned and again formed the 2nd assault group, but they still met with great losses and returned defeatedly. Chu Jiayu came forward at this moment. Everyone knows my rule, I take 1 life for every life I save. Right now, I will treat everyone first and hope you all can fulfill the promise later. Finished speaking, he started healing everyone. The demonic crowd was moved to tears. Chu Jiayu's influence increased rapidly and even more people left Mo Wutian to side with Chu Jiayu. Chu Jiayu patted Mo Wutian's shoulder and said in a kind voice, Brother Wutian? Do you see it now? I advised you earlier to not take the risk. Now, so many of our comrades have lost their lives. It makes me so sad." His voice was quite loud, which caused Mo Wutian's eye to twitch and his anger reached an extreme level. This old sinister fool. If I was successful in breaking through these beasts, it would be his contribution, and now that I failed, he is avoiding all the responsibility. I did underestimate these beasts. I had thought the formation was a weak one, and had never thought that there was a Gu master controlling them from behind. Such a fast adaptation speed and method. This person is definitely someone with deep attainment in enslavement path. Damn it, this is really hateful. Mo Wutian gritted his teeth but could do nothing. In the previous life, he was able to use force and threat to make the demonic Gu masters throw their lives. However, with rank 5 Chu Jiu here now, he was not able to be so unrestrained. Let's wait. Righteous Path Gu masters will also soon gather together and we can discuss it with them. After all, we only have one life. In case we charge through and let the Righteous Path get the benefits, it would be really bad. Chu Jiu spoke his plan. Lord Killer Ghost Doctor is right. Lord Killer Ghost Doctor is indeed benevolent and cherishes the lives of us small characters. Doctors have their healer morals. Lord Killer Ghost Doctor is after all a senior of our demonic path. Mo Wutian gritted his teeth till they made cracking sounds. He really wished he could kill this old bastard. Like this, the time was delayed for a good while until the Righteous Path Gu masters gathered under the lead of Zhao Meng. They charged through several times but also returned in defeat. Zhao Meng was getting anxious while thinking of the unopened King Bao inheritance and again used his killer move. Extreme Light Gu, My Will Gu, Bright Spear Gu, Killer Move. My Glorious Spear. A 1.8 meters long and 0.6 meters thick spear of light landed on the mound. An intense explosion occurred with shockwaves blowing away everything. After the dazzling light dispersed, the fog that covered the mound also dispersed. The bronze hall and the majestic dog beasts were revealed before everyone's eyes in their full glory. Righteous and demonic crowd felt their hearts thumping in excitement but also turned cold at the scene. The immortal treasure was in front of them, but how could they charge through such an enormous dog beast formation? It could only be done if the righteous and demonic allied. Those with experience all thought of this. Zhao Meng looked at the demonic path's direction and Mo Wutian also glanced at the righteous path. It was clear they needed to ally, but they had to see which side would compromise first. Time passed by minutes and seconds. Chu Jiu calmly watched the dog beasts while Zhao Meng's expression was solemn as he closed his eyes to recuperate. He was the young master of the Grand Zhao clan, a famous figure among the righteous path. How could he lower his head towards the demonic path first? If word spread later, his reputation would have a great hit. The second tremor has gone. Ba Gui, my secret chess piece has showed its use and for a short time, they won't attack. Let's continue the refinement. Fang Yuan summoned the land spirit. While the righteous and demonic path were in a stalemate, Fang Yuan once again resumed the refinement. At this moment, the blue smoke and the yellow light had finally blended with each other. The blue smoke turned into beads of grass that floated in the air and started growing. The yellow light turned into flowers that fluttered and fell into the grass. Fang Yuan took out a dagger and cut his artery, bleeding out his own essence blood. Large amounts of essence blood infused into smoke. The blue smoke and yellow light immediately let out sizzling sounds and turned into a red cloud. Like a wave of blood sea, the blood surged and turned into a sphere that floated in the air without spreading. After a round of evolution, the smoke sphere settled down and formed a field with abundant red wheat growing in it. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air when he saw this. He had lost a lot of blood which caused his face to pale. He immediately used a gu to heal his wound. Wild grass grow wildly, the chi of blood like the sea. 300 years as spring. 500 years as autumn. He took out a lifespan gu. This was a 300 years lifespan gu which looked like roots with rough texture, like a snake that was coiled into a circle. Fang Yuan threw it into the smoke in blood field. The cloud of smoke immediate started raging like boiling water. In previous life, this strange change had nearly caused Fang Yuan to fail. Now, however, Feng Yuan was mentally prepared and easily controlled the situation. Under his control, the cloud of smoke gradually settled down. However, right at this time, the land spirit suddenly warned, "Not good. Those Gu masters have started attacking together. There might not be time to refine Gu." "No need to worry. Everything is under my control." Feng Yuan coldly smiled and took out the second lifespan Gu. Chapter 403, Baining Bing. "Have you acted enough?" "Kill." "Charge through." "Kill these goddamn dogs." Shouting, screaming, shrieking, cursing, dog barking, all these sounds merged into one, causing the ground to tremble. The attack had just begun for 10 minutes, but the mound was already overflowing with blood and corpses. "Sir Chujiu, we are slow. With this kind of pace, when will we ever get into the Bronze Hall?" Mo Wutian urged. Chujiu snickered. "The dog groups are huge. Is it that easy to get through?" "It is better that we are slow. The righteous path will take on more pressure for us. We can benefit from the chaos better." Chujiu was already Feng Yuan's slave. His greatest wish is to continue stalling for time. Earlier, the righteous and demonic factions were at a stalemate, but this Mo Wutian had to ruin it by finding Zhao Ming to cooperate. Chujiu could not stop him, he could only go with the flow. After starting the assault, he tried his best to slow them down. They had planned to attack from 2 directions, but because of Killer Ghost Doctor's manipulation, it caused the righteous faction to be further in the advancement, thus taking more hits. Meanwhile, the demonic path had less losses, but the assault's momentum was slowly. They were in danger of being surrounded. "Chujiu, what are you thinking of?" "You are too muddled. We have to charge with vigor. How can we move so slowly?" "You are old and confused, can't you see? Our group is already in deep trouble. Once our movement stops, we will be surrounded. We will be in greater danger than the righteous path." Mo Wutian was stomping his feet in anger, shouting. Chujiu stared with his eyes wide open, shouting back, "Mo Wutian, you junior, why are you screaming for nothing? What do you know? Doing it your way. How many people did we lose earlier?" "Later when we compete with the righteous faction for the immortal treasure, they will be our enemy. We have to weaken them." Saying so, Chujiu's tone changed, consoling softly, "Oh young man, it is not wise to charge ahead recklessly." Because of what happened earlier, the majority of the demonic Gu masters supported Chujiu and objected to Mo Wutian. Mo Wutian's heart was furious, as he raised his head and screamed, "Old fool Chujiu, we have different opinions. You all can wait here and die. I am going to get my immortal treasure." Saying so, he moved ahead and charged towards the Bronze Hall. Li Jian and the others felt that Mo Wutian was right. They wanted to go ahead but their strength was insufficient. They could only go with the crowd. Youngsters are so rash. Chujiu sighed, then laughed. "Look, after being psyched by me, he is taking on the pressure for us. We will steadily move ahead, using the road that he paved for us." "Perfect." Everyone laughed, praising Chujiu's brilliance. Countless dogs formed into a wave, as thousands of Gu masters resisted them. Blood flowed and broken limbs flew. All sorts of Gu worms competed, like the dance of fire and ice. Lightning exploded and soil was overturned. Green vines grew endlessly. Yi Chong's body was covered in blue fish scales, black fins growing on his back with a light blue spiral wave around him. He seemed to have become a fierce shark in the sea, charging ahead fearlessly. Yi Huo turned into the god of fire, charging ahead as he slaughtered. Everywhere he went, there was blazing flames and crying dogs. Yan Jun used the phantom path Gu worm, turning into a hollow shadow as he evaded attacks again and again, safe and sound. Li Jian used his rank 5 Gu and concealed his body while people were not noticing. Kan Ritian turning into a rain of petals, floating in the sky. The experts displayed all their abilities, getting close to the Bronze Hall. Among them, 2 were at the front lines, and were the most prominent. It was none other than Zhao Ming and Mo Wutian. But good times did not last. Ba Huang and Ying Ming, the 2 dog emperors appeared, blocking their advancement like last time. "It is time." At the front lines, Tyre Yuonan was bathed in blood as she stopped her footsteps, resting as she breathed heavily. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers were guarding by her side. Other than that, there was Tai Beiqi. "We are a few thousand steps from the Bronze Hall. There are many dogs here. It is up to you, Lord Tai Beiqi." Tire Yuonan said, He, I have been watching the whole time, my hands are itching already." Tai Beiqi took off his hat, showing off the third eye on his forehead. Pew! He activated his goo worm, pushing the space before him with both hands, forming a black hole. The black hole continued to spin, as numerous white apes jumped out. The white ape army gushed out, forming into a strong formation as it charged towards the Bronze Hall. "Young master, go ahead. I will block them here." Tai Beiqi's tone was confident and powerful. "We'll be counting on you. The immortal goo is most important. For the clan, we have to arrest Feng Yuan alive." Tire Yuonan gritted her teeth, waving her hand and bringing the Tai clan 4 old-timers and starting their invasion. With the white ape army to cover for them and sacrifice, Tire Yuonan successfully made it into the hall. Feng Yuan was still refining goo, he could not do anything else. Land Spirit wanted to strike, but Feng Yuan stopped it. "Ba Gui, don't force yourself. You have to control the dog groups while manipulating the immortal essence to assist me in refining goo. How can you be further distracted?" Bei Ningbing, "It will be up to you now, go block her." Bei Ningbing snorted coldly, squinting her eyes as he blocked Tire Yuonan, engaging in fierce combat. In the space before Feng Yuan, cloud smoke was moving violently. In his previous life, he had already used third watch goo by this time. But now, without Feng Tianyu's help, Feng Yuan's progress was extremely slow. He had just thrown in the 500-year lifespan goo. Without the refinement master Feng Tianyu, Feng Yuan felt difficulty controlling the cloud smoke. The cloud smoke reacted violently, causing Feng Yuan to almost fail several times, but he managed to salvage it every time. Behind him, as Tai and Bei fought, Tai clan's 4 old-timers joined in. Bei Ningbing could not rival them, as she fell into a disadvantage, shouting, "Feng Zheng, I can't hold them back anymore. How long more do you need?" The cloud smoke had finally absorbed the lifespan goo, turning into the blood fields, golden wheat, filled with crops. It was the 500 years as autumn scene. Feng Yuan's voice was nervous. "Hang in there, I need a lot of time. If I die, you will not live too." Bei Ningbing cursed continuously. Several moves later, Bei Ningbing gasped roughly, "I can't continue." "Feng Yuan, I am going to self-destruct." "Your aptitude has already returned to 100%. Feng Yuan was startled. "What do you think?" Bei Ningbing cursed. The cloud smoke was slowly maturing, dissipating. From a water tank's size, it shrunk to a basin's size. "Try to hold on, unless you can't control it anymore, don't." Feng Yuan shouted. "It is too late." Bei Ningbing sighed deeply. Crack crack. Frost quickly gathered, as the cold aura spread everywhere in the main hall and the temperature decreased rapidly. "What goo is this?" Tire Yuonan's cry of surprise also reached Feng Yuan's ears. Feng Yuan turned his head with difficulty to look and saw the main hall already becoming a world of ice and snow. Bei Ningbing was floating high up in the air, her whole body turning into ice crystal, similar to the situation when she had self-destructed back at King Mao Mountain. The cold wind blustered and glacier rose, crushing towards Tire Yuonan with vast and majestic force. "Is this the legendary Northern Dark Ice Soul physique?" Tire Yuonan cried out in surprise. But it was already too late. She was sealed within the ice like an insect in an amber. The ice continued spreading towards Feng Yuan. "Bei Ningbing, Bei Ningbing." Feng Yuan worriedly shouted, but there was no response from Bei Ningbing. Her body had almost become one with ice and her whole face had started turning indistinct. Her crystal-like eyes no longer shone and had thoroughly dimmed. "Damn it!" Feng Yuan cursed, standing up and sending the Yanggu towards Bei Ningbing. But halfway, the Yanggu made a U-turn, and returned to Feng Yuan's right hand. At the same time, the cloud smoke turned into a goo worm, landing on Feng Yuan's left hand. This goo was like a peanut shell, golden and dazzling. The markings on the surface resembles bright red blood traces. Earlier, The fake second aperture goo could only live for a week, and was not stable. But this new goo could survive for 40 years. He. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed, using liquid metal goo and blocking the frost. Then he said to Bai Ningbing, "Bai Ningbing, have you acted enough?" The frost came to a stop. Fang Yuan laughed again, saying, "Did you have a good time cooperating with Tai Clan?" This time, Bai Ningbing could not longer act. She turned back into flesh body and stared at Fang Yuan with a shocked and solemn suspicion. "How did you? In Shiklan City, you purposely lost to Yan Tu, getting Dr. Su Shao's help to remove the poison vow, and then secretly contacted Tyre Yuonan. On Sancha Mountain, you plotted together with the 4 old-timers. All these, did you think I was ignorant?" Fang Yuan played with the 2 goo in his hands as he said. Bai Ningbing landed on the ground with a dazed expression, stunned beyond words. "How did Fang Yuan find out all these?" "I was extremely secretive." "This means, he was always watching coldly at my performance." "Wait, I succeeded in planting the fixed star goo though." "Fang Yuan, you demon, so what if you found out?" "You can't escape today, there is nowhere to run." Tyre Yuonan saw that the matter was exposed and quickly broke out of the ice, as the 4 old-timers joined her. Fang Yuan chuckled, raising his left arm. "You mean the fixed star goo? What if I chop off my arm?" Tai Clan's 4 old-timers frowned deeply. Once Fang Yuan chopped off his arm, even if they used their killer move, they would only get his arm. According to their understanding of Fang Yuan, sacrificing his left forearm was nothing to this cruel and wicked person. Ha ha ha. Tyre Yuonan suddenly laughed. She pointed at Fang Yuan, shouting, "Fang Yuan, stop trying to deceive us." "So what if you saw through our scheme?" "The dog group outside the hall cannot block the 2 factions." Soon, Zhao Meng, Chu Jiayu, Mo Wutian, Yi Huo, Yi Chong and the others would charge in. "Can you defend the immortal goo?" "You are a frenzied lunatic, killing so many goo masters and plundering their apertures to refine goo. These crimes are unforgivable. Bai Ningbing is the best witness. As long as we announce it to the world, you will be a wanted criminal everywhere. More importantly, your immortal goo is not done refining yet. Do you still have a chance of succeeding?" "Impossible. You have no time left. Not long later, this hall will be overrun by people. Where can you run to?" "Try flying out." "Hee. Your only way out now is to surrender to our Tai Clan, and contribute that half-done immortal goo to us, as well as surrender the old clan leader's goo worms, and enter the Demon Suppression Tower for reform. That's the only way you can keep your life." Chapter 404, Refining Immortal Goo Again. Tyre Yuonan took a step forward and looked with a gaze that was sharp as a knife. "Fang Yuan, you are a smart man, you should be clear of your situation." "I am indeed clear of my situation." Fang Yuan's expression was tranquil. "And I am even more clear of your situation." His lips revealed a trace of cold smile. "Immortal goo refinement has indeed not finished, but this has let me preserve more portions of immortal essence, enough for me to kill you all." However, right at this time, Ba Gui appeared and spoke with a tearful expression. "No use. It is no use. There will be too much loss in immortal essence to kill them, and the remaining amount won't be able to support the goo refinement. Furthermore, it is late now, there are too many holes in the blessed land and it will completely collapse and disperse into smoke not long later." Its biggest obsession was to complete the refinement of second aperture goo. It did not even care about its own destruction. Right now, Fang Yuan had only refined to this stage and the crucial step still remained, which was also the most difficult step, but the situation no longer allowed him to continue. "Young man, you made a grave mistake in your calculations. Our immortal goo refinement is a failure." The land spirit howled in grief. "Refining immortal goo? Never expected it to be so lively here." Yan Jun calmly stepped into the main hall. In the previous life, he had been obstructed by Feng Tianyu, but now with no obstructions, he walked freely into the bronze hall. "Heh. Feng Yuan, you are not the blessed land's master, thus the land spirit will not completely obey your commands. Since young clan leader Yan Jun has arrived, the others also won't be far. Today, your loss is certain." Tyre Yuonan had some fear towards the land spirit and could only continue to engage in psychological battle. No, there is still hope. The Gu refinement can't be considered a failure. Fang Yuan suddenly smiled. He moved his gaze towards Bei Ningbing. Bei Ningbing's heart tightened. If Fang Yuan used Yang Gu to force her to fight to the death, what course of path should she take? However, Fang Yuan's gaze moved past Bei Ningbing and turned towards the land spirit Ba Gui. This aged Ba Gui was looking awful right now after crying, appearing extremely broken-hearted. Ba Gui, do you still want to refine second aperture Gu or not? Fang Yuan transmitted his voice. Could it be that you have some way? Ba Gui suddenly felt a trace of hope. That's right, you are a reborn Gu immortal, and with your previous life's experience, you should have expected this situation, right? No, the situation is beyond my expectations. The current me is only a mortal and I am unable to make a difference. Fang Yuan said frankly. Ba Gui, I have failed you. The Gu refinement this time is indeed a failure. The land spirit started wailing even louder. However, Fang Yuan immediately changed the topic. But this failure is only temporary. We can still have hope. The land spirit's crying softened as it asked, what do you mean? After you die, I will be the only person who knows the recipe. The half-finished second aperture Gu is also with me, so Ba Gui, you must protect me. Of course I have to protect you. You are the only person who satisfied the requirements of the blessed land and are also a reborn Gu immortal. There is a huge chance of the refinement of the second aperture Gu succeeding in the future even if it is a failure this time. The land spirit answered as a matter of fact. Good. It is great that you have this understanding. However, you can only protect me for a period but not forever. Not long later, you will die. With the remaining immortal essence, we also cannot completely root out all the enemies in the blessed land. Even if you transport me to the outside world, there are many groups of Gu masters on Sancha Mountain. The corner of Fang Yuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Since the rebirth this time, everything was going smoothly. As he inched closer to success, he could not help but feel a trace of excitement. Then how do you want me to protect you? The land spirit asked. Fang Yuan chuckled and said profoundly, Ba Gui, do you remember the third section of the second chapter of the Legends of Renzu? The land spirit was dazed as it guessed Fang Yuan's meaning. It said with hesitation, you are saying, no, that won't work. There are two conditions that are not fulfilled. First of all, you need the light of glory of the immemorial era. He. Fang Yuan laughed satisfiedly at this. He raised his hand and pointed to the top of the bronze hall and shouted, look, the light is here. From the moment he stood up, he had inwardly asked the land spirit to share its vision, thus the situation outside was very clear to him. Afterward, the talk with the Tai clansmen and others were only delaying the time and waiting for a good opportunity. This was already the third time Fang Yuan had used Spring-Autumn Cicada, and by accumulating his experience, he had an even deeper understanding of rebirth. There was indeed a butterfly effect to the aftermath of rebirth that could cause some things to change completely. However, there was also historical inertia. Many great events that occurred were conflicts that accumulated over time. They only lacked a trigger point. Even without the original trigger, a new one would always appear. This was not something a person alone could influence and change easily. Outside the main hall, Zhao Ming was getting impatient fighting with Ying Ming and flew to the sky. Rank 4, Gather Light Gu. Rank 5, Extreme Light Gu. Rank 5, River Under the Sun Gu. Killer Move, Torrential Light Stream. The river of light rolled and crashed as it poured down towards the blessed land. The light was blinding, and the waves were fierce. It turned the entire battlefield white, and everyone closed their eyes, unable to resist such a strong light. Not good. Tyre Yuonan and others were in the main hall. Tai Beiqi tried to stop it when he saw this, but the light river's formation was already complete and he could only reduce its impact by a little. The Grand Light River was like a waterfall, crashing heavily on the bronze hall. The roof of the hall was immediately broken through, and the light waterfall flew towards Fang Yuan. The light of glory of the immemorial era. The land spirit cried out in shock. Fang Yuan laughed loudly and poured his primeval essence into rank 4 bone wings goo and rank 5 liquid metal goo. A pair of long and wide black wings spread out from his back, while the liquid metal covered his whole body like paint, spreading towards the black wings and dyeing his whole body with dazzling golden light. What is he doing? Fang Yuan, entire Yuanan, Bei Ningbing and the others' astonished gazes. Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew directly towards the river of light. Bam! There was loud buzzing in his ears and the formidable impact forced Fang Yuan backwards. However, he had killed many rank 5 goo masters before and obtained many movement goo like golden aurora goo and so on. Right now, he activated them all and flew against the flow of the waterfall, flying higher and higher. When he flew out of the bronze hall, it immediately attracted countless gasps and doubts. What is that thing? It is flashing with golden light and looks like a large bird. No, that is a person, a warrior that has been soaked in molten gold. There was only a vast sea of whiteness in Fang Yuan's sight. His primeval essence was depleting rapidly by activating so many movement goo and defensive goo. Time and tide wait for no man. Land spirit help me. Divine Travel Goo. Immortal Goo Divine Travel landed on his palm. Jade Sky Goo. A ray of green light shot out from his aperture and landed on his hand, turning into a jade green colored bamboo that was hollow in the middle. What in the world is he trying to do? He actually faced the killer move head on and flew up. Tire Yuanan stared with wide-opened eyes, expressing her shock. Did Little Beast King give up, and is trying to end his life? Yan Jun's jaws were wide open as he looked up in a daze. Something's up, I understand him. Everything Fang Yuan does has extremely deep meaning. No matter what, we can't let him have his way, we must disrupt this. Bei Ningbing's tone was hurried and for some reason, the bad feeling in her heart continued to become stronger. Tire Yuanan nodded and agreed with Bei Ningbing's words. 4 old-timers. She shouted. Understood. The 4 old-timers immediately moved separately towards east, south, west and north directions. They kneeled on the ground and held their right wrist with their left hand. Their right hands were spread out in a claw form and faced each other. Killer move, infinite search and lock. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan's left arm shone with an eerie blue light. One could vaguely see the fixed star goo on it. This goo was a star fragment of the immemorial era. It was like an 8-sided diamond and was crystal clear. At the same time, all around Fang Yuan, space tore apart and 4 chains appeared, moving like pythons. Finally reacting at this point, HMPH, too late. Fang Yuan gave a cold smile. Divine Travel Goo suddenly flew and pierced into his left arm, swallowing the fixed star goo. The 4 old-timers coughed out blood as they lost the connection with the fixed star goo. The 4 chains moving beside Fang Yuan also lost their target and flew about carelessly before they were destroyed by the river of light. After the Divine Travel Goo ate fixed star goo, it went into the hollow jade sky goo and rapidly formed a cocoon. There is a strange person flying directly towards my killer move? Zhao Meng was indescribably shocked. Others often did not have enough time to dodge his killer move, but now there was actually a fool who was facing it head-on. Who is this guy? What is he trying to do? Yi Huo, Yi Chong and the others stared at the sky with stupefied looks. Wait a second, this scene, where did I see it before? Li Xian frowned deeply. A ray of light flashed in his astute mind. How could this be? He seems to be refining goo? Feng Tianyu looked up for a while and after seeing somewhat clearly he immediately became shocked. He is actually refining goo using the killer move. His courage knows no bounds. Mo Wutian's eyes shot out purple light that extended 2 inches into the air. That's right, Fang Yuan was refining goo. This was Fang Yuan's plan. When he enslaved Killer Ghost Doctor, it was certain the second aperture goo's refinement would fail, because at the last step of merging with Divine Travel Goo, Fang Yuan was not able to accomplish it by just himself. Previously, he had the help of Refinement Path Grandmaster Feng Tianyu and the assistance of the Land Spirit, before he was able to barely finish it. Now, he did not have Feng Tianyu's help, thus this step was destined to fail. However, After rebirth, Feng Yuan had never truly thought of refining second aperture goo. He deceived the land spirit and intentionally delayed time to create such a special situation to convince the land spirit and refine this goo. Similar to the second aperture goo, this goo was also an immortal goo whose recipe was recorded in Chapter 2 Section 3 of the Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu was the first classic of the goo world. It appeared to be a story when one first read it, but it actually held profound messages, recording the secrets of the ancient times and all kinds of goo. Some goo were directly described like wisdom goo, strength goo and so on, while some goo were hidden. Their descriptions were very vague, requiring the readers to dig through it and study carefully. Chapter 405, Spreading My Wings and Flying Away Today, Becoming an Immortal and Whipping the Phoenix on Another Day. Double chapter. The light of glory of the immemorial era shone on the cocoon. Absorbing the glory of the immemorial era, the cocoon was undergoing a mystical change. Feng Yuan's body was shining in golden brilliance, swimming up against the flow of the torrential light stream, facing the strong killer move of a rank 5 goo master. Liquid metal goo's defense was starting to become useless. The golden protection was washed away by the light eventually, especially the bone wings. It slowly revealed its original black color after being washed by the torrential light stream. In the grand waterfall of light, a lone body was flying with great difficulty while facing great pressure. Such a mystical sight naturally attracted many goo masters' attention. The battlefield slowly turned silent. Land spirit assisted Feng Yuan fully. After the dogs lost their master, they scattered. All the goo masters stood on the spot, raising their heads and watching. In their hearts, they had one question: this scenario, I have obviously not seen it before. Yet why do I find it so familiar? I remember now. Suddenly, someone shouted. This scene was recorded in the Legends of Renzu. That's why it is so familiar. The Legends of Renzu, the #1 classic in the world, spread throughout the world widely. No one was unfamiliar with it. Getting such a reminder, many people realized at once. That's right, this was recorded in Renzu's second chapter. Third section. I remember now. Verdant Great Sun flapped his wings and bathed in the light of glory in order to refine fixed immortal travel goo, flying towards the sun. People recalled, laughing immediately. What is this person doing? Copying Verdant Great Sun, and disregarding his life? Haha, don't tell me he is thinking of refining fixed immortal travel goo? How is that possible? He has divine travel goo? Of course Feng Yuan had it. But divine travel goo was not enough. It was recorded in the Legends of Renzu. Verdant Great Sun was afraid that divine travel goo would send him to dangerous places while he was drunk. Divine travel goo was ashamed because of this, thus directing him, go up into the sky, and in the azure heaven among the 9 heavens, there is a bamboo forest. Inside the bamboo forest, pluck a jade bamboo that is jade sky in color. Next, go to blue heaven and during the night time, collect the 8-sided diamonds inside the star fragments. Next, when it is dawn, fly into the sky and use the light of glory of the rising sun to turn me into fixed immortal travel goo. Once I become that goo, I will no longer send you to random places when you are drunk. Thus, Feng Yuan needed the jade sky-colored jade bamboo from azure heaven, and an 8-sided diamond star fragment from blue heaven, and also the light of glory of the immemorial era. Did he have these? Not at first. But after rebirth, he killed Long King Tian and obtained Jade Sky Goo. This goo was rank 5 and originated from the immemorial era. It was like a dark green bamboo stem, palm size and hollow in the middle, giving off a texture of jade on the surface. This was the azure heavens jade bamboo. The Legends of Renzu described all sorts of goo. Immortal goo were described as they were, like wisdom goo and strength goo. Mortal goo were written more obscurely. The readers needed to look into them and researched carefully. But the jade sky bamboo was not enough. He needed the 8-sided diamond star fragment. Did he have it? Of course not, but Bei Ningbing planted it on him. Indeed, the fixed star goo. This goo was a star fragment from the immemorial era, looking like a diamond with 8 sides. It was planted on Feng Yuan's left forearm, giving off starlight, able to project a half-transparent eerie blue light from his arm. So now he had the jade sky bamboo and the 8-sided diamond star fragment, but to refine fixed immortal travel goo, Feng Yuan needed one final condition. That is what the Lan spirit mentioned, the light of glory of the immemorial era. Did Feng Yuan have this? From start to end, he had never obtained it, but Zhao Ming had it. Zhao Ming controlled an extreme light goo. This goo was obtained by robbing graves. It was an incomplete goo. It could only be used 3 times every month to unleash the light of glory. Once it exceeded 3 times, it would self-detonate, and torrential light stream was a killer move that, in some aspects, replicated the light of glory. Divine travel goo, jade sky goo, fixed star goo, as well as the light of the immemorial era, all the conditions were fulfilled. When Feng Yuan rebirthed and realized this, he discarded the second aperture goo in his heart, changing his objective to refining the fixed immortal travel goo. But it was impossible to convince the land spirit. The land spirit's obsession was to refine second aperture goo. Thus, Bai Ningbing, Tyre Yuanan, and the righteous demonic factions became Feng Yuan's tools. He calculated meticulously in his heart, controlling the flow of events as he swayed them in his favor, causing this result. When the land spirit realized that no matter what, the second aperture goo would not be refined successfully, it would change its goal to protecting Feng Yuan, as that is the only way hope remains. The cocoon absorbed the sunlight, trembling slightly as the aura of an immortal goo leaked out uncontrollably. Everyone was flabbergasted. Such an aura, how is this possible? Tyre Yuanan, Bai Ningbing and the others were staring with their eyes popping out. He is refining goo. He is really refining an immortal goo? Who is he? Is he the reincarnation of Verdant Great Sun? Yi Huo, Yi Cheng? And the others were staring with their jaws dropping. Fixed immortal travel. Is he really refining fixed immortal travel goo? To think that I, Feng Tianyu, would get to see the birth of an immortal goo. This refinement master kneeled on the ground emotionally, tears overflowing on his face. In the blessed land, the few remaining hairy men all kneeled down. This moment, they were idolizing this person refining an immortal goo. Unbelievable. An event of the immemorial era was unfolding before them. An unimaginable grandness and beauty caused many goo masters' bodies to shook. Was it excitement, fear, or both? At once, Feng Yuan's figure was the center of everyone's attention. No matter how glaring the torrential light stream was, everyone's eyes were wide open, staring without blinking. The immortal goo's aura became more intense, but at this crucial moment, something happened. Trying to use my power to refine an immortal goo? HMPH. Zhao Ming was no fool. After realizing this, he immediately stopped his killer move. The torrential light stream ended. Everyone gasped loudly. "No!" Feng Tianyu screamed, his heart pained as he showed grief and despair. In his vision, the torrential light stream was like a cut ribbon, flowing down weakly. With just 3 breaths' time, the goo master in the light waterfall would be freed. Such a short time was not enough to birth an immortal goo. But why would Feng Yuan not anticipate this? Third watch goo. Third watch goo. He activated 2 third watch goo targeting the cocoon. At once, time accelerated by 9 times. As the immortal goo's aura surged, he used 2 time path goo worms to accelerate time. Feng Tianyu got up like he was jolted with lightning, his eyes glowing as his face turned red. There was still hope? But immediately, his red face turned pale, as Feng Tianyu plopped on the ground with a dejected expression, crying, "It is useless, the acceleration is only a temporary measure. If the immortal goo is created too quickly, it will not be able to stabilize its aura, and will be destroyed through self-detonation." But was Feng Yuan ignorant about this? He took out a goo worm. This goo had an plain appearance, like a gray stone disc. In his previous life, he obtained it from Feng Tianyu. This time, he got it from killer ghost Dr. Chu Jiayu. What goo? Undefeated 100 battles. Undefeated 100 battles goo, rank 5 expenditure goo. Once used, it allowed a goo master's refinement to succeed for sure. The next moment, Feng Tianyu was stunned, grabbing his head and screaming in great joy. How can this be? Because he felt the immortal goo's aura stabilizing like a miracle. The cocoon broke open, and a green butterfly flew out. Fixed immortal travel goo. It truly is an immortal goo, beautiful beyond words. Who in the world is he? He actually refined an immortal goo. At once, everyone's hearts were pounding, regardless of whether they were aware or unaware of the circumstances. They were speechless and shocked to their limits. Zhao Ming was stupefied. Mo Wutian was in a daze. Is this the reenactment of a legend? What era am I living in? Fang Yuan flew out of the light waterfall. As fixed immortal travel goo flew around him, each time it flapped its wings, green light flickered like pollen. It was a beautiful sight. Of course, Fang Yuan paid a huge price. A rank 5 killer move was not a joke. Liquid metal goo died. Golden Aurora goo and the others were greatly damaged. The black wings on his back were torn and tattered. As the liquid metal faded, Fang Yuan's identity was revealed. At once, a commotion burst out. Who was he? Mo Wutian's pupil shrunk. It's him, Little Beast King. Huma and Li Xian were shocked. It's him. Yi Huo's eyes were popping out. It is actually him? Zhao Huang and Meng Tu looked at each other, trembling, feeling each other's shock, after fear and joy. They had the guts to assassinate such a strong foe, a man who can refine an immortal goo. Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing, Tyre Yuonan and the others who knew the situation witnessed this miracle with their own eyes, watching like a still statue. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, during the immemorial era, verdant great sun flapped his wings, refining and fixed immortal travel goo. But now, Fang Yuan was doing the same, using his mortal body to accomplish such a grand feat under everyone's observation. Once this matter spread, his name would be renowned throughout the continent, shocking the whole southern border. You really succeeded in refining fixed immortal travel goo. Incredible, as expected of a future goo immortal. Fang Yuan could hear land spirits praise and sigh. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Fixed immortal travel goo can allow a goo master to roam the world, going anywhere he wanted. But it is still an immortal goo. Your help is needed to activate it using immortal essence. Ba Gui. Of course, there is still some immortal essence left in the cauldron. Recall in your mind where you want to go. You should choose a safe place. Remember, the image in your head has to be the same as the real place. There cannot be too big of a difference. I understand that. Ba Gui sighed, speaking wholeheartedly. Using the fixed immortal travel would allow you to escape this predicament, but without immortal essence, the blessed land will be destroyed immediately. Death is a relief for me. I just wish you would succeed in refining second aperture goo in the future, and do not waste this opportunity. Before we part, do you have anything to say to me? Fang Yuan opened his mouth, but no words came out. He moved his tattered black wings, flying in the sky and looking around. The torn bronze hall, the mound battlefield overflowing with blood, and the ruined goo immortal blessed land. Goodbye, Bai Ningbing. Goodbye, Tyre Yuonan. Goodbye, southern border. The land spirit did not know that Fang Yuan was about to take an even greater risk. But life was a gamble. If one did not gamble when they had the chance, when would they succeed? If man did not have aspirations as grand as heaven, they would be letting down their 8 feet body. Thinking like this, Fang Yuan felt great ambition and aspiration, his heart boiling with anticipation. Standing before everyone, he felt an urge and expressed it as a poem. The people present heard him recite. Since ancient times land immortal pass with the wind, today 3 kings returned to eternal slumber. Who would not experience failure? Verdant sun died regretfully. Start over again and proclaim oneself as king. The carp swims up the heavenly waterfall, traveling alone in the desolate lands and defying heaven. Spreading my wings and flying away today, becoming an immortal and whipping the phoenix on another day. As he said so, Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Everyone was speechless. Only the land spirit shouted, "Grand aspirations. I will send you on your journey." Immortal essence entered the fixed immortal travel goo, and jade light flashed. As Fang Yuan vanished from the air, only his clothes were left, floating in the air like a kite with its strings cut. He vanished. He used the fixed immortal travel goo. I wonder where he went. Why is heaven and earth shaking? Everyone was stunned. At this time, intense winds blew as mountains broke. The world was collapsing. Loopholes after loopholes were formed. connecting to the outside world. Damn it, escape quickly. The blessed land is collapsing. The winds of assimilation is coming. If we do not escape now, we will die. I do not want to die. The experts were frightened and shocked, frantically escaping as Sancha Mountain went into chaos once again. Central Continent, Tian Ti Mountain. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, on Danghun Mountain, the battle for Hu Immortal Blessed Land was reaching its end. Feng Zheng, hang in there, victory is within reach. Lord Sky Crane encouraged. The skin on Feng Zheng's arms and legs were torn, as blood flowed down. He surpassed Ying Shengji, Zhao Qi Xing. His body was numb from pain, and his brain was unable to think. There was only Danghun Mountain left in his mind. Being the first to ascend, he only had one thought left in his mind. I am the great Feng Jinhuang, how can I lose here? I have never lost since I was born. This time is no exception. Come out, dream wings, Feng Jinhuang shouted, and a beautiful pair of wings grew from her shoulders. This pair of wings was extremely elegant and beautiful, all sorts of lights shone on it. It was dazzling and alluring. With just one flap, Feng Jinhuang ascended easily. What? This is the legendary Immortal Gu, Dream Wings. The 9 Gu Immortals were shocked. Most Immortal Gu could only be used with Immortal Essence. But Dream's wings were different. It used the Gu Master's spirit and soul instead. Feng Jinhuang was only immortal. Activating the Dream Wings forcefully would cause severe damage to her soul, amnesia at best, becoming retarded at worst. But Feng Jinhuang was competitive. She wanted victory, willing to pay any price. Under Feng Zheng's stunned gaze, she overtook him, taking back her head. The dream wings were folded back as Feng Jinhuang stood at the side of the cliff, breathing heavily. She felt a strong dizziness from the depths of her soul, almost causing her to faint. She reached her limits, forcefully activating an immortal Gu. It was not easy for Feng Jinhuang to reach this step. I actually lost. Feng Zheng stared with wide-opened eyes, dejected and upset. Feng Jinhuang's arms were already at the edge of the peak. She was one step away. I am about to win. At this moment, Feng Jinhuang forced herself to raise her head, using the last bit of strength she had. Her eyes were glowing like amber. Her beautiful appearance and her snow-white long neck was shining like jade in the blessed land's pink light. She was like a young phoenix, expanding its wings for the first time, brilliant and glorious. At once, even Gu Immortals were dazed. Feng Zheng raised his head to look at her, as Hu Immortal Land Spirit stared at her in a daze. Everyone was waiting for Feng Jinhuang's victory. Feng Jinhuang did not let everyone down. She bit her lips, placing her arms at the edge of the cliff. Next, she used her remaining strength to drag her body up as well. But at this moment, swoosh, jade light flashed, and a man appeared on the mountain peak. This man was completely naked. His left forearm had a hole as blood flowed out of it. His youthful body was strong and muscular, giving off the aura of a veteran expert who had undergone countless battles. Brother? Feng Zheng was shocked, slipping and falling down the cliff. The 10 Gu Immortals were shocked. Who is this naked man? Feng Jinhuang raised her snow-white neck, looking at Feng Yuan from his feet, stunned and watching with her eyes wide open like a statue. Feng Yuan's body was muscular. The giant monster on his lower body entered Feng Jinhuang's vision without any doubt. I really came here? TSK, Fixed Immortal Travel Gu has such a weakness. It cannot transport clothes along with me. But thankfully, I placed my Gu worms inside my aperture, and brought them along. Feng Yuan looked around, realizing his situation. Isn't his person below me Feng Jinhuang? It seems biography of Feng Jinhuang gave an accurate time. He was a step before her. This competition did not ban immortal Gu worms. According to the rules, he was Hu Immortal Blessed Land's owner. I succeeded. All my risks paid off. So what if I failed to refine second aperture Gu? Now I have something better, the entire Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and Fixed Immortal Travel Gu. Ha 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 ha. Feng Yuan laughed crazily in his heart. Unfortunately, she has the Immortal Gu Dream Wings. I can't kill her yet. Feng Yuan looked at Feng Jinhuang regretfully, before raising his right foot. Under the Tengu Immortal's supervision, his right foot landed on Feng Jinhuang's face, as a jade-like feeling could be felt on his feet. Scram! Feng Yuan pushed and kicked the weak and dazed Feng Jinhuang down. Feng Jinhuang was already out of strength. How could she resist Feng Yuan's kick? She immediately descended. Feng Yuan turned around, facing the land spirit. Little Hu Immortal, aren't you calling me you master? Ma. Master. The little girl stared at Feng Yuan, shocked. After she reacted, she used her small tender hands to cover her large crystal clear eyes. Next, she lowered her head, her face red with shame, as she stomped her foot, shaking her head, saying meekly, Master, aren't you shameful? You are so old already, quickly wear some clothes. Chapter 406, Feng Jiayuj. 9 days later, atop of a lush green mountain valley, a small waterfall flowed downwards like a strip of silvery silk. The waterfall's stream flowed into an ancient lake. The ancient lake was deep and dark jade in color, with ripples on the surface of the water. In the pond, all kinds of carp were swimming about. On the top of a white rock beside the water, Feng Jinhuang sat with her eyes closed. Her face, bright and beautiful, was reflected in the water, causing this ancient lake to gain a brilliant elegance. The colorful carps in the water, the clear pool water, the silvery waterfall, and the green valley all complemented each other. However, Feng Jinhuang's pretty brows were deeply scrunched. Although she has tried her best to calm down, every time she closed her eyes for more than 30 breaths, an image flashed in her mind from the depths of her heart. On an illustrious pink crystal mountain peak, a naked man looked down at her with his black eerie pupils. She was sprawling on the edge of the cliff, and when she looked up, she saw everything on the man's body: his bleeding left arm with a bloody hole, his strong muscles, his broad chest, and the massive thing between his legs. The image was engraved into her heart. The memory was so vivid that the events of that day could never be forgotten by this proud woman, especially since afterwards, the man stretched out his right foot and stepped on her face. Feng Jinhuang wanted to forget the feeling of being trampled on her face, yet the feeling was so vivid that she could clearly recall it even now. Forget it, forget him. Keep a peace of mind, peace of mind, calm down. Feng Jinhuang breathed more and more rapidly. Her breathing became heavier, and her chest moved rapidly as a result, and was becoming faster. In her heart, shame, humiliation, and hatred mixed together, turning into a volcano. How dare he? He dared to do that to me. Feng Jinhuang could not bear it anymore, and suddenly opened her phoenix eyes and stood up abruptly, raising her head and screaming. Boom! The volcano in her heart erupted, filling her chest with anger, almost melting her entire body. You are a despicable and shameless man. You dared to step on my face. I want to tear you to pieces. Feng Jinhuang roared, her eyes glowing with fire as she punched randomly. Bam 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 bam. The loud smashing sound, like the sound of thunder, erupted continuously. Feng Jinhuang's eyes exuded fire. The beautiful flames evaporated the ancient lake and burnt the green hills around her. She punched without a target, as her frenzied barrage sent the surrounding mountain rocks flying, as the ground cracked. After almost a few short breaths, Feng Jinhuang completely decimated the valley. Such terrifying battle strength. Even if Ten Feng Yuan attacked together, he could not reach such a power level. This scoundrel, I want to rend your flesh, limb by limb. I want to step on your bones and crush them into pieces. I'll make you suffer for 7 days and 7 nights. I swear, I'll make you to suffer endless pain. I want you to die and regret everything you have done to me. Then, I'll turn you into ashes and scatter you into the wind. Feng Jinhuang bellowed without stopping, the anger in her chest making her lose all rationality. A few hundred miles away, there were grass cottages built on a mountain peak. Through the window of the cottage, a pair of beautiful eyes stared at Feng Jinhuang, looking worried. Oh, my little Feng Er. Inside the cottage, a beauty was dressed in white silk adorned with a green belt. She was dignified and elegant, bearing a resemblance to Feng Jinhuang. She was the biological mother of Feng Jinhuang, Fairy Bei King. A rank 6 Gu immortal. Stop looking. You have already watched her for 7 or 8 times during the last 10 minutes. The jade sea Thai tea that I carefully brewed for you is getting cold by now. Go sit down and drink it. Feng Jiayuj sat by her side, helplessly saying, "Drink, drink, drink. All you care about is drinking tea." Is Feng Jinhuang even your daughter? As her father, aren't you worried at all? Bei King turned around. Her brows were wrinkled and her tone was resentful. Sigh. Our daughter, Feng had always been competitive since she was a child. Her talent was excellent, and no one was her match in her sect. But suddenly she stumbled and lost. Her immortal inheritance was the first failure of her life, but it is also the most important. You are her father, but you're actually still in the mood to drink tea here? Never mind the failure. What's more important is, Feng suffered such a huge loss. She actually got trampled by someone. Think about it. Feng is proud and had never paid attention to any man her age. Yet she was beaten in such a way, with someone's foot on her face, and for the first time, saw a similar aged man's body. This. The more Fairy Bei King talked, the more anxious she grew, and her eyes slowly turned red. Feng Jiayuj looked at her and immediately got up, getting to her side. Holding her in his arms, he frantically comforted her. Don't cry, my king. Isn't your husband still here? In fact, in my opinion, this event was not without benefits. Oh, what good is there? Bei King casted a doubtful gaze at him. Sigh. Feng is our pride and joy. I'm proud of her yet also worried. She's too competitive and always wants to get first place. Yes, her talent is higher than mine. And she also has great comprehension abilities, but so what if her talent is higher? Is it higher than all the heroes in the world? No matter how good her talent is, can it compare to Desolate Ancient Moon? Feng Jiayu explained in earnest. The great Desolate Ancient Moon, daughter of Renzu, failed countless times. Feng had always experienced success and victory but had never understood the taste of failure. This is one of her defects. And also her weakness. King you are a rank 6 Gu immortal, and I am a rank 7 Gu immortal, but even if it was a rank 9 immortal venerable or demon venerable, they can only live long, but not forever. We are able to protect Feng now, but one day we will leave her. By the time, she will only be able to rely on herself. Experiencing this failure will help her mature. Birds leave the nest and fly alone. After they withstand setbacks, they can train their wings and fight in the sky. In the future, when Feng leaves us, we can be relieved. Feng is my baby. I would love nothing more than to protect her inside the blessed land forever. Fairy Bei King leaned on Feng Jiayu's chest as she wiped her tears. She sighed and said, "Sigh, you are right, Feng will leave us one day, we should let her train more." But this is too much. She had lost too much this time. Her immortal inheritance was lost. She was even bullied by that immortal Crane sect lad. Are you as her father not going to do anything about it? HMPH. Feng Jiayu snorted, squinting as his eyes shone with a cold light. Immortal Crane sect went too far indeed, even though they had promised to compensate us and the other 8 major sects. But Feng is my daughter. How she can experience such bullying? I have already written a letter and it has been sent to them. If this He Feng Yang does not know what's good for him, I will go to their sect to find him and settle the score. Fairy Bei King's heart eased. It turns out that her husband had already acted. But immediately, Bei King was nervous and looked at her husband. Husband, don't be rash, don't make a huge commotion. Back when you attacked the top 10 sects, Immortal Crane sect was also one of the victims. They know that you're the strongest, but don't do this kind of thing again. I know, haha, you can be at ease. Feng Jiayuj calmed his wife lying in his arms, his eyes subconsciously squinting as he snorted in his heart. Out of the top 10 sects in Central Continent now, none are worthy of facing off against me. South of the Central Continent, 30,000 feet above the mountains. In the sky, Phi Mountain was floating among a sea of clouds, looking magnificent and grand. Trees were swaying on the mountain as 10,000 cranes flew by, giving off a living atmosphere of an immortal's residence. Currently, In Shanking Pavilion at the top of the mountain, it was a heavy and grim atmosphere. Feng Jiayuj has gone too far. The Supreme First Elder was staring furiously, his hands clutching a thin letter as he trembled with anger. With a bang, he slammed the letter on the white jade stone table. In the letter, Feng Jiayuj listed several overbearing demands. But despite so, Supreme First Elder did not dare to destroy or burn this letter. This letter was shining with an azure green color. It was the transformation of the rank 5 letters sending green bird Gu. Once destroyed, Feng Jiayuj would sense it. If he became furious, the situation would become troublesome. This guy, Feng Jiayuj, was born into the demonic path. In the past, he obtained a rare opportunity and cultivated painstakingly, soundlessly reaching rank 6 Gu Immortal Realm. Once he came out, he amazed the world as he challenged all the heroes in the world, and no one could stop him. The 10 sects sent people to challenge him, but they all lost terribly, forced to join forces to resist him. Feng Jiayuj was not afraid, fighting as he traveled for over 10 million miles, suddenly changing his tactic and going for the yellow dragon, causing the 10 sects to lose miserably. The scene was total chaos and there was nothing anyone could do. Fortunately, Fairy Baking from Spirit Affinity House moved him with true love, finally reforming this demonic head. Back in the day, Feng Jiayuj used his rank 6 cultivation and caused a commotion among the 10 sects. It was unimaginable. Now, he has rank 7 cultivation and has Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 sects backing him. This person has the demeanor of a heavenly immortal, although his requests are slightly overbearing, we can agree to it. Supreme Second Elder took out the letter, reading it and said with a calm tone, Feng Yang, how can there be such a huge mistake in this matter you were in charge of? That Feng Yuan is not our disciple at all. What motives do you have, defending him like this? A thunderous voice echoed in Shanking Pavilion, causing the windows to vibrate. The person speaking was Lei Tan, rank 6 Gu Immortal, and was at loggerheads with Feng Yang. Places with people have conflict. Immortal Crane sect also has their conflicts and competition among factions. At once, all the gazes fell on Feng Yang. Feng Yang was like a young man, gentle like jade. A pair of jade-colored brows extended to his waist. His expression was calm, looking around slowly, then laughed and said, This Feng Yuan is indeed not our disciple, but his brother Feng Zheng is one of us, the leader of the elite disciples of this generation. Lei Tan snickered. A tiny elite disciple's relative, he is worth our backing. The entire Immortal Cranes sect? Feng Yang, do you know how much compensation we will have to give to the 9 sects for this Feng Yuan? Of course I know. Feng Yang glanced at Lei Tan, laughing in disdain, but these things, even if you multiply it by 3, can't compare to a Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Not to mention a fixed immortal travel Gu. At once, many of the Supreme Elders understood. Feng Yang, what are you trying to say? Lei Tan frowned, asking impatiently. Chapter 407, Immortal Crane Sect's Objective. Feng Yang only smiled without replying Lei Tan's question. It was Supreme Third Elder who laughed and replied, I understand Elder Feng Yang's intention. If we didn't choose to shield this Feng Yuan, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would still be up for grabs for the 10 sects. However, by admitting that Feng Yuan is a member of our Immortal Crane sect, we have eliminated the other 9 opponents, letting only our Immortal Crane sect seize control of this blessed land. Lei Tan's gaze flickered and his expression slightly changed, but he no longer asked any questions. At this moment, Feng Yang stood up from his seat. He first cupped his fists towards Supreme Third Elder who explaining the reason. Third Elder is wise. Things happened too suddenly. Who could have thought Immortal would use the Immortal Gu fixed immortal travel to appear the peak of Danghan Mountain and inherit Hu Immortal Blessed Land in front of everyone? This Hu Immortal inheritance is at Tianti Mountain. Everyone might know Tianti Mountain is the stairs that connects to the Heavenly Court. Even though it was destroyed and had been abandoned for many years, it still represents the might of the Heavenly Court. In a way, attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land is attacking Tianti Mountain, and attacking Tianti Mountain is attacking the Heavenly Court. Thus, although there are many blessed lands on Tianti Mountain, There has never been anyone who had the courage to attack it. Even this time, we waited for Hu Immortal Blessed Land to open before we 10 Gu Immortals joined forces to enlarge the passage, with no intention of attacking. Even if we really attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the Blessed Land has a land spirit which would require at least 3 rank 6 Gu Immortals to join hands, and even then they might not succeed. Moreover, the control area of the Blessed Land is being protected by Danghun Mountain. Without 5 or 6 Gu Immortals cooperating earnestly, who would dare to say they can climb to the peak? Lei Tan, can you? Lei Tan snorted. He wanted to retort but kept quiet in the end. In Blessed Lands, the land spirit could freely mobilize all the resources and their battle prowess could be compared to a Gu Immortal. The most important thing was that the land spirit could suppress rank 1 to rank 5 Gu worms. If a Gu Immortal wanted to attack the Blessed Land, their most powerful weapon would be Immortal Gu, because a land spirits could not restrict Immortal Gu. However, Immortal Gu were hard to find and many Gu Immortals did not even have 1 Immortal Gu. Even if they had, it might not necessarily be suited to attack. This was the classic situation of low offense but high defense. If they were set on attacking the Blessed Land, it would often require the cooperation of several Gu Immortals to create a numerical advantage, and then competing through the expenditure of immortal essence. Once the Blessed Land's immortal essence was exhausted, they could start their attack. However, in truth, unless it was some special situation, Gu Immortals rarely attacked Blessed Lands, because it was really not worth it. Not only was immortal essence precious and hard to accumulate, there was also the danger of the Blessed Land self-destructing. In the case where the land spirit could not defend and chose to destroy the Blessed Land, the winds of assimilation would blow over and destroy everything, causing the attackers to have no gains. When Gu Immortals attacked Blessed Lands, they would often gain nothing and instead suffer heavy losses. Unless it was a matter of deep hatred, nobody would agree to do such a transaction that only created loss. Seeing that Lei Tan was keeping quiet, He Feng Yang continued, that Feng Yuan ascended to the peak and got the inheritance, immediately commanding the land spirit to close the Blessed Land. Feng Yuan and Feng Zheng looks almost the same. The Gu Immortals of the other 9 sects realized this and subconsciously thought this was our Immortal Crane sect's hidden move and questioned me one after another. At that time, I thought that if I were to say the truth, the Hu Immortal inheritance's belonging would be undecided once again, as the 10 sects would still compete and fight over it. Thus, I acknowledged it, and even if we had to pay such a price for it, we have eliminated the other 9 great sects from the competition. Like this, we can secretly strategize about Hu Immortal Blessed Land without worrying about other forces. He Feng Yang explained the whole story. Lei Tan snorted and asked, there is a big problem in this plan. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is on Tianti Mountain and is also closed now. Without attacking and creating a loophole, how can we enter? He Feng Yang laughed. It seems he already predicted this. How could I not have any plans? Blessed Lands face calamities and tribulations. Hu Immortal died during the 5th earthly calamity. I have already calculated the time. Hu Immortal Blessed Land will face the 6th earthly calamity in a year and 3 months' time. Feng Yuan is only immortal. How could he know how to resist the earthly calamity? Even with the help of the land spirit, without a sect's support, the Blessed Land will suffer heavy damage at that time and a loophole will appear. Lei Tan scoffed, even if there is a loophole, do you dare to attack? Didn't you say just before that Hu Immortal inheritance is on Tianti Mountain? He Feng Yang instantly replied, forcefully attacking is a terrible move and we will only use it if all else fails. That Feng Yuan is only immortal, as long as a loophole appears and we use some plans and schemes, is there a worry of failing to capture him? Once the earth calamity passes, he will definitely start worrying and thirst for external help. I have already planned it. First we use Feng Zheng and use the kinship to move and persuade him into cooperating for some transactions. As we make more transactions, his guard against us will naturally loosen, and using logic to persuade him, we might just convince him to join Immortal Crane sect. If he keeps on being stubborn, we can use some secret methods. Slavery Gu is one good method. There aren't many ways to deal with the land spirit, but there are plenty of ways to deal with immortal like him. If we can obtain fixed immortal travel goo like this, then it is no doubt the perfect outcome. The elders present felt a rush of excitement at the mention of fixed immortal travel goo. Many began to whisper and discuss with each other. The outcome He Fengying portrayed was truly beautiful. Most importantly, his plan had a chance of success. Lei Tan could feel the change in the atmosphere as he sat down in anger. "You speak nice words. Let's hope it goes our way," Supreme Third Elder mumbled. Besides special goo like Dream Wings goo that needs to be activated using the soul, most of the other immortal goo need immortal essence to activate, and this fixed immortal travel goo is not an exception. This Feng Yuan has fixed immortal travel goo, and with the help of Land Spirit to use the blessed land's immortal essence, he can escape any time he wishes. We need to be very careful to deal with him. Furthermore, there is one point to note. He is but a mortal, yet he possesses an immortal goo. He should have a rather deep background. He Fengying nodded. Junior has already thought of this point. Back then, when I claimed Feng Yuan was our sect's disciple, I checked the reactions of the other 9 sects. It seems that not one of the central continent's 9 sects are behind him. I am guessing, since Feng Yuan came from southern border, he is very likely to have a super clan of southern border behind him. But be it Wu clan, Shang clan, Tai clan, Yi clan or other super clans, they are all situated far at southern border and cannot help him here. If they were to enter central continent, their battle strength would be suppressed. Our immortal Crane sect is one of the 10 great sects of central continent. We have a huge chance of winning against them. All the elders nodded at these words and started another round of soft discussions. Indeed, a mighty dragon cannot suppress the local snake. Central continent is our immortal Crane sect's territory. If they were to make a move, even if their battle prowess was not suppressed, our immortal Crane sect is still stronger than any supergroups of the 4 other regions by a mile. Third Elder's furrowed brows relaxed. There is one doubt remaining. To use fixed immortal travel goo, the user needs to have a vivid memory and clear understanding of the terrain he teleports to. Feng Yuan is only immortal from the faraway southern border. How could he know the scenery in Hu Immortal Blessed Land? And how could his timing be so precise? Could it be Hu Immortal had once set an inheritance in southern border? Or it could be one of the tricks of Tianti Mountain's demonic path goo immortals? He Fengying bowed. Junior is also not clear about this. This matter is strange. Originally, there was only a clue about the Blood Sea inheritance. At that time, one of our sect disciples defected and fled to southern border. A few years ago, I sent Lord Sky Crane to southern border to clean up and trash and bring back the inheritance. But Lord Sky Crane failed, and instead it was Feng Yuan who obtained the inheritance, gaining Blood Skull goo. This kid is very ruthless and sinister, unexpectedly killing all his clansmen on the spot, and used Blood Skull goo to raise his aptitude. Lord Sky Crane was unresigned and brought back Feng Zheng for future plans to retrieve the goo. He Fengying naturally had never have expected nobody to so outrageously disrupt his plan back then, causing such a huge problem for him. This was a weird feeling. It was as if person was walking on the road, when suddenly a small ant jumped on their nose and started scratching it. Where did this ant come from? Such guts! The person could just crush it with their finger, but because of the peculiar situation, they were not able to catch the ant and could only let this ant feel triumphant for the time being. Not this Blood Sea inheritance again. Hearing He Fengying narrate the whole story, the elders present frowned, their heart turned irritated. Blood Sea inheritance came from a big shot of the demonic path, Blood Sea ancestor. He killed people like Cutting Grass, and his infamy had gone down in history. With the might of a rank 7 goo immortal, he had unexpectedly set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance sites that spread over central continent, southern border, northern plains, western desert and eastern sea. Before his death, he had laughed and proclaimed, "Blood Path is not lonely. My mark will remain for all eternity." Now, just like he proclaimed, countless mortals had benefited. Blood Sea inheritance was already proclaimed as the most popular inheritance with the greatest number in the world. There was no competition. Countless righteous path figures were getting headaches because of it. Didn't that Zhu Tu, who is only a butcher, become a famous demonic cultivator after obtaining Blood Sea inheritance. Years ago, Myriad Dragon Doc's Song Zixing obtained one of the true Blood Sea inheritances and defected his sect, causing great humiliation to our 10 great sects. Now, he is already a rank 7 Gu immortal with the title Blood Dragon. To kill this defector and wipe away their humiliation, Myriad Dragon Doc dispatched 8 Gu immortals, 5 rank 6 and 3 rank 7. The result was he killed 4 of them, crippled 3 of them and beat 1 into retreating. It is said that Blood Sea has 9 true inheritances. They are Blood Skull Gu, Blood Handprint Gu, Blood Chi Gu, Blood Sweat Gu, Mensa's Blood Gu, Blood Shadow Gu, Blood Battle Gu, as well as the ancient desolate beast Violent Blood Dragon Bat, and finally, the rank 6 immortal Gu Blood Deity. He was truly someone who achieved great success in Blood Path. Speaking of which, 4 true inheritances of the Blood Sea ancestor had already shown up. One is Blood Skull Gu, which is with Feng Yuan. Another is Blood Handprint Gu, which is with Southern Border's current Shang Clan leader. Violent Blood Dragon Bat is with Songzi Crossing. It is said that Shang Clan leader has already obtained the second Blood Sea inheritance. That is only an unconfirmed rumor. There is no evidence to conclude it. The elders whispered to one another. Alright. There is no need to talk about Blood Sea true inheritance. It is like searching for a needle in a haystack. All kinds of rumors are increasing day by day. My ears are already getting callous from hearing them. Supreme Grand Elder waved his hand and immediately put a stop to the discussion. He turned his gaze towards He Fengying. Elder He Fengying, since you brought up this method, then you shall be in charge of it. If you are able to seize the blessed land and establish your merit, the sect will not be stingy in rewarding you. Junior understands. He Fengying accepted the order with a smile. Seeing He Fengying gain such a lucrative task, Lei Tan felt stifled, but since it was Supreme Grand Elder who said so, he could only hide his hatred inside. However, Supreme Grand Elder added, since you are in charge of it, then Elder Fengying, you should hand over your one's own Wei Gu, right? In Feng Jiayuji's demand, he had asked for an immortal Gu. You are the person in charge of this matter, so you should be the one to settle this. Lei Tan was immediately joyous. He Fengying could only accept the order with a bitter smile. Chapter 408, Feng Yuan regains consciousness. Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes. All he saw before him was a blur pink color. As his vision gradually returned, he saw a thin silk curtain. A light wind blew, the chimes rang. The light pink curtain slowly swayed, making it feel like a dream or illusion. Feng Yuan slowly got up from his bed. This round bed was extremely large, 40 to 50 people could fit on it. A silk blanket that was red on the bottom with golden rims was covering his body. Feng Yuan looked around and found himself in a large bedroom. There was a stove beside the bed, burning some incense. There was a fragrance that arouses people's feelings in the air. This room was made with golden brick walls. Silver bricks were used on the ground. Beside the bed, the corners of the room, tables and chairs, dressing table, all of them had large amounts of pearls, agate, diamonds and all sorts of precious gems. The room was grand and elegant, luxurious and glorious. The affluence of the previous owner was emanating in the room. This was Hu Immortal's Dang Hun Palace. It is a gentle home. Feng Yuan commented lightly, getting down from his bed. His body shook uncontrollably, as his brain was still dizzy. Feng Yuan did not find it strange, instead he understood clearly. This was because he had forced himself too much back on Sancha Mountain. Bei Ningbing's betrayal, the pressure from the two factions, and he even had to scheme against the land spirit. First refining second aperture, then refine the fixed immortal travel Gu in the torrential light stream. The entire process was accompanied by the mental pressure of taking a risky gamble. To Feng Yuan, be it his body or mind, they had reached their limits. When he used the fixed immortal travel Gu to arrive at Danghun Mountain, Feng Jinhuang and Feng Zheng were at their limits, but so was he. Compared to them, Feng Yuan's mental pressure was greater. Spring-autumn cicada could no longer be used, and he had snatched the Hu Immortal inheritance right in front of the 10 sex Gu Immortals. He was trying to pull the teeth out of a tiger, like playing with fire. It was an extremely dangerous move. Fang Yuan was the first to ascend the mountain, and the land spirit chased the other competitors away. After Fang Yuan officially became the Blessed Land's owner, he ordered the land spirit to close the entire Blessed Land. After instructing the land spirit with a few key points, Fang Yuan relaxed at a safe area, falling asleep instantly. "Just how long did I sleep?" Fang Yuan shook his head. He still felt extremely tired. There was a sense of weakness coming from his soul. At the same time, his ears were buzzing, as his brain could not think as quickly as normal. It was difficult to process questions in his head. "Oh no, I injured my soul." Fang Yuan's heart sank, sensing his condition was not looking good. The main reason was because of the immortal goo refinement. Were immortal goo so easily to refine? Many goo immortals would suffer a backlash when making a mistake while attempting to do so, injured at best, death at worst. Fang Yuan used a mortal's body to refine an immortal goo. The main reason was because the recipe was good, originating from Renzu's tales. Secondly, the materials used were appropriate. Focused on the divine travel goo. Looking from another angle, it was simply converting divine travel goo into fixed immortal travel goo. It was not like in Fang Yuan's previous life, where he used a large number of mortal goo to refine the immortal goo spring autumn cicada. Turning from mortal to immortal, the difficulty was 100-fold. Even so, the foundation of my soul was too weak and got injured. But thankfully, this is Dang Hun Mountain. Thinking so, Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn, as he said lightly, "Where is the land spirit?" Swoosh! Hu immortal land spirit appeared before him. "Master, you are finally awake." Hu immortal lowered her head. Her face was red as she looked at her feet, speaking in a meek tone. She had the appearance of a 5 to 6-year-old girl. She was cute and young, with a colorful dress, and a snow-white foxtail behind her, swaying to express her unease. "Master, when you were sleeping, I acted on my own accord and healed the injury on your left arm. I wanted to bring you clothes, but what we have here are not your size." Hu immortal land spirit reported. The clothes she mentioned was Hu immortal's clothing. They were women's clothing. Of course Fang Yuan could not fit in them. Fang Yuan frowned. "Clothing is not important. How long have I slept?" "During this period, did any strong enemies attack the Blessed Land?" Hu immortal's eyes were large and shining, blinking. "Master, during the 7 days you were asleep, nobody attacked." "Oh?" Fang Yuan's eyes shone. He did not know that immortal crane Sexy Feng Yang defended him, blocking the assault of the other 9 sects. But he understood somewhat why no goo immortals attacked the Blessed Land. Hu immortal Blessed Land was not like the 3 Kings' Blessed Land on Sancha Mountain. This Blessed Land was still very young. It had a land spirit and ample immortal essence storage, and even Dang Hun Mountain as the core protection of the Blessed Land. These 3 elements made Hu immortal Blessed Land as secure as a fortress. Most goo immortals had no way to force their way in. How hard was it to attack this Blessed Land? Fang Yuan knew most clearly. 500 years into his past life, he allied with almost 10 demonic goo immortals, invading this place. Eventually, he had a narrow victory. Only he and Song Zong were left. Song Zong was the son of Song Zixing, a rising star of the demonic path. He has not been born yet. Back then, I was already a senior of the demonic path. Song Zong inherited his father's inheritance, gaining great strength, and was able to fight with me for tens of rounds without a winner emerging, causing him to rise to fame from that battle. Thinking of his past life, being used as a stepping stone for this junior Song Zong, Fang Yuan snickered continuously. "Everything's changed now. I'll find a chance to kill Song Zixing. Hee. Let's see how you'll come into this world." Song Zixing had one part of the Blood Sea inheritance. It was the ancient desolate beast Violent Blood Dragon Bat. This dragon bat is not a goo worm. It can be captured and taken away. With the Violent Blood Dragon Bat, I will gain an endless number of blood bats. Manipulating blood bats was one of my greatest skill in my previous life. Of course, that is a plan for the future. Now, I have to rely on this Blessed Land to cultivate quickly, getting back to my goo immortal stage. Thinking so, Fang Yuan thought of an important question. "Land spirit, How long more till the next earthly calamity? Master, I was about to inform you if you did not ask me. Right now, the blessed land has already endured 5 earthly calamities. The 6th is a year and 3 months away. Hu Immortal's voice was filled with anxiety and worry. What, a year and 3 months? Fang Yuan jumped up from his bed, unable to sit any longer, his face turning grim. Everything exists in balance, heaven is impartial. Strength comes with weakness, blessing comes with calamities. Blessed lands have calamities and tribulations, an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. Not mentioning the heavenly tribulation but just the earthly calamity, once it occurs, the might is overwhelming, often causing great disasters. If the blessed land cannot endure it, they will face destruction. Fang Yuan had a blessed land in his previous life. He was extremely clear of the danger of his current situation. To a blessed land, every earthly calamity is a strict test. Earthly calamities get stronger than the one before. Hu Immortal died in the 5th, and Fang Yuan was about to face the even stronger 6th calamity. There are only a year and 3 months left to the earthly calamity. Why was it not mentioned in Feng Jinhuang's biography? That's right, she is a disciple of Spirit Affinity House. Her parents are both Hu Immortals. With their help, it is not hard to block the earthly calamity. But to me, this is a grave situation. The 6th calamity is coming too quickly. Even with Fang Yuan's experience, he would not have time to make ample preparations. Other than that, he still had to guard against external enemies. Under everyone's watchful eye, I snatched Hu Immortal blessed land. Although the 10 sects have not made a move, they are surely waiting to pounce on me. I understand now, the 10 sects are waiting for the earthly calamity, and want to make use of it. Once the earthly calamity descends, the land spirit will have to face it with everything she had. She would not have time to take care of this. Master Fang Yuan was still rank 4 upper stage. He was easy to target. Once he dies, the blessed land would be ownerless, and the land spirit will have to find a new master. If the earthly calamity causes a huge loophole, Gu masters outside would be able to enter at will. If the 10 sects find trouble, then it would add on to his problems, and the situation would certainly turn deadly. Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Because his soul was injured, it caused his head to hurt. He rearranged his scattered thoughts, and breathed out deeply, deciding, I'll take a look at the situation, make the best preparations for this earthly calamity. If I fail, I will give up the blessed land and order it to self-destruct, not giving the righteous path any resources for free, then escape using fixed immortal travel Gu. Although the blessed land was good, how could it compare to his safety? With such a thought, Fang Yuan called the land spirit to bring him outside. He needed to know more about the blessed land now. Yes. Land spirit nodded obediently, but hesitantly added, Master, you do not like clothes? Actually, wearing nice clothing would make one feel more energized, and you will feel happier too. Fang Yuan. The dresses in Danghun Palace was not for Fang Yuan to wear, but he had stored some spare clothing inside the Tuzita flower. After changing into a black robe, Fang Yuan followed the land spirit, going up on the stairs and reaching the mountain peak. Danghun Montaigne's winds were very strong, but land spirit waved her hand, and it turned into a soothing breeze. Master, this blessed land has 4,000 square kilometers of land. The flow of time is 5 times. The 4,000 square kilometers of land is mostly grassland. The grass is made up of blue degree grass, water chestnut grass, and 6 divine grass primarily. There are also 7 treasure flowers and milk tea flowers, etc. The land spirit introduced as she drew a virtual image, floating in the air for Fang Yuan to see. In the image, there was a classic grassland, with all sorts of colors, like a grass carpet right before him. The blue and poisonous blue degree grass, the chestnut-shaped water chestnut grass, 6 divine grass which looked like 6 thin leaves with the feeling of jade, and also the 7-colored 7th treasure flower, the cup-shaped milk tea flower filled with nectar that were like milk tea. With these 7 as the main, there were also a lot of weed and wildflowers. Fang Yuan looked as he nodded. Do not look down on these grass and flowers. They are cultivation resources. These 7 types of grass and flowers were goo refinement ingredients. Some of the flowers and grass even has wild goo worms. With 4,000 square kilometers worth of land, compared to Earth, that was 1.5 Hong Kong added together. How many goo would there be in total? These wild goo worms were extremely easy to catch. With just a command from Feng Yuan, the land spirit would be able to capture them intact and hand it over to Feng Yuan. Chapter 409, Managing the Blessed Land. Feng Yuan asked, "Then how many goo are there in the blessed land now?" The Hu immortal land spirit raised her head by a bit. At present, there are over 860,000 rank 1 goo, with about 52 types of them. Over 130,000 rank 2 goo, with 48 types. 5,000 rank 3 goo, with 12 types. Only over 60 rank 4 goo, with 8 types. And only 1 rank 5 goo, fox skin goo. After Hu Immortal died, her obsession did not disappear and combined with this land's heavenly power to form into an unusual existence known as the land spirit. In some way, it could be said to be a continuation of her life. Thus, the land spirit was the representative of this blessed land and was clear about everything in the blessed land. As Feng Yuan had become the master of the blessed land now, everything in the blessed land was his. Over 860,000 rank 1 goo, 130,000 rank 2 goo, these two combined meant nearly 1,000,000 goo worms. Feng Yuan recalled the time in King Mao Mountain, those days where he had to scheme and fight for 2 to 3 rank 1 and rank 2 goo. A blessed land could only be created by a goo immortal. It was the foundation of their wealth, a heavenly estate. Just this Hu immortal blessed land alone could supply for a super clan. There would not be any problem to put 5 or 6 small mid-sized clans like Gu Yu clan here. As for the goo worms in the blessed land, their quantity sharply decreased at rank 3. Rank 4 goo worms did not reach 100 and there was only 1 rank 5 goo. This situation was also natural. It was the same with goo masters. Rank 1 and rank 2 goo masters were extremely common. Rank 3 were already rare, rank 4 were even fewer, and only 1 or 2 rank 5 goo masters might appear among 1,000,000 people. This was a pyramid distribution. The quantity reduces the higher you go, and the ones who occupied the top were extremely few in numbers. This blessed land is still young and with appropriate managing, the quantity of the goo worms will still increase. Reaching 10 million rank 1 and 2 goo will not be difficult. But whether I can raise them properly or not, it depends on the types and quantity of the rank 4 and rank 5 goo. Feng Yuan calculated. Mortal goo masters would usually only raise 5 or 6 goo, while goo immortals could raise 1,000,000 or even 10 million goo worms. The difference between the two is as far as the clouds were from the mud. These goo being raised in Hu immortal blessed land could only be considered passable. On one hand, the numbers were little, being only about 1,000,000. On another hand, the goo were not elites. From the introduction Feng Yuan got, they were all ordinary goo. If they were changed to goo like liquor worm or breath concealment goo, their value would be much higher. Even the rank 5 fox skin goo was an extremely common defensive goo. It was effective against wind and water path goo worms, but was difficult to use in complex battlefield. Feng Yuan did not even take a look at it. The thing that really moved him was the time in the blessed land. Time flowed 5 times faster in Hu immortal blessed land. That is to say, 1 day in the outside world would mean 5 days here. This meant Feng Yuan's cultivation speed would be 5 times faster in the blessed land. He could cultivate for a year and 3 months here when only 3 months would have passed in the outside world. With this, Feng Yuan's cultivation speed would surpass most goo masters and he would have greater initiative for his future plans. Naturally, there was a huge disadvantage to this. Feng Yuan's lifespan was only about 100 years, thus with this, he would age 5 times faster as well. The land spirit continued with the introduction. At present, there are about 1,000 groups of fox living here: red fox, golden fox, cloud fox, wind fox, autumn fox, flowing light fox, and so on. The 3 largest groups of foxes each has about 800,000 foxes. Altogether, There are about 4,700,000 foxes. Fang Yuan quietly listened to it and nodded his head. 3 groups of myriad foxes meant 3 myriad beast kings. The development of the beasts in the Blessed Land had still not reached a level of creating a beast emperor. The classification of beasts was simple, from low to high. They were 100 beast king, 1,000 beast king, myriad beast king and beast emperor. For example, Ba Huang and Ying Ming of 3 Kings' Inheritance were 2 beast emperors with battle strength that could match rank 5 Gu masters. They were able to temporarily obstruct Mo Wutian and Zhao Ming's advance. There are a lot of fox groups, but unfortunately they are all common foxes and not mutated beasts. Fang Yuan inwardly evaluated. Ordinary beasts' worth naturally could not compare with mutated beasts. Examples would be comparing boar and thunder boar, green bull and Kunlun bull, wild dog and lion mastiff. Above the mutated beasts were desolate beasts. Above desolate beasts were ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Song Zixing's violent blood dragon bat was an ancient desolate beast, one of the 9 true inheritances of ancestor blood sea. Immemorial desolate beasts were recorded in the legends of Renzu. An example would be the 9-tailed fox. Raising a 9-tailed fox in Hu immortal blessed land is but a dream. Even raising an ancient desolate beast is impossible. If it is ordinary desolate beasts like hurricane fox or phoenix wings fox, raising 1 or 2 of them could be feasible, but it would greatly depend on luck. Fang Yuan continued to consider. Since he had obtained Hu immortal blessed land, his plans after rebirth had reached a whole new level, thus he had to revise and modify them. At this time, Jia clan's internal strife should have already stirred like a wildfire and he would not be able to participate in it. He also could not participate in the great battle of Yitian Mountain. Fang Yuan intended to make full use of this Hu immortal blessed land and cultivate to the realm of Gu immortal. This meant that he not only had to resist the continuous earthly calamities but also had to manage the blessed land. Currently, the Gu worms were barely passable and the foxes might be ordinary, but they had the potential to grow. Actually, there were a lot more fox groups in the blessed land, at least 3 times more than the present. But the second earthly calamity caused a meteor fire rain that smashed the blessed land's east area into ruins, burning hundreds of thousands of foxes to death. The dark flames of that time have not been extinguished even now. The fourth earthly calamity was a huge flood that submerged most of the grassland of the Blessed Land's northern area, killing many more foxes. Thus, there are only this many remaining at present. The land spirit pursed her pink lips, her eyes revealing fear and panic as she talked about the earth calamity. At the same time, she waved her small hand and smoke flew to the air, showing the scenes of the eastern and northern parts of the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan could see, the eastern part was a scene of ruin with dust and smoke pervading the whole place. There were meteoric craters all over the place, and black flames were burning around the craters. The flames burned without emitting the least bit of sound, but this manifested an even more terrifying aura. And the northern part was a scene of vast clear water. Dark clouds rumbled in the air and rain fell endlessly. The surging water emitted bleak and gloomy sound. There were bits of grass and destroyed flowers, along with fox corpses floating on the water. These are the dark flame meteor and clouded white sea calamities. Seeing such a bleak scene, Fang Yuan could not help feeling gloomy. The might of an earthly calamity was extremely strong. Moreover, there were countless types of calamity, and were simply impossible to plan against. Every 10 years, the earthly calamity would pose a destructive threat towards the Blessed Land, who Immortal defended for 5 times before losing her life, and the devastation the previous earthly calamities left were still there and had not been cured. This was a really bad news to Fang Yuan, who Immortal Blessed Land has an area of 4,000 square kilometers, but northern and eastern areas were gone, causing the loss of over 1,300 square kilometers of area. Such loss was truly disastrous. I must settle these 2 problems. Apart from anything else, a lot of immortal essence will be used in order to suppress the burning black flames and the spreading flood. Fang Yuan mumbled in a soft voice. However, following immediately, Hu Immortal Land Spirit mentioned an even worse news. Master, The biggest trouble is here. Look, this is what was left from the fifth earthly calamity." She waved her hand and the image changed to show a different scene. Fang Yuan saw a scene of scorched black prairie, and a human figure formed from blue lightning was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Its physique was not big and looked quite alluring, however it was formed purely from lightning. The glorious blue light let out an extremely terrifying might. Human-shaped lightning, this is the earth calamity, blue charm lightning shadow. Fang Yuan drew in a cold breath. This human-shaped lightning was one of the earth calamities. It was extremely strong and could match a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan looked at this scene and immediately realized the killer that killed Hu Immortal was probably this blue charm lightning shadow. Hu Immortal was an enslavement path Gu master who controlled fox groups. Enslavement path was strong but also weak, and could very easily be subdued by beheading the leader tactics. Although there were many fox groups, they could not obstruct blue charm lightning shadow. In the end, Hu Immortal had to fight the lightning figure in close combat and lost her life. Damn it, how could there be this lightning shadow in this blessed land? Fang Yuan's expression turned extremely unsightly. He had ways to slowly settle the previous two troubles. However, this human-shaped lightning was already beyond his current ability. Master, you need to be careful when you roam around later. This human-shaped lightning strolls randomly around the blessed land. Only Danghun Mountain, it dares not approach. The land spirit's pink and delicate face was bathed in the image of the blue lightning, her voice slightly shaky. This lightning is an earth calamity but is also a type of living thing. Since it is a living thing, it has a soul and thus if it approaches Danghun Mountain, its soul will receive shockwaves until it turns to ashes. Fang Yuan had already settled his mind now. Maybe I can use Danghun Mountain to settle this lightning shadow? But how can I lure it? Fang Yuan's thoughts took a turn. However, the next instant the buzzing noise echoed in his ears again. He shook his head and did not continue thinking. Are there any other bad news? Tell them all at once. He gave a bitter smile and asked the land spirit. The situation was much worse than what he imagined. Hu Immortal blessed land was in imminent crisis. Whether it was the internal worries or external aggression, they were both very grave. As for Feng Jinhuang, with Hu Immortal parents and also the help of Spirit Affinity House, she naturally did not need to worry about these things. But Fang Yuan was just a lone force. Naturally, there were benefits that only a lone force could have. In the biography of Feng Jinhuang, it was recorded Feng Jinhuang had to offer a large amount of resources to her sect after obtaining the blessed land. The land spirit shook her small head. She had already reported the worst situations, remaining were all good news. First of all, in the southern area of the blessed land lived a tribe of Rockman. Rockman was a type of variant humans who lived underground and ate ore as food. This news was an unexpected surprise to Fang Yuan. Secondly, there was abundant immortal essence in Hu Immortal blessed land. The land spirit brought Fang Yuan to the palace in Danghun Mountain. In the deepest parts of the palace was an enormous golden bowl which was filled with green immortal essence. Besides the green liquid in the bowl, most of the immortal essence had automatically congealed into a ball. At first glance, it looked like a grape. This was something only rank 6 Gu immortals had. Green grape immortal essence. Each green grape immortal essence pearl contained immortal essence that was much more than the immortal essence in the Three Kings blessed land. With this immortal essence, there is still quite a bit of hope. Fang Yuan finally breathed in relief. Chapter 410 Danghun Mountain's Gutstone. Fang Yuan counted. The golden bowl had 78 pieces of green grape immortal essence. Adding in the layer of blue-green immortal liquid essence at the bottom of the bowl, it amounted to 78 pieces and a half. There was ample immortal essence, 100 times that of the Three Kings blessed land. Fang Yuan took out one bead of green grape immortal essence, holding it in his hand, willing and summoning Fixed Immortal Travel Goo. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo was like jade, a meticulously crafted butterfly. It was brilliant and elegant, flying over smoothly. Fang Yuan's face paled as his body shook, cold sweat emerging on his body as his vision turned dark. If he was not holding on to the golden railing at the side, he would have fallen. Master, Be careful. Your soul injury was severe. Do not summon an immortal goo so carelessly, otherwise you would fall into another coma. Little Hu Immortal shouted, her tone anxious and her expression concerned. No worry, I know. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, waving his hand as he spread his palm for Fixed Immortal Travel Goo to land. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo sensed the green grape immortal essence's aura and fluttered its wings, gliding in the air and landing in Fang Yuan's palm. Next, it laid down on the green grape immortal essence and slowly consumed it. Fixed Immortal Travel's name contained an immortal word that was not for show. Its food was immortal essence. A moment later, one green grape immortal essence was expended. Goo Masters refine Goo, use Goo, and nurture Goo. After Fang Yuan succeeded in its refinement, he had not fed the Fixed Immortal Travel Goo yet. He slept for 7 days and 7 nights. The Fixed Immortal Travel Goo was starving and its lustrous wings had dimmed. This was Fang Yuan's first feeding session for it. After Fixed Immortal Travel Goo had its fill, it spread its wings and flew in the air. The bright green light appeared again, like dust particles in the air. Every time it flapped its wings, it would be a beautiful light show. The unique aura of an immortal goo continued to radiate. Immortal goo are expensive to feed. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo consumes an entire piece of immortal essence every time. But after this, I would not need to feed it for 6 years. The higher the rank of the goo worm, the heavier the cost to feed it, but the interval between each feeding session would increase greatly as well. Rank 1 and 2 goo worms needed to be fed every few days. Rank 4 were fed one a few months. Rank 5 were fed every 1 or 2 years, and each time they ate, it would be extremely expensive. After feeding Fixed Immortal Travel Goo, Fang Yuan left it alone to roam Danghun Palace, as long as it did not leave Danghun Mountain and get killed by that lightning shadow. At this moment, Fang Yuan's aperture was still rank 4 upper stage. It could not contain a perfectly healthy immortal goo. The reason he could keep Spring Autumn Cicada was because it was too weak. Other than that, it was also his vital goo. Problems are classified into important and trivial. After understanding his situation, Fang Yuan confirmed that he was safe for the time being. After settling Fixed Immortal Travel Goo's matter, he had to fix his soul's injury next. Let's go, Little Hu Immortal, go find the Gutstones with me. Yes. Land Spirit answered quickly, Master, you should have done this long ago. Come with me. Little Hu Immortal brought Fang Yuan to Danghun Mountain. The two moved on the uneven mountain rocks. Fang Yuan's body was swaying, causing the land spirit to feel worried. Master, shall I teleport you over? Teleport for what? We have to save immortal essence. Fang Yuan stared with wide eyes. Little Hu Immortal stuck out her tongue, frightened by Fang Yuan's words, thinking, this master is so domineering. Even if he is injured, he is still so scary. Master, there is a Gutstone here. After walking for a while, Land Spirit stopped and pointed at a rock below her feet, shouting. This stone was like a person's gallstone. It grew on the mountain rocks, having mixed colors. If one did not look properly, they would think it was an ordinary stone. Fang Yuan quickly walked over, squatting down and smashing this Gutstone with his hand. Once the stone shattered, a goo flew out and turned into a gray-airy light, entering Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan felt his brain turning clear. A new type of strength had entered his soul, and the buzzing in his ears had lessened. Danghun Mountain could shook souls. It was the death grounds of all living beings. It was only because of the land spirit's suppression that Fang Yuan could move around with ease. But Danghun Mountain was not a simple death ground. The souls of living beings break into pieces on the mountain, scattering and fusing with the mountain. As time passes, Gutstones are formed, and in some Gutstones, Gutsku are found. It could strengthen a person's soul. This is like how the resting place of a poisonous snake has the herbs to create an antidote. All living beings compete, and the world is fair. Where there is life, there is death. Danghun Mountain might look like an absolute death ground, but a chance of survival was hidden in it. But this Gutsku can only exist for an instant. After that, it would either disperse or be broken down by Danghun Mountain again. Although the land spirit can suppress the mountain, the Gutstones cannot be moved. They can only be used on the spot. Thus, Feng Yuan had to go there himself and walk around Danghan Mountain. After being rejuvenated by this Gutsku, Feng Yuan was like a thirsty traveler in the desert getting a mouthful of fresh water. He continued on his way, and with this land spirit acting as a dutiful guide, they found another dozen gutstones, smashing them open one by one. Thus, Feng Yuan gained another 8 gutsku to replenish his soul. Not only did his injuries heal completely, it even improved compared to before. Ha ha ha, with this Danghan Mountain, I have a mountain of gutstones. As long as I continue to consume gutsku, one day, the foundation of my soul will reach a stage where no one has ever gotten to. Standing at the mountain waste, Feng Yuan became spirited as he laughed loudly. Hu Immortal was a lucky person. Because of an opportunity, she managed to obtain Danghan Mountain, like she won lottery, and moved it into her blessed land. But she was an extremely unlucky person, dying during the 5th earthly calamity. If it was not for the blue charm lightning shadow, she would eventually become the strongest enslavement path expert. Unfortunately, Hu Immortal only had Danghan Mountain, but did not manage to use it for herself. But fortunately, this Danghan Mountain is mine now. The most valuable part of Hu Immortal blessed land was this Danghan Mountain. Of course, the soul could not be strengthened endlessly with gutsku. Once the soul was not concentrated enough, using large numbers of gutsku would cause it to overinflate and trigger a certain death disaster. But Feng Yuan had his 500 years of experience, all his ups and downs after rebirth, constantly struggling at death's door. His soul was already tempered like steel, keeping calm at the face of death, a heart of ice at impending doom. To Feng Yuan, a few hundred gutsku was no problem at all. There were a lot of benefits and implications in having a strong soul foundation. Be it refining gu or enslaving beasts, it would make it much easier. Other than these, once the soul becomes stronger, Feng Yuan would not have to worry about killer moves like Mo Wutian's purple eyes. Danghan Mountain is a forbidden ground, first appearing in Legends of Renzu. Legend says that verdant great sun flew towards the sky, and ended plunging to his death. Renzu, as his father, was extremely upset after receiving the news, finding Wisdom Gu for an explanation. It was Wisdom Gu who taught verdant great sun to drink, causing the series of events thereafter. Wisdom Gu quickly said, Renzu, oh Renzu, don't find trouble with me. Although your son died, it is not impossible to revive him, as long as you enter the door of life and death, and lead him towards the road of life. Walking under the sunlight, he would be revived. Renzu was shocked, before becoming overjoyed, and then extremely furious. He grabbed Wisdom Gu and questioned, Wisdom Gu, oh Wisdom Gu, do you still think I am that ignorant boy from before? The door of life and death is a dangerous place. Once I enter I will never be able to leave. After harming my son, you want to kill me too? Wisdom Gu quickly said, other living beings do not know the secret of the door of life and death, thus they cannot leave. But I can teach you all of these secrets. You are a living person. To enter the door of life and death, you have to enter from the road of death. This road is extraordinary. It was the road left behind by Destiny Gu when it left Fairness Gu. The road left behind was called Path of Destiny. There are many suffering Gu inside the Path of Life. You have to enter from the road of death, and you need to own courage Gu. That way, you will not fear the torture of suffering. When you enter the door of life and death, and see Fairness Gu, you are already dead. But at the same time, you will see your eldest son, verdant great son's soul. You will bring him away, and go out from another road, the road of life. Road of life was the path treaded on by Destiny Gu when it visited Fairness Gu. It is also called the Path of Destiny. But during this path, you will meet 3 obstacles. One is Danghan Mountain, another is called Luopo Valley, and lastly the Reverse Flow River. To climb past Danghan Mountain, you have to smash the gutstones on it, and obtain Guts Gu's help. To get past Luopo Valley, you need to find Faith Gu to help. To get through the Reverse Flow River, you have to move forward continuously, not stopping for even a second during the process. Renzu heard Wisdom Gu's words and let it go. He quickly found Faith Gu. Ever since he became blind, Faith Gu's light was the only light he could see. "Oh Renzu, I can feel your determination in getting back your eldest son. I am willing to help you, but I urge you not to give up on this goal, because when you give up, I will leave you for good," Faith Gu said with concern. Renzu found Courage Gu next. Courage Gu and Hope Gu were good companions. Renzu had Hope Gu, and thus saw Courage Gu occasionally. He had a decent relationship with it. After getting Courage Gu's help, Renzu came to the door of life and death. Entering the road of death. The road of death was pure darkness. The large number of suffering Gu were like yellow fireflies, swarming towards Renzu. At this time, Courage Gu shone brightly, chasing away the suffering Gu for Renzu. Courage was needed to face death. Renzu succeeded in going down. His body turned whiter as it turned hollow, gradually turning into a ghost. He could see again. When he got to the end of the road, amidst the calm darkness, he saw Fairness Gu. He was extremely shocked by Fairness Gu's huge body, exclaiming, "You are Fairness Gu? Why is your body so huge? A mountain is a speck of dust compared to you. The sea is like a droplet compared to you." Fairness Gu's voice was grand. "Life and death are the greatest fairness in this world. When I am inside the door of life and death, my body will become enormous. Oh Renzu, you are here for your son, right? Feel free to go. He is right there." Chapter 411, Great Future Plans. Renzu was overjoyed upon seeing his son and ran towards him. Verdant Great Sun had turned into a white ghost and was lying beside a lake, scooping out the water with a bowl and drinking it. The water was like wine with its fragrance pervading the area. Verdant Great Sun drank it with utmost satisfaction. "My son, don't drink anymore. Come, let's go back." Renzu walked towards Verdant Great Sun and shouted, "Esteemed father, how did you come here? This is great, let's drink together." Verdant Great Sun opened his hazy eyes and looked at Renzu. Renzu seized the wine bowl from him and said with exasperation, "Don't drink anymore. You only know how to drink wine. Everyone knows there is a bewitching lake in the land of the dead, and its water is the bewitching soup. When ghosts drink it, they become muddle-headed and lose the desire to leave." Verdant Great Sun, however, refuted, "Father, you are wrong. This is not the bewitching soup, it is the soul-calming wine. It can calm down your soul and remove all the impurities. Your soul will no longer be restless and you will experience utmost tranquility in your heart. This is one of the best quality wines in this world. I don't care what wine it is, you have to follow me back." Renzu pulled Verdant Great Sun's hand, but found Verdant Great Sun was as heavy as a mountain and could not be budged. Verdant Great Sun shook his head. "Some people, upon death, will be as heavy as a mountain. Some people, upon death, will be light as a feather." "Father, I had reputation Gu in my life and died after bathing in the light of glory. When I arrived here, my body had become heavier than a mountain. I cannot even walk a single step and can only lie down here." "What?" Renzu immediately felt gloomy and anxiously shouted, "I told you before, a tall tree attracts the wind. Reputation is not always a good thing. Throw away the reputation Gu." Verdant Great Sun shook his head and sighed, "We were not born with fame and fortune, we also cannot take them with us after death. After I died, reputation Gu left me. It is fixed immortal travel Gu that has accompanied me." Fixed immortal travel Gu could bring Verdant Great Sun's soul out of the door of life and death or even bring him to any place in the outside world. However, Verdant Great Sun could only truly resurrect after walking through the path of life. "What do we do now?" Renzu realized he had been played by Wisdom Gu. Although he had arrived at the deepest part of the door of life and death, a death domain that had endless darkness, and has also found Verdant Great Sun, he discovered he could not bring back his son. At this moment, Fairness Gu spoke, "Oh Renzu, do you still not understand? There are only two paths in door of life and death. Both appeared because of destiny Gu. Life and death is determined by destiny. All living beings live and thus die. This is the cycle that allows the universe to continue existing. Your eldest son Verdant Great Sun died. This is destiny and you should accept it. Moreover, he is living a good life here. Obsession Death Domain is the world's most tranquil place. He is drinking the world's supreme quality wine and is free from all the worries of the outside world. Do you know how blissful this is? Renzu stood there and looked at his flesh and blood for a while before heaving a deep sigh. He knew he could not bring back his son's soul, at least it was like that for now. He bid farewell to the Fairness Gu and also his son, and left the Obsession Death Domain. He stepped on another path this time. It was the path of life which went from darkness to light. However, Renzu soon realized walking this path was countless times more difficult than when he walked in through the path of death. There were many more suffering Gu on path of life than path of death. When Renzu had walked through the path of death, his journey became smoother along the way and the suffering Gu lesser the further he walked. But as he walked through the path of life, there was not only more suffering Gu, but every step he took would cause much more suffering Gu to fly over and obstruct him. Courage Gu could not resist them any longer. Renzu, there are too many suffering Gu and they will continue to increase. There is peace in death, but life has endless suffering. Go to Danghun Mountain quickly and break some gut stones. If you want to survive, just relying on courage won't be enough. You need guts too. Renzu hurried forward to Danghun Mountain and picked the Guts Gu while enduring the tremors in his soul. With Guts Gu's help, his soul strengthened greatly, and although he still suffered the tremors, it was not of much worry. He passed through Danghun Mountain and arrived at Luopo Valley. Luopo Valley was a maze with winding and twisted paths. Occasionally, there were a large area of bewilderment fog which could cause the soul to loosen, and occasionally, a Luopo wind would blow through and cut apart the soul. Renzu had fallen into the lowest part of my life and could not distinguish the directions. Because his soul was strengthened by Guts Gu, it was loosening in the bewilderment fog at a slower speed. The loosened soul was cut apart by the Luopo wind. Renzu almost completely lost his way, but fortunately at this time, Faith Gu flew out and shone upon his path. Renzu was able to walk out of the Luopo Valley with only the essence of his soul remaining. He let out a huge breath of relief and could feel he was close to success. He walked to the reverse-flowing river. This was the final barrier in the path of life. It was extremely difficult to move against the stream. Endless suffering pushed upon him, causing him to make very slow progress. However, he forcibly persevered and walked towards the light. Almost there. He looked at the success that was just ahead of him. Only one final step remained. He let out a breath of turbid air and relaxed. Forgetting the warning of the Wisdom Gu, he stopped. This brief pause caused Renzu to be washed away by the river. Life was not easy. It was like a boat moving against the flow of the river. If you do not continue moving forward, you will be pushed back. Renzu was washed away by the river into the depths of Luopo Valley. He was so tired he could not budge a bit and was trapped in the Luopo Valley. Fang Yuan broke the final guts stone and groaned in satisfaction. Right now, he felt very comfortable. The heavy injuries in his soul were already completely recovered and moreover, his soul had even strengthened by 5 times. A feeling of power burst out from the depths of his heart. This feeling did not come from the strengthening of his physical body but from the vigor of his spirits. Fang Yuan had a feeling he could do anything easily, whether it was analyzing problems or doing multiple tasks. Unfortunately, there are only over 100 gutstones on Danghun Mountain and not all of them contained Guts Gu. Fang Yuan felt some regret. When Hu Immortal obtained Danghun Mountain, it had already changed hands several times and was completed looted. Hu Immortal moved it to the Blessed Land and managed it for decades. Almost every year, she would send large amounts of foxes to their deaths at Danghun Mountain, using their soul to irrigate the mountain and create gutstones. However, these gutstones were almost all used by the Hu Immortal. After she died, these over 100 gutstones had slowly grown over close to 8 years and now were completely used by Fang Yuan. According to the Hu Immortal Land Spirit's description, close to 10,000 foxes needed to be sacrificed to grow a guts stone. The stronger the beast kings that died, the more gutstones would be produced. Fang Yuan could not adopt this method. When the Blessed Land was at its prime, it was inevitable and alright for Hu Immortal to do so. However, The blessed land was very weak now and the fox groups had decreased by a large amount. Killing these fox groups was not sensible for long-term prospects. With his soul injuries recovered, Feng Yuan started quietly thinking his future plans without relaxing the slightest bit. Obtaining the Hu Immortal Blessed Land was no doubt a huge help to his plans, but at the same time also greatly affected his plans. Now, with Danghun Mountain in my possession, my soul's foundation can continue to strengthen. And from my previous life, I have experience and insight in controlling the blood bats. Such enormous advantage should be used. Walking the enslavement path is an obvious choice now. However, there is also a disadvantage in enslavement path in that the enslavement path Gu masters can be easily assaulted and beheaded. So I cannot relax in my strength path cultivation as well. With this, Feng Yuan was going to walk on both strength and enslavement paths, organizing and feeding 2 sets of Gu worms. If it was before, it would be difficult for Feng Yuan to do this. But now, with Hu Immortal Blessed Land, it would be no problem. The perfect outcome is to refine second aperture Gu. With second aperture, I could divide the sets of enslavement and strength path into different apertures without disturbing each other. At the same time, there would be enough primeval essence to control the 2 sets of Gu worms. At that time, with a wave of his hand, a huge army of beasts and insects would cover the sky and earth, creating a river of blood in a blink of an eye, creating destruction and mayhem. If there was any foolish person who tried to use the tactic of beheading the leader, then Feng Yuan's strength path cultivation would make them realize how cruel reality was and why flowers were red. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan took out the second aperture Gu from his aperture. This Gu was like a peanut shell, shining with golden light. The patterns on its surface were scarlet veins of blood. This was the embryo form of the second aperture Gu, formed from combining false Gu and lifespan Gu. It could survive for 40 years. There are enough immortal essence to truly refine the second aperture Gu. 2/3 watch Gu can also be easily obtained, but I still require divine travel Gu. Feng Yuan pondered. Immortal Gu were unique. Only one immortal Gu of the same type could exist in the world. Divine Travel Gu was already transformed into fixed Immortal Travel Gu and no longer existed now. This allowed a new Divine Travel Gu to appear in the world. Moreover, there was an extraordinary advantage of Divine Travel Gu. It could be easily obtained. It was not like the other Immortal Gu that were so hard to capture. The legends of Ranzu had written it clearly. As long as one drank the 4 top quality wines of the world, Divine Travel Gu could condense into being in their body. Apart from the wine brewed by the wild beasts and those that were naturally formed, humans' brewing techniques had flourished continually, and now the amount of top quality wines were much more than the ancient times. Searching for the 4 top quality wines might be somewhat troublesome, but could be done by spending some time. Feng Yuan had the blessed land and the assistance of the little Hu Immortal Land Spirit, but the main problem did not lie here. Because Divine Travel Gu could be easily obtained, others could also easily take advantage of it. In case someone else obtained Divine Travel Gu, no matter how much top quality wines Feng Yuan drank, he would not obtain the Divine Travel Gu. Southern Borders clan possess a top-quality wines Yuangsi. Eastern Sea's rank 7 Gu Immortal Zhu is Yanwing has created a sea of wine, concealing countless wines, and holds a wine reception every year. Northern Plains Imperial Court has the Long Life wine. These great forces or maybe other Gu Immortals as well could be in possession of 1 or 2 top-quality wine. Their chances of obtaining Divine Travel Gu is much greater than mine. With this calculation, Feng Yuan not only had to resist the earthly calamity and manage the blessed land, he also had to quickly gather the 4 top-quality wine and refine second aperture Gu. However, these are not all. The crucial point lies in Spring-Autumn Cicada. Time is flowing 5 times faster here. Spring-Autumn Cicada's recovery speed will also become extremely quick. Being able to rebirth 3 times is already an extremely good luck. I cannot gamble on luck the 4th time. Before Spring-Autumn Cicada recovers, I need to have success at first attempt Gu, immediate success Gu, smooth success Gu or any of the others. Fang Yuan did not have enough strength before. Now, he had the blessed land and abundant resources. He could try to get these goo already. Chapter 412, I like your fear, who immortal blessed land, Southern District. Yan Yong, wake up quickly. Stop sleeping. You've slept for 3 years already. A voice woke Yan Yong up from his sleep. A lump of gray stones with a mossy surface started to vibrate, as the tremors intensified, causing the dust to disperse. From the large oval stone, 4 limbs and a head appeared like the blossoming of a flower. Next, a gray rockman stood up. Yan Yong woke up from his sleep. Grandpa. Yan Yong opened his eyes, looking at the rockman who woke him up. It was his 800-year-old grandpa, the leader of the Huashi tribe. Grandpa, why did you wake me up? I want to sleep for another 2 to 3 years. Yan Yong sighed, begrudging. Rockmen love to sleep. When they sleep, they curled into a ball, forming a large oval stone. Each sleeping session lasts 7 to 8 years. Stop sleeping, my grandson. You are already 180 years old. Your father died earlier, and I cannot live much longer. In a few decades, you will be our Huashi tribe's new tribe leader. Rockmen have a long lifespan, generally 1,000 years to live. Ordinary humans could barely live for 100 years, but Yan Yong was 180, and had just reached adulthood. Grandpa, I do not want to be tribe leader. After becoming leader, I will not have time to sleep casually anymore. Yan Yong pouted, but saw his grandpa staring angrily, and chose to shut up. Huashi tribe leader chided, why haven't you grown up? You slept for so many years in vain. Quickly pack up, and clean the moss off you, pull off all the weed that had grown on you. Bring the offerings with you and go with grandpa to the ground. We have to meet the immortal. We cannot be disrespectful. It is time to pay offerings to the immortal again? But I remember there is still a year left. Yan Yong said as he plucked the weed off him. After sleeping for so many years, his armpits, his groin, and back all had lots of weed, especially the black thread grass in his groin area. They were hard as steel and curly. Every time he plucked one, Yan Yong felt great pain. Sigh. There is a problem this time. The immortal changed. This immortal came not too long ago. He is calling for us. Old clan leader sighed and said with worry, new male immortal? I hope he is easier to speak to than that female immortal. Maybe we can discuss with him. After all, we have to contribute so much offerings every 10 years. It is taxing. The other tribe leaders and I also have this thought. On a large altar made of green rocks, Fang Yuan wore his black robe as his long black hair was let down, sitting at the main seat staring at the people below with his deep dark pupils. There were tens of rockmen kneeling below. Among them, 8 were rockmen leaders, 2 gray rockmen, 3 granite rockmen, 1 iron rockman, 1 green rockman, and 1 white rockman. At the same time, there were offerings, large amounts of ore containing gold, silver, bronze, iron, as well as other gems and jewels, goo worms etc. All sorts of metallic elements would grow on the rockmen's bodies as time passed. Fang Yuan looked at these offerings, understanding at once why Danghun Palace was built so luxuriously. If these were brought to Earth, they would be a huge asset, but here, their greatest use was to become goo refinement materials. Who immortal using these things as decoration was only her womanly love for beauty. If she could choose to exchange them for primeval stones, she would trade away all these gems and jewels without a second thought. Among the offerings, the most valuable were goo worms. But these goo were mostly rank 1 rock skin goo, rank 2 monolith goo. There was only 1 rank 3 goo, stone aperture goo. Fang Yuan had once used this goo. Back then spring-autumn cicadas' pressure on the aperture could not be relieved, thus when he was desperate, he used it. The rockmen were skilled at digging, they lived deep underground. Their food was dirt, and sometimes when they dig underground, they would discover goo worms. What did you say? You want to reduce the offerings? Fang Yuan's eyes squinted as he stood up, slowly walking down the stairs, coming towards the rockmen leaders. The rockmen were tall and huge, even when they kneeled on the ground, their shoulders were still higher than Fang Yuan's head. Esteemed Lord Immortal, Our Rockman tribes have contributed so much offerings during these 30 years. During these years, the earth rumbled, the north area had floods, the east area had fires. Life is difficult. These things that we managed to acquire are getting harder and harder to find. Immortal, please have mercy, and forgive our inability. Reduce the offering amount by a bit. The oldest Rockman tribe leader begged. That's right, Lord Immortal, please reduce the offerings. These years, we have been decreasing in numbers. Immortal, please understand. We will never forget your kindness. The other Rockman leaders started saying, reduce the offerings. He. Of course you can. In fact, I can exempt you all from these offerings. Fang Yuan smiled kindly and warmly. The Rockman's expression were joyous. But I have a condition. Next, Fang Yuan said, I need you all to dig a river, from the north, transport the water towards the east, to stop the fire from spreading. What? Hearing this, the Rockmen were shocked. Quickly, they reacted, shouting loudly, Esteemed Lord Immortal, you cannot do this. Digging a river from scratch, this is a huge project. We Rockmen need sleep. Without sufficient sleep, we will die. And there is a great fire and huge amounts of water. You ask us to go dig a river, but isn't that asking us to go die? At once, everyone flew into a rage. Many young Rockmen were kneeling at one corner, but hearing this, they rushed over, staring at Fang Yuan vigilantly. Master, who Immortal Land Spirit beside Fang Yuan saw this and she felt slightly worried. The Rockmen had a stubborn nature, they had foolhardiness, emphasizing their pride and would not accede to demands. When they are rash, they would even attack demon venerables or immortal venerables, regardless of who the other party is. Who Immortal was only to contain these Rockmen because at the start, she had spent a lot of effort and gave them a lot of benefits. Master, these Rockmen do not reason with people. Asking them to offer these things was already their limit. Little Who Immortal sent her thoughts to Fang Yuan secretly, reminding him. Limit? Fang Yuan scoffed, his mouth opening as he showed his bright white teeth, laughing ruthlessly. You Rockmen are too insolent. You dare to bargain with me? HMPH. The place you are living at is mine. The dirt you eat is mine. The spirit spring beside your tribe is also mine. You live here. You are my slave. I want to dig a new river. That is not a request, and not a transaction. It is an order. The Rockmen heard this and they all stood up, looking furious. Immortal, you don't know what's good for you. You dare to look down on us Rockmen. Back then when we relocated here, it was because of a female immortal. But the environment here is getting worse. Who would want to stay here anymore? You want us to dig a river? That is asking us to die. Do you think we Rockmen are fools? We Rockmen are born from heaven and earth. We will not be your slaves. Let's go. Relocate. I've had enough of this shitty place. The Rockmen leaders shouted, falling out with Fang Yuan at once. The followers they brought, the young Rockmen all came forward, clenching their fists as they stared at Fang Yuan with a dangerous look. You want to leave? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan threw his head back and laughed, like he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Next, he stopped laughing, looking at these Rockmen coldly. His tone was chilly. Where do you think this is? Come and go as you please? The old rules are no more. From today onwards, I am the greatest ruler. My words are heaven's will. You will abide by my rules, even if you don't want to. Ah! Many young Rockmen clenched their fists and howled. Immortal, you are trying to step over my tribe's baseline. Immortal, you might be strong, but we are not afraid. We Rockmen will never lower our heads to brute force. We are natural warriors. We fear no death. Only love can make us dig out our hearts. Only warmth can make us lower our backs. Roar. Fang Yuan pushed with his hand and a golden dragon flew out. The golden dragon roared, killing the Rockman that was screaming the loudest. Ah, he killed the Granite Rockman's old tribe leader. Old tribe leader is dead. We have to get revenge. Even an immortal has to die under our tribe's fury. Granite old tribe leader's death was like the trigger, causing the Rockman's anger to erupt. The Rockman attacked Fang Yuan in waves, every step made a dent in the ground, as they gave off an impressive aura. Dozens of Rockmen attacked together, giving off the disposition of a grand army of 10,000. From their bodies, Numerous lights shone. There were also goo worms inhibiting these rockmen's bodies. They were activated through their will. But a moment later, these lights vanished. Little Hu Immortal struck, sealing all the goo worms. Fang Yuan snickered as he began his slaughter. The rockmen were not afraid of death, but their strength was inferior to Fang Yuan. They were all broken down into shards, dying a pathetic death. But these rock fragments gathered like magnets, forming new rockmen. Kill, resist the tyranny, take revenge for father. We are born from heaven and earth, we die due to heaven and earth, thus we have no fear. Tiny rockmen charged over, and were all slaughtered by Fang Yuan. But these rock fragments gathered into even smaller rockmen. The number of these rockmen continued to shrink, but after they were formed, they charged towards Fang Yuan and shouted things like exacting revenge for their grandpa, father, etc. This was the way the rockmen reproduced. It was a male-only race. After the old rockman dies, the soul and rocks they split into will form new rockmen, and inherit a portion of the old rockman's memories, or some important experiences. In some cases, old rockmen sleep too much and their soul foundation accumulates to a degree. They would split out a portion of their bodies to form new tiny rockmen. After Fang Yuan killed the third wave of rockmen, the world was finally silent once more. Only one rockman remained, lying on the ground, shivering. What is your name? Fang Yuan slowly walked towards him. My name is Yan Yong. The young rockman stammered. Do you know why I left only you alive? Fang Yuan stood on Yan Yong's head. No, I do not know, because you are terrified, because I like your fear and horror towards me. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Chapter 413, A Show. 3 days later, a seriously injured Yan Yong returned to his tribe and woke up all the hibernating rockmen. A male immortal is here, he is a demon, he wanted to enslave all of us. Not only this, he also wanted to take away the beautiful men of our rockman tribe, to become his plaything. We rockmen are born of nature, free and unfettered. How could we bow our backs to such lecherous authority? We resisted at the spot. The immortal was too strong, but we rockmen were not afraid of sacrificing and fought him without fearing death. Finally, we injured him and beat him into retreat. The other tribesmen were all sacrificed and only I was able to return. I am dying, but that immortal is still alive. Before he ran away, he said he will lead his fox army and annihilate all our rockman tribes. Yan Yong weakly lamented, announcing a frightening information to his tribesmen. The rockmen were shocked and afraid, grieving and also furious. Some declared war, some wanted revenge, some mentioned migrating and some wanted to discuss. They had become lost their bearings without a leader, whether it was the inheritor or the old tribe leader. They had all died at Fang Yuan's hands. There were altogether 8 tribes of rockmen and they had fallen into chaos now. Some rockmen wanted to get the concrete details from Yan Yong, but Yan Yong's injuries were too severe, and after informing them of this grievous news, he lost consciousness. While they were still in the midst of discussing, just like Yan Yong said, waves after waves of fox groups started attacking rockman tribes. The rockmen resisted with all their strength, but there were way too many fox groups. The situation was gradually turning grave. The 8 tribes had no choice but to ally and retreat underground to defend themselves. However, the fox groups did not let them go and repeatedly attacked the underground. The fox groups paid a disastrous price every time they attacked, but they still came endlessly. The rockmen cursed Fang Yuan. Their hatred towards him were like an inferno that could not be extinguished. The situation became worse day by day and despair spread in the hearts of the rockmen. However, right at this time, Yan Yong woke up. Rockmen could recuperate from their injuries through sleep. His injuries had healed for the most part. He immediately led the rockmen and made beautiful counterattacks. We rockmen are a courageous group with no fear of death. Even the immortal cannot humiliate us, Yan Yong announced to everyone and raised their morale. Don't think the immortal is strong. He is only a paper tiger and can only send these fox groups to their death. He is already injured. At the same time, He proclaimed the injuries of the immortal and gave hope to the Rockman. The despairing Rockman tightly grabbed onto this hope like it was a straw that could save them as they were drowning. Yan Yong changed the subject and talked about the old tribe leaders. He was injured by the combined efforts of the old tribe leaders. The sacrifice of the old tribe leaders is our greatest grief, especially the old White Rock tribe leader. His life ended as he was in my arms. Before he died he entrusted the whole tribe to me. I looked as his soul dispersed, and felt ashamed. Why wasn't it me who died, but him? He beat his chest as he said this, appearing to be extremely sad. Immediately, some Rockman persuaded, Lord Yan Yong, don't grieve. It is already very amazing you were able to survive and bring us the warning, even leading us towards victory. That's right. We Iron Rockmen all admire you. Since the old tribe leader entrusted the tribe to you, then please lead us White Rockmen. What Rockmen liked was to sleep soundly and were not too obsessed with authority, especially at this juncture of life and death where they were living in anxiety. The Rockmen hoped for a strong and brave Rockman to lead them. Thereupon, Yan Yong first inherited his tribe's tribe leader position and then White Rock tribe. Over a month later, he got hold of the remaining tribes one after another, becoming the joint leader of the 8 Rockman tribes. Another half a month passed, he led the Rockmen and drove out the Fox groups, protecting his tribes. This is not enough. As long as the immortal doesn't die, we have no future. The Fox groups will regroup and attack our home again. We can only attack that immortal mountain and completely kill the immortal for a beautiful and peaceful life. Yan Yong immediately mentioned attacking Danghun Mountain. Some Rockmen, however, seemed to hesitate. We have just suffered such a bitter battle, we just want to sleep now. Our Rockman population has decreased greatly. We don't have the strength to attack that demonic stronghold. We have large numbers of offsprings born from this bitter battle. We need to raise them properly till they become adults. Yan Yong could only shift the topic to the old White Rock tribe leader. My tribesmen, will I bring you to your deaths? Attacking the immortal mountain was not my idea. It was a secret the old White Rock tribe leader told me before his death. He said this immortal mountain is the legendary Danghun Mountain. Danghun Mountain has gut stones. If our Rockmen can obtain these gut stones, it can increase our strength and make our tribe stronger. The old White Rock tribe leader was the oldest and the most experienced Rockman. He was widely known by the Rockman as the Sage. With his last words along with Yan Yong's clear might, the Rockmen were agitated and formed an expedition to attack Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan had intentionally arranged some fox groups around Danghun Mountain, forming a weak defensive line. Yan Yong continually boosted the Rockmen's morale. See, there is not much left of the demonic immortals Fox army. We are already close to victory. The Rockman sang of victory and triumph along the way, charging toward Danghun Mountain with uplifted morale. At Danghun Mountain, Fang Yuan appeared with a group of foxes and fought a great battle with the Rockman. Fang Yuan showed terrifying strength and killed many Rockmen, causing all the Rockmen to be terrified. But at this moment, Yan Yong stood up and pointed to Fang Yuan's injuries and his paper tiger immortal essence, and fought a decisive battle with him. The fox groups were eliminated, as Fang Yuan was defeated, forced to escape from Yan Yong's assault. Wait till I come back after gathering immortal essence from the water and fire. That moment will be your end. Before retreating, Fang Yuan shouted loudly with a malevolent expression. Rockmen had rough physique and their movements were slow. And not being familiar with Danghun Mountain's terrain, they could only let Fang Yuan escape. The Rockmen worshipped Yan Yong for beating back the immortal and cheered victoriously. My tribesmen, now is not the time to cheer. Yan Yong stood up. We can't stay on Danghun Mountain for long. This is a demonic land. The old White Rock tribe leader had told me, every year only during these few days, we Rockmen can enter this place safely. We need to hurry and collect the gutstones here. 3 days later, we need to leave this place. Their bodies were made of solid rock. There was a burden on their soul to hold up such a strong and firm body. If the Rockmen moved too excessively, it could harm their soul. Thus, Rockmen would spend 80% of their whole life sleeping and nurturing their soul. When the foundation of their soul was thick enough, it would leak out. This overflowing part of the soul would fall on a rock and form a new life. Rockman tribes reproduce like this. After the Rockmen obtain the gut stones, the Gutsku could strengthen and expand their soul, causing the soul to overflow and form little Rockmen. 3 days later, inside the mountain, in Danghun Palace, Yan Yong kneeled on the ground and reported with reverence and fear as he lowered his head and bowed, reporting to the immortal. With these 3 days of soul strengthening, our Rockman tribes have increased by 6,000 little Rockmen, including us old tribesmen. The whole population has increased to 3 times the population before the battle. Fang Yuan was sitting grandly on the fluffy bed and looked down at Yan Yong. Good. With this, your Rockmen have enough manpower to start the river construction. Next, you remember what to do, right? Or do you need me to tell you again? Yan Yong promptly replied, Supreme Immortal, I did not dare to forget your words and have engraved them in my mind. Good. Fang Yuan nodded indifferently. I will give you 3 months of time to dig a great river that cuts across the eastern and northern areas. Ah, 3 months? Yan Yong was stupefied. Mighty Immortal, us Rockmen need sleep to nurture our souls. If we move excessively, we will tire ourselves to death. The great river is so long, and with only 3 months of time, we would have not be able to have any rest. If we work like this, our Rockman tribes will probably die out. He, you won't die completely. I have already calculated, there will be over 200 Rockmen remaining. Fang Yuan laughed. Yan Yong felt a chill in his body. There were 10,000 Rockmen now, but there would only be over 200 after the project. How terrifying of a sacrifice was this? 3 months later, I want to see a great river. If I don't see it, I will tell the truth to your tribesmen before I kill you. Now roll away. Fang Yuan's tone was cold and unfeeling. Yan Yong's body trembled all over hearing this demonic threat. He had a very deep fear towards Fang Yuan and did not dare to retort. His body curled up into a ball and surprising, he really rolled away. Master, we paid a huge price back then to bring in these Rockmen. The little Hu immortal land spirit tactfully persuaded, she could not endure seeing such a huge amount of Rockmen dying like this. Don't worry. The Rockman has still a great use to me. And isn't it easy to increase their population? Fang Yuan leaned on a chair with his eyes squinting as he took out a burial soul toad from his aperture. Burial soul toad was a rank 4 goo used to store things. It was one of the goo worms left by the Hu immortal. It was palm-sized big and was gray color. There were small warts all over its back and its large eyes flashed with weird and gloomy green light. It could only store souls and its belly would inflate as it sucked in the souls. Fang Yuan used this to collect the souls of the Rockmen who died in the battle with the fox groups. Now, this soul burial toad's belly was deflated. The souls that were inside it before were placed on Danghun Mountain by Fang Yuan to breed new gutstones. Fang Yuan used a part of the gutstones to make his soul 6 times stronger than that of a normal person, and the remaining gutstones were given to the Rockman tribes. The Rockman had no idea, the strengthening of their souls was all due to the death of their companions. Chapter 414, Conscience of Those in Power. Yan Yong got out of Danghun Palace. After getting through some twisted and dark tunnels, he arrived on Danghun Mountain. After seeing the crystal pink mountain, Yan Yong blew out a breath of turbid air. His fear and pressure had decreased greatly after leaving Fang Yuan. After moving on the mountain for a while, he was finally discovered by his tribe mates. Oh, our great and honorable leader, our hero, you are here. Some Rockmen cheered. Please let me kiss your foot, to express my adoration of you. A few Rockmen kneeled on the ground. Big hero, your courage is greater than heaven, your guts is thicker than the earth. Some tiny Rockmen formed into groups and shouted loudly. Yan Yong laughed. No one knew how bitter he felt. The cheers he heard were extremely joyous. There were many tribesmen around him, gathering together, but he felt extremely lonely at this point. He looked at these tribesmen, these smiling Rockmen, They were all going to die 3 months later, dying of exhaustion after digging the river. But what could he do? From what the other rockmen saw, Danghun Mountain's victory was glorious. It was worth celebrating, but only he knew. This was only a game manipulated in the dark by the immortal. The cruel and chilling truth made him understand clearly that the sacrifice of those rockmen, and this difficult victory, it was so laughably pathetic, they were powerless. He led his tribesmen and gained more victories, but at the same time his fear towards Fang Yuan grew. That immortal, he is a demon. His heart is harder and colder than us rockmen, his strength is greater than the weight of the mountains. I am so weak, what can I do? Resistance means death. I admit my cowardice, I am really afraid of dying. I have not slept enough. I am only 180 years old. The moment Yan Yong thought about Fang Yuan's appearance, his heart was filled with terror. His lingering bit of conscience was torturing him. He knew he was about to send his tribesmen to death personally. He was being grilled by his conscience. Every praise from his tribesmen was like a whip, causing his heart to be full of pain and scars. Our esteemed, beloved tribe leader, you are finally back. Everyone's waiting. The rockman gave way to Yan Yong, as he walked unobstructed towards higher ground. My tribesmen, these 3 days, our tribe has grown by many times. Our conquest has gotten you glorious results. But such victory is insufficient. Are you all willing to continue following me, towards a brighter future? Yan Yong looked down at his tribesmen and shouted loudly. The rockmen used the loudest cheer they could muster to express their 120% support towards Yan Yong. Yan Yong nodded. He had expected such an outcome. Among the rockmen, there were no outliers or knowledgeable old rockmen. During the few intense battles, they had gloriously sacrificed themselves. The remaining rockmen were all newborn. They had a simple mind. As for the remaining old rockmen, they were all hardcore supporters of Yan Yong, his loyal worshippers. Yan Yong patiently waited for the cheers to stop before continuing. These 3 days, I had been considering, how do we deal with the escaped immortal? Immortals have immortal essence, thus they are able to control the Fox army, and have terrifying strength. He must have retreated to the lake at the north area, or hid in east area's fire pit. We cannot allow him to recover. Tribe leader is right. Tribe leader is too smart. We cannot allow that evil immortal to recover his immortal essence. When that accursed demon recovers his strength, he will definitely find trouble with us rockmen. But what do we do now? The lake and fire pit are both dangerous areas. Even us rockmen cannot last long there, and these 2 areas are so wide. Who knows where the immortal escaped to? Everyone was speaking as the scene turned noisy. Yan Yong interrupted everyone's discussions, shouting, "That's why I thought of the only solution. We will use soil to fill the fire pit and lake. That way, the immortal will be unable to recover his immortal essence." Oh God, that is an insane idea. At once, some rockmen shouted, "My great tribe leader, the lake is so wide, it causes people to stare in amazement. The fire pit has a fatal temperature. How can we use soil to fill it? That is impossible." An old rockman immediately argued. Yan Yong stared at this old rockman deeply, remembering him to heart. This rockman dared to question him. It showed that his idolization was not deep enough, thus he shall get the heaviest and toughest job later, working to death. At this time, another old rockman said, "We cannot do this forcefully. I have a solution. Maybe we can dig out a river and direct the lake water to the fire pit, using water to neutralize fire. That will be easier." Yan Yong's killing intent rose even more. This old rockman was very intelligent. He was a bigger threat than the old rockman who rebuked him. He immediately decided in his heart, he was going to send this old rockman to a defense mission. He shall be killed by the Fox army. This threat has to be eliminated. Yan Yong praised this old man plainly, shouting, "That is exactly my idea. We have to dig a river and direct the water over to end the fire. The immortal will have no place to recover immortal essence." Actually, Whitestone old tribe leader taught me before dying. He said that the water at the north and the fire at the east were all done by that evil male immortal. That is the source of his power. Just like how we rockmen eat soil. So Whitestone old tribe leader predicted this. Whitestone Old Tribe Leader. As expected of our philosopher, Whitestone Old Tribe Leader was already 998 years old. Of course he knew a lot. All the Rockmen nodded, expressing their agreement with Whitestone Old Tribe Leader, but also felt deep pity and anguish towards his death. Rockmen sleep for a long time, they have little interaction with each other. This sense of distance and mystery caused the deceased Whitestone Old Tribe Leader's knowledge to feel extremely profound. Using a phrase from Earth, if Whitestone Old Tribe Leader could hear this in the afterlife, he might jump out of his coffin in anger. But unfortunately, he was completely killed by Feng Yuan. His soul was not spared. Broken down on Danghun Mountain by Feng Yuan, the essence landed on the mountain, forming a gutstone. Whether this gutstone was smashed by a rockman, or Feng Yuan himself, that would be an eternal mystery. After discussing, the rockmen agreed that Yan Yang should be the leader, overseeing the digging to connect the water and fire. Feng Yuan hid in the background, looking at this scene secretly. After seeing the finalized plan, he ordered Little Hu Immortal. The land spirit released a trace of Danghun Mountain's power, and the rockmen felt their soul tremble. They got very dizzy. Many young rockmen fainted on the spot. Oh no, let's hurry and get out. Danghun Mountain is going to attack, Yan Yang said, as he left his tribesmen away from Danghun Mountain. They did not return to their original home, but instead got to the north and east area in a grand fashion. In Danghun Mountain, Feng Yuan looked expressionlessly at these leaving rockmen using the smoke cloud. Master, have you heard of the story of the rockmen? Little Hu Immortal's tail was swaying as she spoke meekly. Feng Yuan laughed lightly. You want to urge me to use soft tactics with the rockmen? Master is so smart. Little Hu Immortal's large eyes were shining. Hey, it seems you are not too familiar with this. Often, the power of fear and hatred surpasses gratitude greatly. Back then, when Feng Yuan found out that there was a group of rockmen, he was overjoyed. The rockmen lived underground. They ate soil as food and were skilled at digging. A large ground of rockmen could even build an underground city deep in the ground. Rockmen could excavate resources for the blessed land's owner. They were excellent slaves. Many Gu Immortals want to buy rockmen and move them into their own blessed land. For Hu Immortal blessed land, because of Danghun Mountain, and provided it had enough souls, just one rockman can use the gutstones to breed into a large clan. Feng Yuan could use this to mass-produce rockmen and engage in slave trade with other Gu Immortals. Back then, Hu Immortal brought all these rockmen in with the same intentions. It was true, rockmen only succumbed to soft tactics. Most of the rockmen were stubborn and tough, warrior not afraid to die. Thus, many Gu Immortals have to use kindness and benefits to slowly use these rockmen and maximize their worth. Hu Immortal used such a method, but Feng Yuan did not adopt this. It was too gentle. He wanted to squeeze them dry, to gain the most benefits. This world's competition is so cruel. Not only did man compete with each other, they also had to deal with disasters and calamities. Who knows how many heroes had fallen to floods. So what if you're a Gu Immortal? If you did not arm yourself and make use of every resource you had to strengthen yourself, Hu Immortal's demise would be the best example. A demonic path member has to make the best of his time, considering even the small bit of benefit, taking whatever he can and make himself stronger. Anyone in power has to understand rules, laws, friendship and morals. These are all tools to squeeze out benefits. Leniency and conscience, cruelty and hatred, they are all the same. Feng Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. After wasting so much time with the rockman, there were only 7 months left to the 6th calamity. The lake at the north, fire pit at the east, they were all scars left by previous calamities, weak spots of the blessed land. When earthly calamities occur, they would be the weakest link. A team is only as strong as its weakest player. The weight a chain can hold up depends on the most fragile section. So what if I am hated, detested, and scolded by countless people? If this world was so simple such that hatred, loathe, and curses work, why would I still need strength? The most important thing was digging the river as soon as possible, to help the blessed land recover as much as it could. It did not matter how many Rockmen died in the process. Since Tang Hun Mountain was here, he just had to capture a few souls and there would be an uncountable number of Rockmen produced. Chapter 415, For Tomorrow. Rumble rumble. Explosions went off one after another, as dust and smoke rose into the air. This was the site of the river digging project. The Rockmen ate soil as food. Many of the goo worms on the Rockmen's bodies can be used. Lord Tribe Leader, we cannot continue like this. Yesterday, 3 tribesmen died from exhaustion. They had a pitiful death, not even leaving behind a single offspring. An elderly Rockman kneeled before Yan Yong as he cried. Once a Rockman dies of exhaustion, their soul will dissipate, they will die for real. There will not be any young Rockman formed from their remaining soul. Yan Yong slammed his chest, howling, "Why would I not know? Why would I not know? Heroes have sacrificed for our tribe again, for the bright future of our tribe, for a beautiful tomorrow. They contributed their lives. But precisely so, we cannot slow down. Since the start of the excavation, we have faced many attacks from the Fox army. The size of the Fox group is getting larger. Evidently that accursed male immortal is regaining his immortal essence. We have to continue and work hard, digging the river so that he loses his source of power." Old Rockman was stunned. "But tribe leader, you are a good Rockman, you think for our tribe. I understand that. These heroes will not die in vain. Look there, I have already made heroic gravestones for them. Their children and descendants will remember them, and feel gratitude for the sacrifices made." Yan Yong pointed at the gravestones erected. There was a large number of them. The old Rockman looked at the gravestones, sighing. Once the death of the Rockman appeared, the new tribe leader Yan Yong immediately ordered people to build these gravestones. The low morale was immediately raised. Although every day, countless Rockmen die of exhaustion, they were still in high spirits. "They are dead, what is the use of these gravestones?" The old Rockman was one of the few left who understood the situation. He felt deeply worried. "O leader," he bitterly urged, "us Rockmen have to reproduce as well. These Rockmen who die of exhaustion will not even have their souls left. They cannot leave behind descendants." Yan Yong's expression remained unchanged, not saying a word. A young Rockman beside him started grumbling. "You old man, are you afraid of dying?" Old Rockman immediately retorted, "Young man, how can you say that?" "Yes, I am old, but I am a Rockman. How can a Rockman be afraid of dying?" "Since you are not afraid to die, why are you talking so much?" "That's right. We are making contributions to the tribe." "What's the matter?" "We are making a small sacrifice for the bigger good." Beside Yan Yong, a group of young Rockmen started arguing. "Old senior, if you feel tired, take a rest first." "It is not a problem. My time is limited, I have to go to the other areas to inspect the progress." Yan Yong patted this old Rockman's shoulder as he walked away, continuing on his inspection. A group of young Rockmen followed behind Yan Yong, talking among themselves, expressing their disdain for that old Rockman. Being despised by these juniors, the old Rockman felt very depressed. Smoke was coming out of his ears. He wanted to rebuke them loudly, but he saw all the gravestones near the construction area, with all sorts of words carved on them. "We have to do this at all cost. As long as we are united, within 3 days, we will complete the river. The bigger our courage, the more we can achieve. To build a beautiful future for our Rockman tribe." Long live tribe leader Yan Yong. For the bright future of the Rockman, we contribute our lives. We contribute our youth. The crazed atmosphere engulfed the Rockmen's hearts. Even those Rockmen who died from exhaustion showed a smile before they died. Old Rockman wanted to speak, but his mouth opened many times and did not manage to say a word. He kneeled on the spot in a daze for a long while, until suddenly, he lifted his fist and slammed the ground heavily. Bam! It was a heavy sound. The old Rockman stood up slowly, silently moving his aged body towards the construction ground. Yan Yong rushed to the next site. The river channel was already starting to form. Large numbers of adult Rockmen were digging in the channel. Beside them, the physically weaker young Rockmen formed into patrolling groups. Some were inspecting the river digging, some were carving slogans, some were making heroic gravestones. These young Rockmen were called Rock Guards. formed by Yan Yong personally. Reporting to tribe leader. 6 young rockmen went to Yan Yong and reported the results of these few days of labor. Reporting to great leader, we have dug another 25 kilometers in this segment. Reporting to great leader, we have unfortunately sacrificed 120 tribesmen. They are all heroes of our tribe. Reporting to great leader, we actually found 3 tribesmen sleeping on the job. This is a disgrace to our tribe. We have to criticize them. Very good, very good. You have all done well. Remember, you have to erect gravestones for our deceased heroes. At the same time, tie up those disgraceful rockmen and criticize them up public. Let them learn courage from humiliation. Yan Yong spoke caringly. Understood. You are all the future of our tribe. Seeing you all is like seeing the bright future of our tribe. You have to continue working hard. Yan Yong praised. The young rockmen were extremely spurred on. Their bodies were trembling. Everything for the Rockman tribe. Our esteemed and beloved leader, you are our symbol of pride. We unite by your side, walking towards a bright and meaningful future. They growled one after another, showing a fanatic gaze. But Yan Yong avoided eye contact with them. These young rockmen's enthusiasm made him fearful. He looked at a faraway place. There, all the different segments of the river were being excavated. Yan Yong could see many rockmen looking down at the yellow soil while lowering their thick backs. The river channel was tens of meters wide, segment after segment. A long line showed up in his vision. This was a majestic project. Every time Yan Yong saw this scene, his heart palpitated. As long as they are united, the Rockman tribe's strength was overwhelming. It could change the world. But when Yan Yong thought of Feng Yuan, that terrifying demon, his heart felt a strong chill that turned his enthusiasm into a frozen river. Be it the fox groups outside, the slogans on the stone boards, or the rock guards he created, they were all a part of the demon's plot. With so many methods, he forcefully reduced the Rockman tribe's resistance to the minimum. Yan Yong was the one who created this scenario personally. Seeing the formation of the river, his fear towards Feng Yuan became greater and greater. That male immortal not only had terrifying strength, what truly caused despair was that scheming and devious mind of his, making him seem like an unpredictable abyss. Yan Yong felt himself sinking into purgatory. He was meek like an ant, while behind him, Feng Yuan's giant figure was staring down at him. He was like a corpse, a puppet. The strings that controlled him was in the hands of Feng Yuan. Every day, he saw his tribesmen die. His heart hurt like a dagger was stabbing it. Seeing the enthusiasm of his tribesmen, dying to dig the river, he felt a pitiful grief. If possible, I would rather not know the truth. Maybe, continuing to live in this lie is true bliss. Yan Yong retracted his gaze, waving his hand and bringing the young rockman towards the next river segment. This is the last Estra's Go. Primeval essence had already been injected. As Feng Yuan flicked his finger and shot the green bin-looking goo into the air, Estra's goo exploded, turning into pink powder as it rained down on the fox group below. The entire fox group breathed in this powder, and immediately stirred. Very soon, numerous male foxes sprawled on the female foxes' backs, moving vigorously as they injected their life essence into the female fox's body. The fox gestation varied. For example, Golden Fox took 2 months to give birth once. Every time, there were 3 to 4 foxes. As for desolate beasts like Three-Tail Fox, even 100 years was not enough to nurture their fetus. Normally, the stronger the beast, the longer it takes for one gestation. But right now in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the fox groups were ordinary. They had a short gestation period. Ever since the Rockman started digging the river until the process became smooth, Feng Yuan had been using Estra's goo every day, creating new foxes and strengthening the fox army. Hu Immortal did not have an immortal goo. During the 5th earthly calamity, she was killed by Blue Charm Lightning Shadow, thus her set of enslavement path goo worms were not spared. But within Danghun Mountain, she left behind a number of goo worms. For example, assistance type goo like Burial Soul Toad, or expenditure type goo like Estra's goo, as well as some spare goo worms for the enslavement path. Most were fox enslavement goo. To quickly increase his strength, Feng Yuan already used up most of these goo worms. The fox group had increased in numbers by several times after his hard work. Although the foxes were omnivores, the blessed land could not sustain such a large number. In less than 2 years, a lot of foxes would be unable to find food and die of starvation. But Feng Yuan could not care less. His whole mind was on enduring the 6th earthly calamity now. A few months passed quickly. A river connected the north and east. The overflowing lake flowed along the river channel, moving quickly with ripples splashing. Swish swish. The great flood flowed into the fire pit. As the two forces clashed, river water evaporated and turned to steam, rising into the air. After the river water calmed down, almost half the black flames were doused. Only 3 burning areas remained at the edges. This way, fire and water wiped each other out. The north area's flood was alleviated, and the ground surfaced once more. Large amounts of water flowed along the river and filled tens of pits, forming many lakes. Even though the north area was still full of mud, and the east area was a burnt land without any living plants, the fusion of fire and water had created something like a scab on a bleeding wound. As long as time passed, the east and north areas will eventually regain their vitality. Under Feng Yuan's instructions, Yan Yong brought the injured and tired 100 or so rockmen back to their homes at the south area. "Master, what do we do with these clouds?" Little Hu Immortal looked at the sky. The thick clouds made her feel helpless. Even though it rained many times already, a lot of water vapor was still in the air, forming into clouds. These clouds blocked the natural light, causing the east area to be shrouded in darkness. It made people feel irritated. The blessed land did not have sunlight or wind. These clouds would heavily affect the lives of the east area's inhabitants. "Ignore them." Feng Yuan looked at the sea of clouds and retracted his gaze. The appearance of the clouds was expected. It was a minor detail. What is truly important is the 6th earthly calamity. If the blessed land survives this, he would slowly settle the issue about the clouds. If it fails to make it, then there is no point in thinking about it. Chapter 416, Enduring the Earthly Calamity, 1/2. Several months later, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the fox groups gathered into an army and surrounded Danghan Mountain tightly. Feng Yuan stood with his arms behind his back at the peak of the mountain and looked at the sky with a solemn expression. Time passed mercilessly. Today was the day of the 6th earthly calamity. Even though Feng Yuan was a Gu immortal in his previous life, he still felt uneasy facing an earthly calamity. Every earthly calamity increases in intensity compared to the previous one. It was a cruel trial that decided the life and death of the Gu immortals and their blessed land. Feng Yuan took over the blessed land when there was only a year and 3 months left. This time was truly short. He could only prepare with his best efforts. Digging a river and alleviating the water and fire crisis was 1. Nurturing foxes and increasing their numbers was 2. Holding on to fixed immortal travel Gu and being prepared to retreat was the 3rd preparation. As for the clouds in the sky, as well as the blue charm lightning shadow at the west area, he had no way of dealing with them. The mild wind gradually stopped. High up in the sky, clouds were rumbling and a lump of light was forming. "It's coming." Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk as he muttered. In the cloud sea, the lump light burst out, forming a great white round door, facing the blessed land directly. The light was glaring and dazzling, as a brown-yellow-colored large monster descended from the light door like a large rock. Looking at this scene, is this the desolate beast calamity? Feng Yuan squinted and stared without blinking. The giant rock continued to descend silently. Feng Yuan could not help but lick his dry lips as his heart sank. There were countless types of earthly calamities, among them were the desolate beast calamity. In the blessed land, one or multiple desolate beasts will appear, charging towards the blessed land's central control area, wreaking havoc and causing destruction to the blessed land. If they were not exterminated in time, even a large blessed land would be destroyed and reduced to ashes. Damn it, it is a desolate beast. I just hope there is no immortal Gu on this desolate beast. Feng Yuan cursed in his heart. If desolate beasts had immortal Gu on them, Their battle strength would surpass Gu immortals. This mysterious desolate beast landed on the ground in a light manner contrary to its giant size. Looking from afar, it looked like a slightly flat giant rock, but Feng Yuan could tell from the images that this large rock was only a brown-yellow exoskeleton glowing with a golden luster. There were thick layers of mud on the shell armor. Just as Feng Yuan was guessing what sort of creature it was, a large pair of cheloped, like two bronze poles, stretched out from the shell. Next, 9 pairs of chelopids stretched out from 2 sides, landing on the ground, raising the heavy body off the ground. Swamp crab. Seeing this, Feng Yuan spoke immediately, recognizing the true identity of this desolate beast. This was a large crab, with a body that was the size of a mountain. When its body was lifted, the height could reach 1/4 of Danghan Mountain. Its first pair of chelopids was more fearsome than steel poles, a pair of pincers that could break mountain rocks or cut a flood dragon in half. Its remaining 18 chelopids, although thinner than the first pair, they were still thicker than 100-year-old trees. There were large numbers of goo worms on its body. Most would be water and earth path goo worms. Rarely, it could even contain an entire set of goo worms. Thankfully, Hu Immortal Blessed Land has ample immortal essence. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, feeling glad in his heart. Earlier when the swamp crab appeared, the land spirit already struck, using the heavenly power to restrict its goo worms. All rank 1 to 5 goo worms could not display their abilities. The most important point was, this desolate beast had no immortal goo. If it did, then the question would be what immortal goo that was. Immortal goo were unique, surpassing the laws of the mortal realm. Blessed lands could not restrict them. The existence of an immortal goo was the most important element in this battle. The swamp crab fully stretched its limbs and started slowly moving towards Danghan Mountain. Feng Yuan willed and moved his troops quickly. Large numbers of foxes all over the mountain rushed like the tides towards the desolate beast. In moments, they encircled the swamp crab. Their claws and teeth scratched the swamp crab's legs, and the physically tougher golden foxes directly crashed into it. But the swamp crab was huge like a mountain and continued moving forward. The ordinary fox groups could not stop it. Instead they were stomped into meat paste. Feng Yuan's expression was cruel as he directed the foxes to continue giving up their lives. He bred so many of them, they were meant to be used as disposable pieces. Damage accumulates. Any amount of damage they could deal counted. But the swamp crab gave off an unstoppable momentum as it advanced without halting a single step. Like a moving mountain, it did not care about the foxes below. All sorts of attacks landed on the swamp crab's body, like a beautiful display of fireworks. These were the attacks of the 100,000 and myriad beast kings of the foxes. They had all sorts of goo worms. Under the strength of all the goo, the mud on swamp crab's body was all blown away. This giant crab, for the first time, stopped its movement. It opened its mouth and spewed out large amounts of mud. At the same time, from its stomach, yellow mud spewed out like a waterfall. The mud landed on the grass and formed a swamp. From the mud, weird-looking crabs stood up. Some had large sizes, ferocious like a tiger. Some had sharp thin needle-like pincers. Some had claw-like legs, having quick speed. In the blink of an eye, a crab army that numbered to 1,000,000 formed. It is the swamp crab indeed. It can breed at any time and place, creating numerous smaller crabs and forming an army. Feng Yuan's expression turned darker. The fox groups were fighting against the crab army, engaging in fierce combat. The number of foxes continued to decrease. The crab army's deaths were much greater than the fox group, but the desolate beast continued to give birth, and there was an endless number of crabs. Feng Yuan quickly instructed the fox groups hiding outside the mountain to return. Thankfully, I expended my estrasku and bred a large number of foxes, otherwise, my total force would not be enough. In just this short period, Feng Yuan felt dizzy. He directed an insanely large number of foxes, and even though his soul was 6 times as strong as a normal person, it could not take this pressure. With the crab army paving the way, the swamp crab continued moving forward, regaining its former speed. The legs on its body moved one after another, like fingers playing on a piano, with a rhythmic beauty. But an intense battle was going on below it. Blood flowed into river, corpses piled into a hill, and every piece of land was tainted with blood. The swamp crab did not differentiate enemies from allies. Every time its legs landed on the ground, there would be a fountain of blood squirting all over the place. When the crab raised its leg, there would be foxes' crushed bodies and broken crab carcasses in the deep pit on the ground. This desolate beast's body was so large, and honestly speaking, it did not move quickly. But because of this, it was able to create an immense mental pressure. Seeing it moving unhindered, Feng Yuan felt that a grim reaper's scythe was hanging over his neck. Damn it! Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. This desolate beast before him was the king of the swamp. Its body was covered in hard shell. It had lurked deep within the swamp for many years. Even its eyes had vanished due to the evolution. It had no weaknesses left. Feng Yuan manipulated the fox groups to hold it back, but it was no use. He could only watch helplessly as the swamp crab got closer. Can you teleport it away? Feng Yuan turned his head, asking the little Hu immortal land spirit. Different Gu immortals gave birth to different blessed lands, and the land spirit's abilities also varied. Some land spirits could teleport others, like Ba Gui from Three Kings' blessed land, while some could not. Some land spirits could summon rain and wind, and some could manipulate the flow of time freely. Let me try. Little Hu immortal breathed roughly as she felt an intense mental pressure. She activated the immortal essence, and used all her strength until her cute tiny face turned red. She shouted in a childish way. With a swoosh, the giant swamp crab vanished on the spot and was teleported about 9,000 steps away. We succeeded. Little Hu immortal's face was red as she gasped. Feng Yuan relaxed slightly. Master, I just expended 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. Little Hu immortal reported painfully. No matter. Feng Yuan's expression was cold as he continued to order the foxes to attack the swamp crab. After 5 minutes, the swamp crab got close again. Land spirit teleported it away once again, and thus, another green grape immortal essence was expended. Little Hu immortal felt immense pity at this waste, and Feng Yuan's heart was bleeding. In the entire Hu immortal blessed land, there were only 78 beads of green grape immortal essence. Feng Yuan used 1 to feed fixed immortal travel Gu. Now he used another 2 to teleport this swamp crab. He still had to use the immortal essence to refine Gu and manage the entire blessed land in the future. There were many areas in which immortal essence were needed, but because Hu immortal died already, these green grape immortal essence could not be replenished. Every single bead used was 1 less left for the future. Some crabs got through unguarded areas and charged up the mountain. Feng Yuan snorted coldly at this and ordered the land spirit to unleash the might of Danhun Mountain. At once, the area the crab army walked on became a death domain. Numerous crabs died, lying on the ground with their bodies intact. Their souls, however, were completely destroyed, creating a peculiar scene. Unfortunately, Danghun Mountain's power is to continuously pressure the soul, but the desolate beast's soul is strong and can last for a while. I cannot let it reach Danghun Mountain and destroy this precious forbidden ground. Feng Yuan did not participate in battle. Even if he used his strength path Gu worms, he would not be able to break its shell. Most importantly, the swamp crab had not used an immortal Gu yet. Feng Yuan was uncertain if it had won or not. The unknown was the greatest threat. Feng Yuan did not dare to strike rashly. Soon, the swamp crab came again. Just as it was teleported away for the 3rd time, Little Hu immortal's expression changed. Not waiting for Feng Yuan's reaction, she stretched her hand to grab his arm, and they both vanished on the spot. The next moment, a fierce lightning bolt landed on the area they were standing. Boom! With a thunderous sound, mountain rocks shattered. The lightning paused for a moment before shooting back up. It turned into a human-shaped lightning and emitted a loud growl. This was the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. Chapter 417, Enduring the Earth Calamity. 2 halves. Blue Charm Lightning Shadow held its head and screamed in pain. The blue lightning flashed around without any target and only settled down after a long while. Clearly, The lightning figure had suffered injuries in its soul when it entered Danghun Mountain. Inside Danghun Palace, Fang Yuan's face became ashen as he looked at the scene in the smoke. If it was not for the land spirit's prompt teleportation just before, he might have been dead already. Little Hu Immortal patted her chest, her face pale and showing lingering fear. When it rains, it pours. The Blue Charm Lightning Shadow joining the battle no doubt made things worse. Blue Charm Lightning Shadow flew into a rage after its sneak attack did not succeed and started to collide continuously into Danghun Mountain. Every time it collided with Danghun Mountain, there would be tremors in Danghun Palace. Soil and stones flew from the impact and large scorched pits were created from the attacks on the mountain. Fang Yuan felt his heart bleed at this scene. This was Danghun Mountain. In this entire world, there was only one of it. Fortunately, Blue Charm Lightning Shadow stopped its attacks after dozens of collisions. Its soul had received considerable damage and the lightning around it was becoming very disorderly. It did not dare to attack again. During this time, the land spirit had teleported the swamp crab another 2 times. In total, they had wasted 5 beads of green grape immortal essence on it, and the originally endless fox army was already at the brink of extinction. What made Little Hu Immortal even more discouraged was that this desolate beast only had small wounds and was still moving forward stably like before. It was like an indestructible bone. Whether it was Blue Charm Lightning Shadow or Swamp Crab, they both had one target: destroying the central area, expending the immortal essence and killing the land spirit. Their final target was to destroy the whole blessed land. They were on the same faction and did not have any conflicts, instead they cooperated. While Fang Yuan and the land spirit were having a headache due to this swamp crab, the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow gave up on Danghun Mountain and changed its target to the blessed land itself. It did not dare to collide against Danghun Mountain anymore, so it began attacking the sky and the earth of this blessed land. It destroyed everything it saw and created craters everywhere. Sky crumbled and showed scars like that of a broken mirror. Fang Yuan felt deep helplessness. Not good, Master. There is a hole in the blessed land. Little Hu Immortal spoke hurriedly. Blue Charm Lightning Shadow's attacks shattered the world and created a hole. Cut away the surrounding area around the hole. Fang Yuan spoke indifferently, his tone cold as ice. What? Little Hu Immortal opened her eyes wide and gave a cry of surprise. If they cut off the area like this, they would not be able to restore it. The holes in blessed lands could be repaired with immortal essence. If the holes were not patched in time and were allowed to enlarge, they would form a passage to the outside world. Once there was a passage, those Gu immortals outside the blessed land would absolutely charge in and make all kinds of schemes. At that time, the situation would be even more out of hand. There were demonic path Gu immortals on Tianti Mountain. Righteous path Gu immortals did not dare to attack because they had a lot of businesses and assets. However, demonic path has no lack of demented people. They were lone forces and liked to take risks. In any case, Fang Yuan had done this a lot in his previous life. Under Fang Yuan's order, Little Hu Immortal repeatedly cut off nearby half a square kilometer of the blessed land. Blue Charm Lightning Shadow continually destroyed the world and created holes, while the land spirit continually cut them off. The swamp crab charged towards Danghun Mountain again and again. The land spirit had no choice but to teleport it time after time. The amount of green grape primeval essence consumed already reached 13 beads. Sob sob, the blessed land has become smaller and so much immortal essence has been lost. Tears started falling out of Little Hu Immortal's eyes as she sobbed. Don't cry. Fang Yuan coldly shouted, his expression ashen. There is no point in delaying. Our only hope is to kill these 2 calamities. But I don't have an attack type immortal Gu, and it would be difficult to see any results from attacking the swamp crab with rank 5 Gu in a short time. My only option now is to gamble. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and revealed a crazed determination. Desolate beasts were very strong. Just by relying on their majestic physique and their fierce recovery ability, they could ignore most rank 5 Gu. Especially this swamp crab. It had a strong defense and was upper tier even among the desolate beasts. Fang Yuan had a lot of rank 5 Gu, turn gold goo, soft bones goo, pitch black goo and so on, but using them against swamp crab would be like throwing pebbles in the lake. They could only create slight ripples. They needed to attack continuously for a slight bit of results. However, Feng Yuan was unable to activate these goo and participate in the offense. If he left the mountain, he could meet with Blue Charm Lightning Shadow's attacks. He could give the goo worms to the land spirit to use, but he did not dare to take the risk. Land spirits could also die, and if it was destroyed by Blue Charm Lightning Shadow, then Feng Yuan would have no means to even activate fixed immortal travel goo. Only immortal goo could change the situation. Feng Yuan might have 2 immortal goo, but both did not have offensive abilities. Don't teleport it anymore. Let this damned swamp crab attack Danghun Mountain. Feng Yuan said resolutely and commanded the land spirit, release the whole might of Danghun Mountain. Ring. Danghun Mountain had been restricted by Little Hu Immortal the whole time, and right now, as it was finally let loose, dense fog started rising over the whole mountain. An enormous and formless soul-shaking power burst out of the mountain, spreading as far as 3,000 steps and eradicating everything in its surroundings. Only Danghun Palace, under the land spirit's control, was intact. The giant swamp crab soon got close to Danghun Mountain. Under the power of Danghun Mountain, its sturdy shell was unable to provide any defensive support. Its soul received fierce attacks, causing its movements to slow down. However, this made it go berserk and it increased its speed by another fold, charging towards Danghun Mountain. Bam! The enormous pincers heavily smashed on Danghun Mountain like steel clamps. The sturdy boulders were as fragile as flour as they were smashed by the attack, holes forming from the impact. The huge crater was at least 0.6 acres wide. Smoke and dust flew all around and the entire Danghun Palace also shook from the tremors. The land spirit Little Hu Immortal's face paled from shock. Danghun Palace kept on shaking. Dust started falling from the roof and there were fierce cracks on the walls and pillars. Suddenly, Little Hu Immortal let out a tragic shout. Not good. That Blue Charm Lightning Shadow has already moved towards the north and is openly destroying the sky and earth, creating many holes. The image in front of Feng Yuan changed and showed the scene of Blue Charm Lightning Shadow attacking the world and creating holes. The blessed land's eastern and northern parts had been corroded by the remnant force of the earth calamities, and were weaker than other areas. The Blue Charm Lightning Shadow saw these weak points and started attacking them. Fortunately, we had settled the water and fire, otherwise the result of Blue Charm Lightning Shadow's destruction would be 10 times more severe. Master, what should we do? Little Hu Immortal was feeling at a loss. The situation had turned to an extremely terrible state. The swamp crab was like a steel hammer directly pounding the heart and continuously depleting immortal essence while also wrecking Danghun Mountain. And Blue Charm Lightning Shadow was like an extremely sinister poison. It purposely searched for the weak points of the blessed land and stabbed at them. Every hole it created was like a fresh wound to the blessed land. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. The situation was turning more critical, but it instead aroused his fighting spirit. Land spirit, every time you teleport the swamp crab, send it away by 3,000 steps. Yes, with the distance shortened, the immortal essence expenditure was also comparatively less, and Danghun Mountain's soul-shaking power worked within 3,000 steps, creating injuries to the swamp crab's soul. Land spirit, cut off the whole northern area. Feng Yuan gave another command. What? Little Hu Immortal was stupefied and almost did not dare to believe her ears. Hu Immortal blessed land's northern area was over 600 square kilometers. And Feng Yuan wanted to give up the whole region? Once they cut off the area, Hu Immortal blessed land would lose this territory forever. This was definitely a huge sacrifice by Feng Yuan. Hu Immortal blessed land had altogether 4,000 square kilometers of land and he was cutting off 1/6 of it. Master, this. Little Hu Immortal hesitated. Do as I say. Feng Yuan's gaze was fixed on the image in front of him as he shouted in a stern voice. Little Hu Immortal's pink lips puckered and her eyes were filled with tears. The tears fell down and she started crying loudly. Land spirits were the representatives of the blessed land, Cutting off a part of the blessed land was the same as cutting their own flesh, and abandoning the whole northern area was like a person cutting off one of their legs. Master, don't do it. Little Hu Immortal cried loudly and begged. However, Feng Yuan's expression was ruthless and did not make the slightest compromise. Master's orders could not be violated. Little Hu Immortal could only endure the pain and cut off the whole northern area. That blue charm lightning shadow was currently in the center of the northern area, destroying the world and creating holes. It suddenly felt something wrong and immediately moved, trying to charge out of the northern area. However, because of 5 kilometers of distance, it could not escape and was trapped in the northern area. It let out a mournful and sharp screech, its tone full of indignance. However, that bit of distance determined its fate. The blue charm lightning shadow could only follow the evaporation of the northern area and land in the outside world. Success! Feng Yuan almost shouted in joy at this scene. If it were normal times where the blue charm lightning shadow had no injuries in its soul, it could absolutely react in time. If not for its crazed attacks towards the world, expending its energy and causing its speed to fall, it could absolutely escape. At the critical moment, Feng Yuan endured the pain and made a minor sacrifice to protect his bigger interests, finally settling this calamity. As to what calamities it would create at the outside world, that was not part of Feng Yuan's consideration. Bam bam bam. The whole Danghun mountain was still shaking. The desolate beast swamp crab's soul was very strong and forcefully withstood the pressure, continuously attacking Danghun mountain. The nearer it got to Danghun mountain, the stronger the soul-shaking power became. Little Hu Immortal teleported the swamp crab away time and again. Right now, it was a battle of foundation between the two sides. If the desolate beast's soul foundation was strong and it overthrew Danghun mountain, it would be Feng Yuan's defeat. Conversely, if Danghun mountain did not fall, it would be the earthly calamity's defeat. Bam bam. Danghun Palace's pillars crumbled and the beams of the roofs snapped. Dust and dirt flew everywhere, accompanied by Little Hu Immortal's whimpering cries. Feng Yuan was silently standing with a cold expression. Strength, I need more strength. He clenched his fists and let out an indignant scream in his mind. Why was it that despite growing so much, he was still so weak when facing heaven and earth? When facing fate, then continue to grow, continue to become stronger, stronger, and even stronger. As he screamed silently, the swamp crab's movements were gradually slowing down and eventually it collapsed at the waist of Danghun mountain. Dead. After an arduous process, the 6th earthly calamity was finally over. Chapter 418. Losses and Gains. Feng Yuan walked out of Danghun Palace. The pink crystal mountain had holes everywhere, broken rocks were scattered on the ground showing a pitiful sight. Fresh red blood, yellow murky mud, fox and crab corpses mixed together. The desolate beast swamp crab's humongous body was pressing on Danghun mountain's mountain waste. It was like a small mountain, extremely eye-catching. The mild wind blew on Feng Yuan's black hair, as his eerie black eyes stared at the battlefield. The pungent smell of blood entered Feng Yuan's nostrils. Closely behind him, Little Hu Immortal land spirit's eyes were red, as there were tears on her face. She reported while sniffing, Master, we suffered immense losses. We lost about 666 square kilometers of land, and we only have 68 beads of the immortal essence left. Our fox army of 4,700,000 has fallen to 310,000. As for goo worms, we lost around 700,000 of them. Hu Immortal managed her blessed land for so many years. After this calamity, the entire blessed land lost about 40 years of development. But Feng Yuan did not think so. His expression was tired, but his gaze could not hide the happiness in his heart. He survived this earthly calamity. It was an obstacle. Now that he survived it, Feng Yuan had time to recuperate. He had ample time to deal with the 7th earthly calamity. Stop crying. The blessed land is safe. That means our hope is safe too. Danghun mountain did not collapse, thus we have the resources to start over. Although we lost some land, in the short run, we cannot make use of that land anyway. It will not hinder our development. Feng Yuan patted the land spirit's head, consoling. Look, Not long later, Danghun Mountain will be full of gutstones, and we will control another group of rockmen. Most importantly, that blue charm lightning shadow was exiled. Now, we can develop without any worries. Hu Immortal Blessed Land will definitely flourish again. This battle was intense and tragic. There were countless foxes and crabs who died near Danghun Mountain. At the same time, Swamp Crab's soul was smashed into bits by the mountain's vibrations, absorbed into Danghun Mountain. In the near future, not too long away, large numbers of gutstones will appear on Danghun Mountain unceasingly. Master's words. Makes sense. Little Hu Immortal stopped crying and thought about it clearly. It seems he made sense. The earthly calamity was like a trial. Hu Immortal Blessed Land got through it. There was not only great losses, but also great gains. What a pity. There were many goo worms living in this swamp crab, but now Danghun Mountain killed them all. Little Hu Immortal pouted, staring at this swamp crab's corpse angrily. Rejoice, this desolate beast did not have an immortal goo. Otherwise, we might not be standing here. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. This was the luckiest part of this ordeal. One crucial immortal goo with overwhelming ability can easily overturn the entire situation. Even if this swamp crab had an immortal goo, and was killed by Fang Yuan, how Fang Yuan would catching this immortal goo was also a huge problem. Maybe this wild immortal goo might replace the blue charm lightning shadow and become the next great threat to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was satisfied enough to have survived this earthly calamity. After all, he was only a rank 4 upper stage mortal goo master, yet he managed to kill a desolate beast that was a problem even for goo immortals. Land Spirit, clean up the battlefield. Preserve the corpse of the swamp crab well. I am going to rest. Fang Yuan looked around once more before relaxing, immediately feeling strong fatigue. He commanded over 1,000,000 foxes, his soul and mind was overused, he needed sleep immediately. Okay. Little Hu Immortal answered quickly as she looked at the swamp crab's shell with glowing eyes. Every desolate beast was a moving treasure. The blood, fur, bones, intestines in its body were great goo refinement material. You accursed crab, I will tear you apart. Little Hu Immortal raised her chin as her mouth opened, showing her small canine teeth, angrily walking towards the swamp crab while muttering to herself. Fang Yuan had an extremely enjoyable sleep. 3 days later, he woke up, and laid on the bed, not wanting to move at all. This time, he really relaxed his body and mind. The 6th earthly calamity was over. Fang Yuan earned a lot of time for himself. He could finally catch a breath. Ever since his rebirth, he had been plotting and resisting, especially on Sancha Mountain. He overexerted himself thinking of the ways to get out of his predicament. Now, he finally protected the blessed land. To Fang Yuan, this was a safe and stable place. If Hu Immortal Blessed Land was destroyed, he would be in big trouble. He exposed many things. Let's take for example, the fixed immortal travel goo. Fang Yuan was not a goo immortal, he could not keep this immortal goo into his aperture. Once its aura was leaked, goo immortals would easily sense it and came to snatch it from him. Now, fixed immortal travel goo was placed inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and because there was immortal essence, he could feed it without worry. Other than that, there was also the refinement of second aperture goo. Without Little Hu Immortal to control the immortal essence, Fang Yuan could not refine this immortal goo. He had to at least reach goo immortal realm first. By then, divine travel goo might have been refined by another person already. It would be too late. Having protecting Hu Immortal Blessed Land, it was a great help to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan lied down for a while before getting up to eat. After filling up his stomach, he went to sleep again. This time, he slept for 10 hours. He woke up slowly as he felt all the fatigue had been washed away. His mind was clear, his head was working well, and his condition was as good as it could be. Where is the land spirit? He stomped his feet, calling. Little Hu Immortal tore through space with a swoosh, appearing before him. Master, I have dismantled that crab, we can sell it for a good price. Little Hu Immortal's face was red as she was extremely satisfied at breaking apart the culprit for the blessed land's predicament. Oh right, Master, There are 3 letters here, they were sent in from the loophole on the day of the calamity. Little Hu Immortal said, taking out 3 gu and handed them to Fang Yuan. When loopholes enlarge enough to become tunnels, people could enter and exit. But before that, only gu worms could enter through the small gaps. These 3 gu were all letter path gu worms. One had a paper crane appearance. It was the rank 3 lightning symbol paper crane gu. One was a green bird, rank 5 and looking lifelike. It was the letter sending green bird gu. One looked like a sword. It was the rank 3 flying sword letter gu. Fang Yuan's gaze shone as he took out the letters sending green bird gu. The green bird transformed into a letter. It was sent by the rank 7 gu immortal Fang Jiayuj. Fang Yuan was not surprised. The moment he saw this green bird gu, he had a feeling it was him. Fang Jiayuj's tone in his letter was calm. He first expressed his admiration and praise for Fang Yuan, before stating his intention to arrange for a battle between Fang Yuan and his daughter Fang Jinhuang. It seems that after Fang Jinhuang returned to Spirit Affinity House, she had been gloomy, moody, and dispirited. During this period, she had been cultivating diligently to reclaim her pride. The battle was initiated by her. She wants to have a fair and square fight with Fang Yuan, betting the glory of Spirit Affinity House and Immortal Crane Sect. HMPH. You want to battle, do I have to agree? Fang Yuan scoffed in disdain. His time was so tight, there was not enough time to cultivate. Fang Yuan would not waste his time and effort accepting Fang Jinhuang's challenge. Fang Jinhuang was born in a great family. She had gu immortals as her parents, and a sect to support her. Even if she had a blessed land, and the calamity came, there would be a huge group of people fighting it for her. But Fang Yuan was all alone. He had to rely on himself for everything. He had no mood to play around with this rich missy. What a stupid idea. She wants to reclaim her glory, so I must play along with her. Laughable. Fang Yuan snorted. Different from others, he did not fear Fang Jiayuj. That is because soon, Fang Jiayuj would be called up by the heavenly court, and would successfully ascend. It will not be easy for him to come down and enter Central Continent again. But in this letter, it seems that this pair of father and daughter think that I am a disciple of Immortal Crane Sect. What is going on? Fang Yuan's eyes shone with suspicion. The other party was a gu immortal. They would naturally not make such a lowly mistake. That means there were hidden complications. Fang Yuan retrieved the flying sword letter gu, opening it and taking a look. It was another challenge letter. But in this letter, it was all swearing and scolding. Almost all of Fang Yuan's ancestors were mentioned. Even Immortal Crane Sect's honor was used to incite Fang Yuan to accept the battle. Finally, there was even a threat. If Fang Yuan did not agree, he would reveal the contents of this letter to the public, and let the world know that Fang Yuan was a coward. Fang Yuan looked carefully, lightly smiling. Oh, it is this rascal Jian Yisheng. Jian Yisheng, a metal path gu master. His appearance and personality were very perverted. He was most skilled at sneak attacks, and hated suffering losses the most. He was one of the demonic path gu immortals on Tianti Mountain. He was truly a mean and devious coward. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he got ambushed by him many times. He eventually made Fang Yuan angry enough to summon the Blood Sea, forcing this Jian Yisheng to hide in his blessed land. Afraid to battle, he blocked him for 20 years, until Jian Yisheng realized that he had angered the wrong person. He could not take it, and eventually kneeled down before Fang Yuan to surrender, without a trace of a gu immortal's dignity. As for why this person was challenging Fang Yuan, it was because he was extremely unlucky. After Fang Yuan discarded a portion of the blessed land, and threw the blue charm lightning shadow towards Tianti Mountain, Jian Yisheng coincidentally met with it. At this time, although Jian Yisheng was a gu immortal, he had no immortal gu, and was thrashed by the blue charm lightning shadow. He escaped back to his blessed land pathetically, and finally managed to get free of the blue charm lightning shadow. After he got home, he counted his losses, and was filled with rage, stomping his feet. After finding the culprit, he sent a flying sword letter gu, challenging Fang Yuan. HMPH, he knows I am immortal, but still challenged me as a Gu immortal. He even wrote his letter so righteously, talking about fairness. This piece of shit is still as shameless as I remember. But, why did he think I am a member of Immortal Crane sect? Fang Yuan opened the lightning symbol paper crane Gu with great suspicion. He opened it slightly, and his pupils shrunk, showing a surprised expression. What? Feng Zheng is alive? Reading on, his suspicions were cleared. So that's it. This He Feng Yang from Immortal Crane sect is a smart person, using this method to eliminate his competitors. But he greatly underestimated me. Why would I join Immortal Crane sect? But what the letter mentioned is exactly what I need now. Thinking so, Feng Yuan made up his mind. He called the land spirit. Go, open the blessed land slightly, and let the Gu master who resembles me in. Chapter 419, Feng Zheng's Pain. Tianti Mountain stood high above the clouds, reaching 3,000 kilometers in total. It was situated at the center of Central Continent. It was the land of inheritances, the mountain of saints. During ancient times, it was the ladder of immortals, able to ascend to the heavenly court. Immortal Crane sect's elite disciples were now standing at the foot of Tianti Mountain, having waited for an hour already. How much longer do we need to wait? This Feng Yuan is putting up too much airs, right? SSH. Quiet. He is the brother of Gu Yu Feng Zheng, the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Speaking of that, this brother of Feng Zheng's is really amazing. He managed to defeat Feng Jinhuang, Zhao Qixing, Ying Shengji and the others. So what, if I had a supreme elder supporting me in the dark, helping me to use fixed immortal travel Gu, I would be able to win the Blessed Land as well. Our clan's elders are truly smart, using Feng Zheng to attract their attention, while the real trump card was Feng Yuan all along. In order to make this a reality, Immortal Crane sect lied to all their disciples. Immortal Crane sect disciples now knew that there was someone named Gu Yu Feng Yuan in their sect. During these 3 months, he had become the hottest topic that everyone was discussing. He was mysterious and low-key. It made people curious. Shocking the world in one move, he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land for Immortal Crane sect, and even allowed Immortal Crane sect to stand out among the 10 sects. It made the other disciples feel proud. All their discussions entered Feng Zheng's ears. Feng Zheng was stand at the front of these people. His gaze was dim as he looked at Tianti Mountain. These days, he had been a walking corpse. He did not know how he survived the last few days. After Feng Zheng left King Mao Mountain, he swore to exact revenge, to get justice for his deceased clansmen. He carried a great hatred with him. The objective of revenge was sustaining and motivating him to cultivate. He was more hardworking than all the other disciples. He did not even slack for a second. He had fantasized many times the scene when he finds Feng Yuan, defeating him and making him kneel on the ground, repenting for all that he did on King Mao Mountain. The clansmen in the afterlife would finally rest in peace after that. Thus, on Danghun Mountain, he did not give up despite numerous occasions of wanting to do so. Every time he thought of Feng Yuan, there would be a strong driving force in his heart, supporting him to continue climbing. He wanted to get Hu Immortal inheritance, not only because he did not want to let his master down, or disappointing the clan's expectations. It was also because his chances of getting revenge would be much greater if he had the Blessed Land. But, he did not expect that life would come hitting him this hard and suddenly. Gu Yu Feng Yuan, his blood-related brother, the main character of his numerous nightmares, appeared on the mountaintop. Under everyone's view, he obtained the inheritance. Even Gu immortals could do nothing to him. Feng Zheng, who failed, returned to the sect. Shock, pain, loss, fear. He knew the clan's lies, he knew the truth, but precisely so, the shadow in his heart grew by many times. This trauma had been nurturing in him since he was young. Why is brother so smart, but I am so stupid? Why was it that I cultivated so hard, yet I still lost to Feng Yuan? Why did this happen in southern border, and also in central continent? Is it true that I, Gu Yu Feng Zheng, am destined to live in his shadow my entire life, never to surpass him? Every time Feng Zheng thought of this, there would be an indignant feeling in his heart, urging him to cultivate more. But this time, It was different. It was different. Thinking of the mission the clan just passed to him, Feng Zheng's body shuddered. The Blessed Land was in Feng Yuan's control. In order to obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the sect was recruiting Feng Yuan. As long as he handed over the Blessed Land, he would be Immortal Crane Sect's elder. Central Continent sect members were classified from low to high as Outer Disciple, Inner Disciple, Elite Disciple, Legacy Disciple. Above disciples, there were Sect Elder, often at rank 4 cultivation, controlling the many aspects of the sect. Above Sect Elder was Sect Leader. He had to be at least rank 5 middle stage, and was the key person in charge. And above the clan leader, there were Supreme Elders. These Supreme Elders were all Gu Immortals. They were rarely seen during normal times, secluded in cultivation. Only when the sect faces a life and death situation, or when something important happens, they would appear and let the world know the true power of Immortal Crane Sect, as one of the top 10 sects. Since I joined Immortal Crane Sect, I had cultivated so diligently these years. From Outer Disciple, I became an Inner Disciple, and from Inner Disciple, I became an Elite Disciple. During the sect examination, I emerged as the top disciple of among the Elite Disciples. But now, Feng Yuan just has to say a word, and he would become a sect elder. Any disciple who sees him have to bow and pay respects. Feng Zheng felt a great pain in his heart every time he thought about this. If Feng Yuan really became an elder, he would have to bow and pay respects to this enemy every time he saw him. Was there fun in such a life? Was there meaning in living? Master, has all the effort and hard work I put in been in vain? At this point, Feng Zheng was standing at Dianti Mountain foot, waiting to meet Feng Yuan. He had unavoidably fallen into deep self-doubt. Lord Sky Crane quickly consoled him. Feng Zheng, you have to adjust your mindset. Immortal Crane Sect sacrificed a lot for Hu Immortal inheritance. We even used an Immortal Gu for the sect. We have to look at this from the big picture, and put down our personal grudges temporarily. Feng Zheng, you have to understand, it was Immortal Crane Sect who nurtured you. Now that the sect needs you make some sacrifices, you cannot forget your roots. Although he said that, Lord Sky Crane was sighing in his heart. He understood Feng Zheng's personality, thus his heart was even more worried. All along, the notion of revenge was driving Feng Zheng forward like a pillar. It was also his obsession in this cultivation journey. But now, the sect's orders were for Feng Zheng to let down this obsession. This was more fatal than any injury. Most likely, after suffering such an impact, Feng Zheng would no longer have any drive left. He would let himself dwell in self-pity. But what can we do? That is a blessed land, and it even contains a forbidden ground like Danghun Mountain. The guststones on the mountain can be used by our disciples and make our entire sect's strength surge. Other than that, Feng Yuan has Blood Skull Gu and fixed Immortal Travel Gu on him. These things are way too valuable. They are so important. How can an elite disciple compare to them at all? Lord Sky Crane felt sad in his heart, but he still said to Feng Zheng, my good disciple, you have to control your desire for revenge. A little impatience spoils great plans. Treat this as a trial of your endurance. After seeing your brother, do not attack. Within the Blessed Land, you are not his match. Saying so, Lord Sky Crane recalled what Feng Yang instructed him. I know the enmity between Feng Yuan and Feng Zheng. If needed, we can sacrifice Feng Zheng. You can negotiate in place of Feng Zheng. Feng Yang's pressure was great at the moment. All the Supreme Elders were looking at his actions. Master, you are telling me to treat this as a trial? I will try. Feng Zheng loosened his clenched fist, then clenched it again. He was struggling in his heart. He felt pain and anger. If someone swore to get revenge, and cultivated to succession, only to find that his enemy had died, that is pain. If someone swore to get revenge, and cultivated to succession, but found that he could not beat his enemy, and that his enemy was still living well, that is much greater pain. If someone swore to get revenge, and cultivated to succession, but found out that not only was he unable to beat his enemy, he even had to use a fake friendly attitude to negotiate with him, hoping the enemy would become his superior. This was the greatest pain of all pain. Feng Zheng, don't think much of it. Feng Yuan might not be having a good time, There is a calamity in the blessed land. You cannot imagine the might of a calamity. Even if your brother had an immortal goo, he is still immortal. Soon, he will experience the terrifying powers of an earthly calamity. By then, the blessed land will be full of loopholes, and he would have suffered a huge loss. You have a high chance of succeeding in this trip. Lord Sky Crane consoled him again. Feng Zheng heard this and his mood became slightly more relaxed. The earthly calamity is beginning. Feng Yang muttered. He had been staying behind the scenes. Firstly, it was to protect these elite disciples. Secondly, it was to prevent the ill intentions of other Gu masters. And thirdly, if Feng Yuan could not block this earthly calamity, he would have to help out. At this moment, he was starting at the spot where Hu Immortal Blessed Land was hiding in on Tianti Mountain, sensing that there was an aura of destruction. Soon, his lips curled into a smile as there was a peculiar sight on Tianti Mountain. Pieces after pieces of grassland appeared on Tianti Mountain. They were like clouds or fog, illusory and not real. How could there be a grassland on a mountain? This was the loophole of the blessed land, and a large loophole at that, allowing outsiders to see the scene inside the blessed land. Such a loophole could only fit Gu worms. There was still some way to go before Gu masters can go in. Lord Sky Crane at the other side had already called out. The loophole appeared. Send the lightning symbol paper Crane Gu in. Feng Zheng gritted his teeth. Under everyone's supervision, he injected primeval essence and activated the Gu worm. Lightning symbol paper Crane Gu was fast as lightning, flying into the loophole. But right after, the grassland image turned into a lump of primeval essence. As it dissipated in the air, lightning symbol paper Crane Gu flew for 2 rounds before flying back to Feng Zheng's hands. This Feng Yuan is giving up a portion of the blessed land, completely removing it. It seems he is worried that Gu masters might entire when the loophole turns into a tunnel. Feng Yang was slightly shocked, but sneered soon after. Go ahead. Let's see how much land you can discard. Every piece of land you abandon is akin to giving up your own flesh. But immediately after, Feng Yang's expression changed. He's still continuing. He's already thrown a few square kilometers worth of land. He is really bold. No wonder he managed to snatch the inheritance. But a few moments later, Feng Yang's expression turned ugly. It seems that this earthly calamity is very dangerous this time. But how much land is he going to give up? He has already thrown tens of square kilometers of land away. This wastrel. Chapter 420, Meeting of Brothers. On Tianti Mountain, loopholes appeared one after another with increasing frequency. Not only were Immortal Crane Sex elite disciples watching carefully, many Gu immortals were also keeping watch behind the scenes. During this period, Feng Zheng tried 3 times, finally managing to send the lightning symbol paper Crane Gu into the blessed land. A green bird spread its wings and flew into the loopholes as well, reaching the Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This is a letter sending green bird Gu. What is Feng Jiayuge trying to do? Feng Yang saw this and his expression turned dark. But at the next moment, his pupils shrunk to pin size. His mouth opened wide as he shocked an extremely flabbergasted expression. My God, he's discarding such a big area of the blessed land? Feng Yang was tongue-tied. He was stunned like a statue. Feng Yuan discarded 600 square kilometers worth of land. Tianti Mountain Waste was full of the blessed land's projected image. Grassland filled everyone's vision. A Gu immortal was the first to react, appearing with the flash of a sword. Ha ha ha, what a big piece of blessed land. It is mine, don't even think of snatching it from me. Jian Yisheng shouted, wanting to pull this piece of land into his blessed land, expanding his territory. But at this moment, a lightning flash appeared. FCK. Jian Yisheng was caught unguarded. He shouted profanities as the blue charm lightning shadow sent him flying like a cannonball. But Jian Yisheng was not to be trifled with. He immediately engaged in battle with blue charm lightning shadow. They created a huge commotion. The earth rumbled as Immortal Crane Sex elite disciples watched in shock. The more shocking thing was, over a dozen people appeared next, taking a piece of this 600 square kilometers land at lightning speed like a pack of hungry wolves. "You goddamn bastards. I lured the monster away, I made the most effort, but you guys didn't even leave me a piece of the land. IFCK all your ancestors. I curse you all to have constipation. All your children will be born with a chicken's tail." Jian Yisheng shouted angrily. He had never suffered such a great loss in his life, getting thrashed by the blue charm lightning shadow so pathetically. And there is that little rascal Feng Yuan. He is really evil and daring, scheming against me like this. Fight me fairly if you have guts. He sent out the flying sword letter Gu. Flying sword letter Gu was extremely fast, it could tear through space, even without a loophole, it could enter the blessed land. Immortal Crane sex gang was in a daze. Was this the mannerism of a Gu immortal? This Jian Yisheng is a complete disgrace to us Gu immortals. He Feng Yang covered his face in shame. At this time, a bright white gold light appeared. There was a red door in the light, 30 meters tall. It had a rainbow-colored plaque. Pink-colored clouds gathered, as the rainbow light shone on Feng Zheng's body. In the blink of an eye, Feng Zheng vanished on the spot, sending blue charm lightning shadow or the desolate beast swamp crab out of the blessed land was beyond little Hu immortal's abilities. But to transport one Feng Zheng, it was easy. He got in. Seeing this, He Feng Yang's heart eased. A flash of lightning bolt descended from the sky. It was the blue charm lightning shadow. But the white gold light moved the red door away in time. By a hair's breadth, the blue charm lightning shadow's intention of entering the blessed land was thwarted. Feng Zheng felt his surroundings turn blur before he regained his sight, and the environment around him had changed completely. He was standing on a grassland. Grass was all around him. There were clouds above him, extremely thick and dark clouds. Not far away, there are several lakes with ripples on the surface. I reached Hu immortal blessed land. Feng Zheng quickly reacted. All his goo worms were sealed now. It was the same as during the competition. A smoky lump of shadow appeared before him, expanding into the size of a mirror. Feng Yuan's figure appeared in the mirror. He was sitting with his back leaning on the chair. He was crossing his right leg over his left leg as his left hand was placed on his knee, while his right hand was holding his chin softly on top of the chair handle. His black hair was casually hanging over his face as his eyes squinted, showing a lazy and casual demeanor, but also gave people a sense of danger, dark and mysterious. "My cute little brother, to think I would see you again in Central Continent." Feng Yuan spoke. His voice was so foreign, yet so familiar to Feng Zheng. Feng Zheng's body shuddered, his eyes burst forth with intense rage as he growled, "Gu Yu Feng Yuan, you crazy and hopeless demon, you murdered your entire clan. I will kill you personally." Saying so, he rushed towards Feng Yuan. But this Feng Yuan was only a projection from the smoke. After Feng Zheng charged towards it, it dissipated, but quickly gathered back into a perfect image of Feng Yuan again. Feng Zheng pointed at Feng Yuan, shouting, "Feng Yuan, you don't even have the courage to face me? You coward! Shameless traitor, you are an inhuman animal. So what if you died? To think that you murdered your entire clan just to preserve your life, such an outrageous act. How could you do it? Are you still human? He he he." Feng Yuan laughed heartily, casually leaning on his chair. "My cute little brother, you are still stupid as ever. Regardless of whether I did anything, they were going to die. If that is so, why can't I live? If not for my counterattack, do you think you would be brought back to Central Continent? In fact, I saved your life. I am your benefactor." "Dog shit. You are distorting the truth. You are unbelievably shameless." Feng Zheng heard Feng Yuan's words, and was extremely angered by it. Feng Yuan's laughter came to a stop. He sighed, "Feng Zheng, my brother, you are a huge disappointment. All these years, you have not improved one bit. No matter how high your cultivation is, you are just a pawn piece." "Alright, let's talk business. I've seen Immortal Crane's sex letter. Don't bother mentioning those ridiculous promises like making me an elder. We can, however, go through with the transaction and deals." Feng Zheng's chest was moving up and down, his breathing was heavy as he stared at Feng Yuan's image with hatred. This pair of twins, they looked almost identical, and had closest blood relation in them. Unfortunately, They were life and death enemies. Feng Zheng took a few deep breaths, holding in his killing intent towards Feng Yuan, thinking of the clan's instructions, within Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Our sect is not interested in the fox groups or goo worms. But the gutstones on Danghun Mountain have some value. We will send disciples here by batches. You will bring them to Danghun Mountain. Stop. Before Feng Zheng finished speaking, he was interrupted by Feng Yuan. I do not believe your Immortal Crane sect's sincerity. This is what I want. Prepare it for me as soon as possible, and hand it over to me. I do not have primeval stones, but I have the swamp crab's corpse to trade instead. The details are in the letter. Go back and consider it. Once he finished speaking, a small lightning bolt flew and landed in Feng Zheng's hand. It was that lightning symbol paper crane goo. This lightning symbol paper crane goo had already been refined by Feng Yuan, and was now used by him. The contents included the goo worms and materials Feng Yuan wanted, as well as details on the swamp crab's blood, meat, bones, and shell etc. Feng Zheng raised his head, and wanted to speak, but he saw the scene before him change. He had been transported out already. Check around, are there any suspicious things? After Feng Zheng left, Feng Yuan did not relax, but instead gave instructions to Lan's spirit. The Blessed Land could not restrict immortal goo. Feng Yuan did not meet with Feng Zheng personally because he was worried about him bringing an immortal goo. Immortal Crane sect had a lot of resources. They had quite a lot of immortal goo. Although Feng Zheng's aperture was not able to carry immortal goo, as the aura would easily leak, all sorts of things could happen in the goo world. There were definitely methods to conceal an immortal goo's aura. Feng Yuan had to guard against this. The land spirit checked for a few times and there were no problems. At this point, Feng Yuan finally relaxed. After the earthly calamity, will the situation improve from here? Feng Yuan squinted his eyes, considering his current predicament. The current situation was way more advantageous for him than he expected. In order to devour Hu Immortal Blessed Land alone, Immortal Crane sect shield him. Such guts, it was expected of one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Benefits above everything, enemies and friends were all built on this basis. Using common words, it was the foresight of a big picture, restricted by the sect system, and under the pressure of the big picture. So what if Feng Zheng hated him? He still had to come over and discuss the transactions. Once they realized that they could not capture me so easily, that being forceful would just destroy everything, Immortal Crane sect would naturally come to negotiate with me, to make transactions. Even if outsiders find out, there would be no rumors of allying with the demonic path. That is because Immortal Crane sect had already admitted that I am a part of their sect. It was a meticulous decision. But this is what I needed too. Even if this disciple identity is so fake, it is enough to drive away the other forces. Looking at Jian Yisheng and Feng Jiayuji's letters, one can easily tell how precious this identity is. Feng Yuan thought about it. He did not mind this. The truth is, he is still in the demonic path. He is still alone, doing things his way. No one could restrict him. But at the same time, he could do transactions, and exchange for resources he needed. Originally, I wanted to go to Langya Blessed Land and snatch connecting heaven goo. But now that I can deal with Immortal Crane sect, I do not need to do that. Although, with Hu Immortal Blessed Land being in my possession, Immortal Crane sect would not let this go. They are making deals at this point because of wariness, and that they have no choice for now. I cannot be careless and give them a weakness to exploit, Feng Yuan reminded himself. As for his brother Feng Zheng, that was secondary. Killing him would only be for the blood skull goo, to raise the aperture's aptitude by a little. The problem it would bring is making an enemy out of Immortal Crane sect, and putting himself into grave danger. Killing his own brother is a pure demonic act. If outsiders find out, it would be interpreted as Feng Yuan betraying Immortal Crane sect. At that point, the 10 sects and numerous demonic Hu immortals would place their greedy gazes towards Hu Immortal Blessed Land. There is no such thing as an absolute secret. Once the matter is exposed, even if Immortal Crane sect wanted to continue acting, they would not be able to. Feng Yuan's current situation was, Raising aptitude was less important than his other objectives. Even if his aptitude was raised, he still needed resources to cultivate. The most important point now was to stabilize the situation and make full use of the Blessed Land's resources to convert them into his own strength. Chapter 421, Development of the Rockman Tribe. Feng Yang carefully read the detailed content of the lightning letter. Fang Yuan only made 3 types of requests: primeval stones, goo worms and materials. Requesting for 5 million primeval stones? No problem, let alone 5 million. It is no issue even if he wanted 10 million or 50 million. Feng Yang grinned. When one reached the goo immortal realm, their attention was on immortal essence. They could have any amount of primeval stones they wanted. It was simply not a thing of concern. 5 spring egg goo? Feng Yang was slightly dazed. Spring egg goo was a rank 5 goo that had the appearance of a white goose egg. It was obtained from killing specific eggmen. Placing spring egg goo deep underground could form a spirit spring guy. That means it could grow a spirit spring. Every spring egg goo represented a small-scale spirit spring. Every small-scale spirit spring could produce at least 100 million primeval stones from the moment they formed till they disappeared. However, spring egg goo's price was much higher than 100 million primeval stones. Goo immortals would frequently buy it and plant it in their blessed land to form spirit springs and provide spiritual lessons to all living beings. Sufficient spirit springs meant the primeval energy in the blessed land would be thicker and be beneficial to the cultivation and nurturing of goo worms. Conversely, if there were no spirit springs, the primeval energy in the blessed land would be created by diluting the immortal essence. From a certain aspect, spirit springs could cut down the use of immortal essence. To think this Feng Yuan, a mere mortal, also knows the importance of spring egg goo. But this goo? Even goo immortals have a lot of demand for it. How could we give you 5 of them? 3 is enough. The Hu immortal blessed land you are managing will sooner or later become our immortal crane sex property. Feng Yang's gaze moved over the list. Below, Feng Yuan had mentioned many goo worms. What does he want so many low-ranked goo worms for? Feng Yang felt some doubts. If Feng Yuan demanded those rare and powerful rank 5 goo worms, it would be understandable. However, what he was requesting for were some rank 2 and rank 3 goo worms. Although he mentioned some rank 4 goo, it was just a few. HMPH. I understand. This kid has strong vigilance. He is afraid that if he directly asks for rank 5 goo, we would tamper with it, and so he intends to refine the goo himself. Goo refinement process involves many subtle details. If the goo worms had been tampered with, it would definitely destroy the whole refinement process. Conversely, a successfully refined goo would be completely clean and secure. Feng Yang felt somewhat irritated. He originally had such an intention, but now he knew that this scheme could not be implemented and was already useless. This kid is not easy to deal with. But how would he know so many goo refinement recipes? His background is definitely not simple. Feng Yang felt some apprehension inwardly. He thought for a while more and laughed. This Feng Yuan doesn't know what's good for him. Are goos so easy to refine? Every goo refinement needs huge resources. The higher the rank of the goo to be refined, the higher the chances of failure and higher the losses. You kid, just how old are you? Goo refinement cannot succeed just with innate talent. Even more importantly, you need experience and accumulation. Feng Yang did not know the exact details of Feng Yuan, and even more importantly he did not know that fixed immortal travel goo was refined by Feng Yuan. If he knew, he would definitely not be able to laugh. Feng Yang continued to read. He has requested relic goo 2, a yellow gold relic goo and 3 purple crystal relic goo? Feng Yang's gaze paused as he understood Feng Yuan's scheme. Feng Yuan had rank 4 upper stage cultivation. This was already noticed by the 10 sex goo immortals and was not a secret. If Feng Yuan used a yellow gold relic goo, he would be at rank 4 peak stage. After advancing to rank 5 initial stage, he could use the 3 purple crystal relic goo one by one and directly jump to rank 5 peak stage. Immortal Crane Sect was one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent and had abundant resources. It naturally had these relic goo. Every year, there would be disciples and elders who would contribute the relic goo they obtained to the sect in exchange for contribution points, and the sect would place these green copper to purple crystal relic goo as rewards for sect missions. He Feng Yang could easily bring out these relic goo, but letting Feng Yuan advance to rank 5 so fast did not sit well with Immortal Crane Sect's benefits. I will first hand over 1 purple crystal goo to create envy in this kid. These relic goo are the things he wants the most. We will use it to get a hold on him and make him exchange them with guts goo. Feng Yang continued to read the letter. After the goo worms were names of some materials. These materials were also common for the most part, although there were some precious goo refinement materials listed. They were few in number. It seems this kid's main plan is to refine goo. HMPH. You want to refine? Go ahead. But why does he need star hair and bile, toadstones, ascension wine, and these other extremely uncommon materials? There were very few recipes that included the use of these materials. Some of these materials had value that could compare to parts of a desolate beast. Even Feng Yang would have to expend some effort to get these things. Whether this kid is deliberately mystifying it to scatter my attention or is really refining some rare goo, I cannot give all these materials to him at once. I need to make him feel anxious to probe out his true intent. For this transaction, I will give him a vat of Ascension wine. This Ascension wine was a top-quality wine brewed by Immortal Crane Sect's Supreme Third Elder. Over 100 years ago, Feng Yang had officially sided with the Third Elder. In the banquet, the Supreme Third Elder was in a great mood and rewarded him with 3 vats of Ascension wine. Supreme Third Elder liked drinking wine and it was one of his hobbies. However, Feng Yang did not like to drink and Ascension wine was worthless to him. Feng Yang saw each part of the desolate beast listed at the end of the letter. He licked his lips. This was a desolate beast, an existence that could be compared to goo immortals. Such a complete desolate beast corpse. Looks like the earthly calamity this time was the desolate beast calamity. This kid's luck is really good, using Danghun Mountain to destroy the swamp crab's soul and obtain such a complete corpse. Feng Yang instantly guessed the details of the earthly calamity. We can completely procure this swamp crab, but why has he not requested Rockman? Could it be that he does not know of the Rockman because of limited knowledge, or is it because the group that migrated at that time is still alive? There is too little information. What was the situation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land? How did Feng Yuan obtain fixed immortal travel goo? Who was behind him? Feng Yang did not know the answers to any of these questions. The 5 great regions, Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert and Eastern Sea, were mutually independent, separated by barriers and each of them were incomparably vast. Immortal Crane Sect had yet to grasp the whole Central Continent, let alone make contact with every region of Southern Border. However, after Feng Yuan seized Hu Immortal's inheritance, Immortal Crane Sect had already sent elders to Southern Border to investigate. Several days later, we're here, plant the spirit spring at this location. On the grassland, Feng Yuan stopped walking and said to Little Hu Immortal following behind him. Little Hu Immortal nodded her little head and raised her palm upon which a spring egg goo flew out. Spring egg goo landed on the ground and drilled deep underground. Within moments, Feng Yuan felt the ground shake and could hear the sound of flowing water becoming louder rapidly. And then, a fountain of spring water spurted out of the ground and flew as high as 20 to 30 meters. The spring water was milky white and produced water vapor. After a few breaths' time, Feng Yuan could feel the primeval energy in the air becoming very dense. Primeval energy is the origin energy of all living beings. With the increase in primeval energy, the land will become more fertile, vegetation will flourish and beast groups will prosper even more. There will be a lot of benefits to the Rockman as well. Feng Yuan nodded his head in satisfaction. The transaction with Immortal Crane Sect was a success. Feng Yuan sold the whole swamp crab's corpse and in return obtained most of the things he needed. Among them were 3 spring egg goo. This spring egg goo was a rank 5 goo and was a one-time expendable goo that could turn into a small-scale spirit spring. It had a high demand on primeval essence to be activated and even rank 5 upper stage goo masters would have to exhaust all their primeval essence to succeed in activating it. Fang Yuan was only at rank 4 upper stage and was absolutely unable to activate Spring Egg Gu, but fortunately, he had the Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit as his helper. Fang Yuan buried these 3 Spring Egg Gu near the Rockman tribes. After the trial of the 6th earthly calamity, there were only a few pitiful fox groups left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and were not worth nurturing. Fang Yuan thus put all his attention on the Rockman tribes. Now, there were only a few hundreds Rockman left, much lesser than the foxes. However, with Danghun Mountain and these 3 spirit springs, the Rockman tribes could rapidly grow and develop. Master, this is awesome. With 3 spirit springs, our green grape immortal essence expenditure will greatly reduce. Little Hu Immortal looked at the spurting spring water and narrowed her eyes in happiness. These 3 spirit springs can produce at least 300 million primeval stones and can last for 50 to 60 years. But if we look at the whole blessed land, it is far from enough. It is lacking even for the southern area of the blessed land. Fang Yuan calculated. Spirit springs were classified into small scale, mid-scale and large-scale. Small-scale spirit springs could last for 50 to 60 years, mid-scale spirit spring could last for about 100 years and more, large-scale spirit spring could last for centuries. The spurting spring water loosened the surrounding soil and the spring mouth gradually enlarged. The force of the spring water was not enough and its height slowly reduced. In 4 to 5 days, the spring mouth would form and the spirit spring would start flowing, spreading to the surrounding soil. In several months, the dense primeval energy would condense into the first batch of primeval stones. Let's return. The Rockman tribes should be having the time of their lives now. Fang Yuan commanded the land spirit. The next moment, the 2 teleported to Danghun Mountain. Heavens, so many gut stones. The place is in a mess. There definitely was a huge battle here. Maybe that male immortal is already dead. Our Rockman tribe's glorious days are coming. We will have endless offsprings. Tribe leader Yan Yong, we can establish the world's largest Rockman tribe. The Rockman cheered and shouted, indulging in this moment of happiness and fortune. Danghun Mountain was filled with gutstones. There was one every 5 steps. The Rockman struck the gutstones in a frenzy and strengthened their soul. There were many young Rockman who also struck the gutstones and rapidly strengthened their newborn souls, allowing them to control more rocks as their body. There were only a few hundreds Rockman at first, but in only a day, their population expanded by 10 times. The more the population grew, the faster they multiplied. On the morning of the 2nd day, their population broke 10,000. On the evening of the 3rd day, their numbers reached 300,000. All the gutstones on Danghun Mountain were plucked clean. On the 4th day, Danghun Mountain started emitting pressure and the Rockman could only reluctantly leave the place, majestically returning to their homes. There were unexpected gifts, the new 3 spirit springs, waiting for them there. Chapter 422, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Blub 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 blub. In a huge 5-man-tall cauldron, green-blue colored liquid was bubbling inside. The liquid seemed to be boiling, but cold air was emitting from it. Even a Rockman's hand would turn into an icicle if he placed it in. Fang Yuan stood before the large cauldron, multitasking as he controlled it while taking out a primeval elder gu. He multitasked, activating primeval elder gu as primeval stones flew out from within. Plop plop plop. Primeval stones caused a splash when they entered the cauldron. Primeval elder gu was a rank 3 storage gu. It could hold up to 1,000,000 primeval stones. It was shaped like a crystal ball, half transparent with clouds forming into an old man inside. The old man smiled when there were a lot of primeval stones inside, and cried when there were few primeval stones. As large amounts of primeval stones were thrown in, the old man's smile turned into a bitter expression. Fang Yuan expended around 500,000 primeval stones for this refinement. If it was the past, he would not be able to afford it. But now, he is affluent. After he sold the desolate beast swamp crab and bought quite a bit of things, he had around 6 million primeval stones left. As primeval stones were thrown in, a large spiral formed inside the cauldron, causing the liquid to flow faster. The cauldron was slightly shaking. At this crucial moment, Feng Yuan invested all his concentration into it. He could not be distracted anymore. Sweat quickly formed on his forehead. He could only call out, "Land Spirit." "Yes." Little Hu Immortal responded quickly, throwing pieces and pieces of silver ingots into the cauldron. The ingots entered the liquid, causing the spiral to slow down. One by one, the ingots fell in until the surface of the cauldron became still, forming into silver-colored ice. Eventually, all the liquid inside was frozen. Large amounts of silver-colored mist flew out, freezing the entire cauldron. In fact, it extended 5 steps from the cauldron, dyeing the ground silver. Feng Yuan breathed heavily. After refining goo for 3 days, it's finally done. Silver-colored ice broke apart, and goo worms flew out. These goo were all rank 3, they were shaped like little cups, while also resembling trumpet flowers. 3 of them could fit on one palm. They were silver in color, used to hold liquid or store goo worms. Little Hu Immortal counted, smiling brightly, clapping her hands. 137, 146, 159. "Master, you are amazing, refining 159 rank 3 goo worms at once. We can sell these for quite a sum." "What are these goo worms?" "Hee. These are silver cup goo, we have to use them to refine goo, they are not for sale." Feng Yuan smiled. 380 years into Feng Yuan's previous life, these silver cup goo were created by a goo immortal, continuing to refine them until they were rank 5. That was the goo Feng Yuan needed. Of course they could not be sold now. "These days, I used a large number of guts goo to raise my soul to 52 times of a normal person. Thus, I did not feel much fatigue, and was able to refine so many goo at once." Feng Yuan was extremely pleased with the results of this refinement. The benefits of having a strong foundation in his soul was shown here. If Feng Yang saw this, he would no longer underestimate Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's ability at refining goo had already greatly exceeded his own. But his head was still dizzy. Every goo refinement caused a strain on the soul. It used a lot of mental energy, not to mention Feng Yuan's large-scale refinement. If it was before, Feng Yuan could only sleep to rest his soul. But now, he had a better method. "Land Spirit, this cauldron is useless now, get rid of it. I am going outside to walk." "Yes, Master." Little Hu Immortal immediately got to work. 3 to 4 days had already passed. Large numbers of gut stones had formed on Danghan Mountain. Feng Yuan casually stepped on a few pieces. The gut goo that flew out recovered his soul, even strengthening it. Feng Yuan instantly felt the dizziness go away from his head. He could think at lightning speed. He laughed heartily. "This gut goo is truly a divine goo, the effect is so amazing. In that case, I shall strengthen my soul to the limit today." 68 times. Feng Yuan felt refreshed. His movements were extremely fast and light. 77 times. Feng Yuan could think at lightning speed. Every thought moved like a spark. 85 times. Feng Yuan's soul had already vaguely hit his body's limit. 92 times. Feng Yuan could clearly feel his own soul. In his perception, his soul was gray-white color. Its outer appearance was just like Feng Yuan's appearance, except it was extremely strong, muscular and had a bear tiger-like body. As for Feng Yuan, although his body was muscular, he only had muscular shoulders with a thin waist. His soul was quite squeezed inside this body. Was he at his limit? 93 times. Feng Yuan used one more gut goo. His soul strengthened once again. This time, Feng Yuan felt an unprecedented feeling. It was amazing and comfortable. It felt 100 times better than taking drugs, eating good food, or having intercourse. It made a strong man like Feng Yuan groan out in pleasure. An indescribable sensation of comfort and addiction made him savor this feeling, unable to forget it. Feng Yuan's eyes shone in a cold light, his heart became alert. He stepped on a few more gut stone, and his soul got stronger again. The feeling of comfort this time was much more intense than before. 97 times, 98 times, 99 times. The feeling came from deep within his soul. It was so intense that Feng Yuan's body shuddered, his bones felt like they were melting and his muscles were twitching. It could not be described with words. 100 times. The intense sensation and addiction assaulted like a tornado. Feng Yuan almost fainted from this. This is the limit. I cannot use the Guts Gu anymore. Feng Yuan bit the tip of his tongue, using the pain to keep himself conscious, not falling into addiction. Normal people could only strengthen their soul by 100 times. It was called 100-man soul. This was also the extreme limit. If the soul strengthened just a bit more, it would explode in a loud bang, like a stomach that burst from overeating. But the explosion of the soul was many times more severe than the bursting of a stomach. The soul would completely disperse in the air, completely destroyed. The flesh would be preserved for a while before rotting away, revealing the white skeleton. If Feng Yuan indulged in the feeling, and used one more Guts Gu, he would not even have the time to use Spring Autumn Cicada. He would die immediately, wiped off from this world. Too bad I don't have Luopo Valley. Inside it, there is the bewilderment fog that can loosen the soul. There is also the Luopo wind that can cut the soul. After torture and trials, the soul will become more refined and condensed. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. Simply strengthening the soul was a quantitative advantage. Only through refinement and purification can there be a qualitative advantage. In this world, there were many Gu masters who cultivated their soul. They were called Soul Path Gu masters. Soul Path and Strength Path were at the same level, glorious during the ancient times, except, Strength Path was now at its lowest point, while Soul Path was staying strong. It was the largest path in the current world. The Gu Master who created the Soul Path is renowned in the entire world's history. He is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, rank 9 Gu Master, standing at the top of the universe, looking down at mortals plainly. He was truly invincible, a legend who dominated his era. At the same time, he was the rank 9 Gu Immortal with the greatest killing nature. Among all immortal venerables and demon venerables, he killed the most people. During his dark era, he made the 5 regions into his personal slaughterhouse. All living beings were his livestock. They had no way to resist. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable once said, "In this huge world, Danghun Mountain is the best at strengthening soul, and Luopo Valley is the best at refining soul. One mountain and one valley, if one had both, they would achieve great success in the soul path, and they would be able to dominate the world." Thus, Danghun Mountain and Luopo Valley were the 2 sacred lands of Soul Path Gu Masters. Feng Yuan obtaining Danghun Mountain was a huge blessing. He got a great deal from his rebirth. If he wanted to get Luopo Valley, there was little hope. He did not know where it was. But, even without Luopo Valley, I can use other Soul Path Gu worms to replace it. Divine Soul Gu, Dragon Soul Gu, Ice Soul Gu, Dream Soul Gu, Moon Soul Gu, General Soul Gu, Grudge Soul Gu, Poem Soul Gu and others. They can all refine my soul and allow me to continue strengthening my soul, to break through 100-man soul, to reach 1,000-man soul, or even 10,000-man soul. He could not get these Gu from Immortal Crane Sect. That is because these Gu that were directly used on the soul, if Immortal Crane Sect did something to them, it would be too dangerous. But Feng Yuan knew very little of these Gu worms' recipes. Most importantly, he has not decided on which Gu would suit him the most. For now, 100-man soul is sufficient to deal with my problems. I should place my energy on how to trade Rockman. Feng Yuan's train of thought came back to the matter at hand. He had already sold Swamp Crab, but next, he did not intend to sell the Gutstones. If he sold Gutstones, that would strengthen Immortal Crane Sect. That was not favorable. For the following days, Feng Yuan continued to refine Gu while cleansing his aperture. A month passed quickly. With the 9 Eyes Liquor Worm's help, Feng Yuan successfully advanced to rank 4 peak stage. At the same time, he refined 155 Gold Cup Gu. Gold Cup Gu and Silver Cup Gu were about the same. They were rank 3 Gu used to store fluids. Next, he used both Silver Cup Gu and Gold Cup Gu in refinement. After 7 days and 6 nights, his luck was not bad. He obtained 3 rank 4 Gold and Silver Cup Gu. He put down his work at hand, and turned his attention to the Rockman. So many days have passed, the Rockman should have reproduced already. In a Rockman's life, most of the time was spent on sleeping. Normally, When a Rockman reaches 300 years old, his soul would accumulate to a degree, and he would produce an offspring. Next, every 200 years, he will produce one young Rockman. Without accidents, a Rockman can live to 1,000 years, and they would have 4 offsprings when they die. But because of the Gutstones, the Rockman tribes expanded rapidly. They had around 300,000 tribesmen now. The increased numbers caused the internal conflicts among Rockman to increase, intensify, and erupt. Rockman's social system was very relaxed. It could at most govern 100,000 people. As expected, after some political strifes, the Rockman split into 3 groups, each with around 100,000 people, each occupying one spirit spring, making their new homes there. Fang Yuan took out the new slavery gu that he made and handed them to the little Hu immortal. Slavery gu ranged from rank 1 to 5. Fang Yuan refined rank 3 slavery gu only. It was enough to enslave the Rockman tribes. Little Hu immortal teleported the slavery gu for about 10,000 miles away, using them on the most crucial Rockman. The Rockman's soul were not Fang Yuan's match. They were easily enslaved. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan controlled 3 Rockman tribe leaders including Yan Yong, as well as over a dozen Rockman tribe elders. At once, the 300,000 Rockman were under his control, governing many lives and making great changes with just a wave of his hand. This was already showing the ability of a Gu immortal. Chapter 423, Fang Yuan, you little bastard. Not selling Gutstones, but selling Rockman instead? Feng Yang looked at the letter in his hand with a grim expression. In Hu immortal blessed land, the Gutsku from Danghun Mountain was the thing Immortal Crane sect needed the most. Once they had the Gutsku to raise the foundation of their disciples' soul, Immortal Crane sect's strength in terms of disciples would rise by 30%. Furthermore, Gutstones could not leave Danghun Mountain, they could only be used on the spot. Thus, with this reason, Immortal Crane sect disciples could freely enter Hu immortal blessed land. As time passed, Fang Yuan's alertness would gradually fall, and Immortal Crane sect would be free to set up some traps inside the blessed land. But Fang Yuan adamantly refused to sell the Gutstones. Feng Yang was very troubled. Since when did great Gu immortals like myself have to be subjected to such difficulties from a mere mortal rascal? He gritted his teeth as he thought, his handsome young face distorting with anger. He had battle strength, but he could not display them. Fang Yuan was hiding inside the blessed land like a tortoise. He also had fixed immortal travel gu and could leave at any time. Feng Yang, and even the entire Immortal Crane sect were afraid of his trump cards, and thus did not dare to attack. It seems the Rockman that Hu immortal brought into her blessed land are still alive. But this Fang Yuan is selling so many of these Rockman now. Just how many Gutsku did he use to create them? Thinking of this, Feng Yang's heart was bleeding. Several months had passed since the last transaction. The time in Hu immortal blessed land was 5 times faster, thus he had around a year or so. Fang Yuan nurtured so many young and strong Rockmen. If these expended Gutsku were given to Immortal Crane sect, and used to nurture disciples, how good would that be? But this rascal Fang Yuan, he would rather nurture Rockman than give these Gutsku to Immortal Crane sect. His motives are execrable. Execrable. What made Feng Yang most furious was not just this. Most importantly, he was angry at himself. These Rockman that Fang Yuan was selling, even if he was a Gu immortal, his heart was moved. In a blessed land, if there were ample Rockman, Gu immortals could develop their underground land and excavate large amounts of resources, all sorts of metals, gems, ore, as well as Gu worms, underground animals. They could be endlessly obtained. Other than that, if they had enough Rockman, they can build an underground city. This was, in a way, expanding the blessed land's territory. If there was no manpower in the blessed land, the resources Gu immortals excavate would mostly be from the surface. It was limited. But if they had Rockman, and could even use the resources underground, the profits would be many times more than before. Thus, in the market, Rockman were in high demand and low supply. A Rockman's life is mostly spent on sleeping. An ordinary Rockman lives to 1,000 years old. In one life, They have 4 children. It was not impossible to use soul path goo worms on them to raise their soul's strength. Many goo immortals tried it, but the none succeeded. There was only one reason: cost. The value of a soul path goo worms greatly exceeded a single Rockman. Unless a goo immortal has a special need for Rockman, they would never profit from this. In this world, only Feng Yuan, who controlled Danghun Mountain, could nurture Rockman on such a scale. Furthermore, the price Feng Yuan quoted in this transaction was also very appealing. Even if Immortal Crane Sect did not need it, they could resell it and earn at a huge profit. But because this was such a good deal, Feng Yang felt extremely troubled. He knew this was bait from Feng Yuan. Not afraid that you aren't moved, just afraid you won't take the bait. Just as Feng Yuan had expected, Feng Yang was already inclined towards the deal. Not just him, Immortal Crane Sect would also be moved, and other goo immortals would also want this deal. The Rockman trading business could flourish for at least 100 years. This wicked little rascal Feng Yuan, he is really devious. But with this batch of Rockman, I could show some results to Supreme Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder. I can also make Leitan shut up. I can catch a breather in that case. Feng Yang breathed heavily, calming his mind. He squinted his eyes, his mouth curling into a cold smile. But don't be too smug, Feng Yuan. Tit for tat. If you don't sell Guts Goo, I will not sell Relic Goo. Didn't you want yellow gold Relic Goo and purple crystal Relic Goo? No way in hell. Feng Yuan laid on his chair, looking at Immortal Crane Sect's reply. Because Blue Charm Lightning Shadow was still guarding Tian Ti Mountain, Little Hu Immortal did not dare to open the Blessed Land's doors. Thus Immortal Crane Sect used the Flying Sword letter Goo this time. Feng Yuan took a look and understood the content. In Feng Yang's letter, other than agreeing to the deal, he also stated his objective: to buy Guts Goo. For the Guts Goo, he could sell Relic Goo, or even lend a hand to help survive the 7th earthly calamity. Feng Yuan chuckled continuously. Letting Feng Yang into Hu Immortal Blessed Land was a greater danger than the calamity itself. That was impossible. As for the Relic Goo, did he think that threat would be Feng Yuan's weakness? What a laughable idea. I will definitely not sell the Guts Goo, but I can sell Rockman. I have no worries about attracting Immortal Crane Sect. But I cannot just deal with Immortal Crane Sect alone. I also need to expand my business further. Feng Yuan considered. With his 500 years of experience, Feng Yuan knew that his sale price is lower than the market value. Immortal Crane Sect would definitely profit from this trade. But this was also arranged by Feng Yuan. That is because at the moment, he needed his identity as an Immortal Crane Sect disciple, thus he also needed to maintain and sustain this fictitious relationship. With this profit, Feng Yang's pressure would be lifted off him. He wants my blessed land, but I also need time to grow. After I become a Goo Immortal, would I still be afraid of Immortal Crane Sect? Feng Yuan laughed plainly. He looked at the letter again. At the end of it, Feng Yang decided on a time, and requested Feng Yuan to open the door, to send in the whole Earth Goo. This was a very large-scale transaction. Feng Yuan was going to sell 60,000 Rockman. But these Rockman could not leave from the Blessed Land's doors. At the moment, that Blue Charm Lightning Shadow was still moving around Tian Ti Mountain. If the doors were opened, and it managed to rush in, Feng Yuan would be in huge trouble. Thus in this situation, he needed to use Whole Earth Goo. This Goo was rank 5, and consisted of 2 Goo, the main Goo and the sub-Goo. Its biggest use was to connect the 2 places with one tunnel. The Goo Master will enter from the sub-Goo, and come out from the main Goo, similarly for the opposite direction as well. Whole Earth Goo was often used to connect 2 blessed lands. Normally, Whole Earth Goo was used to transport and send resources. During war or battles, reinforcements could be sent in via the Whole Earth Goo, assisting immediately. To undergo the transaction and send these Rockman away, Whole Earth Goo has to be used inevitably. But I am worried that your Whole Earth Goo might have some traps in it. I'd rather refine it myself. Feng Yuan thought about this and leaked the Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura, refining the Flying Sword letter Goo and rapidly writing a letter back to Feng Yang. Half a day later, Feng Yang received the letter, looking at it only to find large amounts of Goo worms listed in it. and all sorts of ingredients. Oh, you don't want to use my whole earth goo, but you improved on the recipe and want to refine the new version yourself? He Fengying was furious. Bullshit. Whole earth goo has already been used for 500 years. The recipe is known by all goo immortals. You think you can refine it further? Feng Yuan, this rascal's alertness is too high. He wants to use this chance to extort me, so that I would not dare to reject his deals again. I don't need to see to know that the relic goo or spring egg goo or some rare goo worms in the strength path is included. None? He Fengying gave it a glance, but did not see any relic goo, spring egg goo, or any strength path goo listed. But there were a lot of uncommon goo, and even some low-ranking goo worms. The highest was rank 5 goo worms, the earth path build a mountain goo, normally used to increase the success rate of goo refinement. Other than that, he requested a lot of rank 4 goo, the commonly seen moving form goo, and the very useful another perspective goo. He Fengying wavered, looking at this list. It seems he really is going to refine goo. As long as his luck is okay, the materials are enough to refine 3 whole earth goo. Don't tell me, he really improved the recipe of whole earth goo? No, Feng Yuan is a mere mortal. How can this be? But what if he has a goo immortal behind him? If it was an improved recipe, then the new goo would definitely be far stronger than whole earth goo. He Fengying's heart wavered. Even if he could not get the recipe, after Feng Yuan succeeds the refinement, he would have to give the sub-goo to him. By then, he as a goo immortal would be able to infer many details about the goo from that sub-goo, and he has a high chance of recreating the same recipe. 2 days later, Feng Yuan received the letter. Feng Yuan opened it and looked, just as he expected. He Fengying made all sorts of excuses inside the letter, intentionally reducing the amount of many materials and goo worms. His motive was clear, he wanted to probe Feng Yuan's true recipe. Feng Yuan laughed and shook his head while sighing. This He Fengying was too meticulous in his thoughts. This was both a strength and a weakness. Although they had interacted for merely a few times, Feng Yuan had already seen through him. Feng Yuan replied blandly that He Fengying was not to reduce any of the materials, otherwise the refinement would fail. But He Fengying continued to argue and bargain. He said so much garbage that he almost believed his own excuses. After a few times, Feng Yuan helplessly chose to give in, writing another list. Lad, you are too young to compete with me. He Fengying saw this letter, then handed over a portion of the materials, while finding excuses to delay the others. With the constant stalling, they wasted about 8 to 9 days. Only until Feng Yuan showed an extremely helpless and angry attitude did He Fengying stop, realizing that the time was ripe, using the 6th list, which had far less materials, to do his research. But his goo refinement skills were not good. Even after researching it thoroughly, and trying a few times, he did not get any results. Half a month later, in Central Continent's time, he received the whole earth goo from Feng Yuan. He received it like a treasure, going into deep research again. But this time, he spent 3 days before successfully reverse engineering the recipe. Looking at this recipe, He Fengying screamed, "Feng Yuan, you little bastard! This is the normal recipe for whole earth goo." Immediately, he screamed and scolded Feng Yuan, calling him shameless, unscrupulous, devious, vile, and his insults even extended to Feng Yuan's ancestors. Chapter 424, We Are Going to Slay an Immortal. The west area of the Blessed Land was a vast grassland. It was a scene of green that extended all over the place. A newborn fox was having fun playing with a fluttering butterfly. In Who Immortal Blessed Land, foxes were the strongest predator and thus had worry-free lives. Although they suffered an extreme grave loss during the 6th earthly calamity, they did not die out completely. On the vast grassland, the fox groups were slowly but surely growing. Suddenly, the space rippled and 2 figures appeared, scaring the little fox away. One was a man wearing a black robe. He was tall and valiant with black hair and eyes as deep as abyss. The other was a cute and young girl who was wearing colorful clothes. Her eyes shone like stars and she had a snowy white soft fluffy tail. The thin and long fur on her tail slightly shook with the wind. They were none other than Fang Yuan and Little Hu, immortal land spirit. The position is good, it should be here. Fang Yuan looked around before taking out a whole earth goo from his aperture. This goo looked like a walnut with a wooden and uneven surface, and was as large as a watermelon. Whole earth goo was a rank 5 goo and required at least a rank 5 peak stage goo master to activate it with all his primeval essence. Fang Yuan naturally could not do it, thus he gave the goo to the land spirit. After Little Hu immortal activated it, the whole earth goo immediately burst out with intense scarlet rays of light before piercing into the ground. In an instant, red light shot to the sky and 50 kilometers of ground shook. The red light abruptly dissipated and a crack as big as 270 feet appeared on the ground. The soil around the crack bulged up, and if one were to look from above, it would look like a person's lips. Immediately following, the two sides of the crack slowly opened up and revealed 2 rows of compact cube blocks of rocks resembling human teeth. The teeth also opened up and revealed an eerie large cave. "Master, I'm hungry." The lips-like crack opened and closed, unexpectedly speaking in a loud voice, causing the nearby ground to shake. Fang Yuan smiled and took out a primeval elder goo. He sent his primeval essence, and the amiable-looking old man's happy expression gradually disappeared because large amounts of primeval stones were being taken out and thrown into the huge lips-like crack. After throwing in as much as 200,000 primeval stones, Fang Yuan stopped and put back the primeval elder goo into his aperture. The huge lips-like crack slowly closed. Its 2 rows of giant stone teeth started grinding the primeval stones into powder. Gulp apostrophe. There was a loud sound like that of a person swallowing food. It echoed and shook the ground. After swallowing these primeval stones, the lips-like crack calmed down and made no more noise. At this point, the whole earth goo could be said to have succeeded. It could not be moved now. They would have to wait for He Feng Ying's sub-goo to activate before the two sides could link. Feeding the whole earth goo was an extremely huge expenditure. It would have to be fed 200,000 primeval stones yearly, and a large amount of primeval stones needed to be used every time it was activated. Which ordinary goo master could use it alone? Besides the large sects and clans, only the goo immortals with huge resources could raise it and activate these whole earth goo. Land spirit. This place needs to be strictly guarded from now on. Enslave some fox groups and place them here. Fang Yuan said while looking at the large lips-like crack. Yes, master. To protect our homes, we need to fight. That damned immortal has come back stronger. We need to advance against this hardship. For a beautiful future and for our tribesmen, raise your fists. Although there are some grudges between us and the other 2 clans, they are all small conflicts within our Stoneman tribes. This time, our 3 tribes will each send 20,000 warriors to form an army to march west and attack the Immortals' nest. This is a huge war. Everything is for our people. Our parents and ancestors gave their lives and souls to defeat the Immortal, and create this peaceful life we are enjoying now. We need to follow the footsteps of our elders and advance courageously in this war. The land spirit mobilized fox groups to appear near the Stoneman tribes. The higher-ups of the Stoneman tribes took advantage of this to quickly form an allied army. The majestic allied army marched towards the west area. On their way, they had 5 to 6 small-scale fights. They all ended in the Stoneman army's victory while the fox groups had to retreat bit by bit. Look there. That is the demon's nest. Yan Yang walked in front towards the whole earth goo. Oh Mother Earth, you are our mother and have nurtured us Stoneman. Why do you shield such an abominable immortal? Yan Yang shouted in deep pain. The huge crack slowly opened and Little Hu immortal spoke after using a goo worm to change her voice. The Stoneman heard the gentle voice of a woman. Oh Stoneman, my children. I did not want to shield that immortal, but he entered my stomach and is hiding in my heart, threatening me to protect him. I will open my mouth. Please come in and eliminate him. I will give you my blessing. The Stonemen were astonished at first before they started shouting enthusiastically. Mother Earth spoke. We are the warriors blessed by Mother Earth. How despicable is this immortal? actually threatening our benevolent and gentle Mother Earth. We will definitely cut him into 1,000 pieces. The allied army of the Stonemen felt their morale rising to the limit. The large lips like crack opened wide. Yan Yong took the lead and shouted, "Stonemen, charge!" He then jumped into the cave. "Charge! We can't let our tribe's hero fight alone. Charge! We are fearless, we are omnipotent, we will kill the immortal. Mother Earth is on our side. This battle will be our win." The Stonemen jumped like dumplings into the large crack. They fell down the dark tunnel for a while before they landed on the ground. "Where is this? It is completely dark. This is even darker than underground. We can't see anything. How can we fight if we can't see?" The Stonemen were feeling doubtful when suddenly there was a huge coughing sound. A ball of light suddenly burst open above their heads. Rapid airflow instantly formed and carried them, as they were shot out. 230, 240. Immortal Crane Sect's disciples were standing beside the whole Earth Goose Subgu and were meticulously counting the Stonemen that were shot out. After the Stonemen were shot out by the huge lips like crack, they were immediately restrained by Immortal Crane Sect's disciples when they fell on the ground, unable to resist and unable to move. Yan Yong and some Stonemen elders stood at the side, looking at this scene in fear, and their heads were lowered. Feng Yang had been furious after being played by Feng Yuan, but he eventually took consideration of the whole situation and did not smash the whole Earth Goose Subgu under his anger, but instead planted it on Phi Mountain. As for the Stonemen, Feng Yuan used their belief in Mother Earth and then used the Fox groups and the Stonemen higher-ups to smoothly entice 60,000 young Stonemen into Phi Mountain and sell them. Man is the spirit of all living beings. In this world, apart from the humans born from Renzu's proper bloodline, there were also variant humans. Variant humans might be more intelligent compared to other life forms, but they were far from having human wisdom. Hairy men were ignorant, Eggmen were innocent, and Stonemen were naive and barbaric. Even a smart 7 or 8-year-old child could deceive them. Whether it was southern border or central continent, such things often happened. Some kids would bump into hairy men or Stonemen at some place and deceive them all the way to the market. The variant humans would be ignorant even after being sold off, still counting the money for them. With this transaction, Feng Yuan earned over 1,600,000 primeval stones. Although each of the 60,000 Stonemen were young and energetic, they could not match the value of a swamp crab. On top of that, Feng Yuan had to pay for the goo refinement materials, and there was the loss of 65,000 primeval stones to use the whole earth goo, and he also bought some common materials. Feng Yang had raised the price by 10% as revenge, and also decreased many things Feng Yuan requested. Feng Yuan did not care. The things he really wanted were already in his hands. After the transaction was over, Yan Yong and the other Stonemen elders followed the whole earth goo back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Yuan had already arranged a proper explanation to them and was sure the Stonemen tribes would not rebel. Even if there was a rebellion, he could kill them and raise another batch. In any case, there were still a lot of gutstones on Danghan Mountain. Feng Yuan calmed down in his mind and continued his cultivation. However, at rank 4 peak stage, Nine Eyes Liquor Worm had lost its use. Liquor Worm could purify the quality of the primeval essence, but only by a small realm. Feng Yuan was now at rank 4 peak stage and possessed the peak stage true gold primeval essence. Another step forward would be rank 5 initial stage light purple primeval essence. Feng Yuan sealed the Nine Eyes Liquor Worm. This goo worm had accompanied him since King Mao Mountain. From rank 1 Liquor Worm to current rank 4 Nine Eyes Liquor Worm. Now it could finally retire. By simply relying on true gold primeval essence to nurture his aperture, Feng Yuan's cultivation had become slower. Naturally, because he was at Hu Immortal Blessed Land, his cultivation speed was at least 5 times faster than the ordinary goo masters in the outside world. With this speed, I will have at least rank 5 middle stage cultivation or even near to upper stage by the time the 7th earthly calamity strikes. Feng Yuan possessed A-grade aptitude now. Breaking through to rank 5 was not a problem. However, the higher the goo master's cultivation, the more time it would take for them to advance. He had taken the purple crystal relic Gu into consideration when he said rank 5 middle stage. Such speed compared to the 500 years of his previous life was countless times better. Now, he was just slightly above 30 and was already at rank 4 peak stage. While in his previous life, at this age, he was still struggling at rank 2 realm. But this speed is still slow. There is the 7th earthly calamity outside in the blessed land while I have a great internal threat called Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan calculated that he would have to leave the blessed land in at most 3 years and go through a series of adventures. At least, he needed to find smooth success Gu or immediate success Gu to use on Spring-Autumn Cicada and obtain a greater opportunity to live. Sigh. How I hope I could just keep on cultivating in the blessed land like Feng Jiayuj and roam the world after reaching Gu Immortal Realm. Spring-Autumn Cicada's ability to let the Gu Master rebirth was not fake, but there were too many restrictions. Even if the rebirth succeeded, the Gu Master would have to guard against it bursting their aperture. If there was not such a great fault, Fang Yuan's cultivation would be many times easier. For the next 3 years, I will have to refine Gu, use gut stones to expand the stoneman population and sell them for all kinds of resources. However, while Fang Yuan's plan was near flawless, it could not compete against fate's prank. Merely a month later, a huge change occurred that gave him no choice but to leave the blessed land to an earlier date. Chapter 425, Immortal Gu and Mud. Crack. Fang Yuan crushed a gutstone in his hand. Immediately, mud flowed out, staining his palm. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn. He picked another rock on the mountain and held it in his hand. His hand was stained with yellow mud. With a slow speed, it was slowly disintegrating the rock, turning the hard rock into more mud. A moment later, Fang Yuan could distinctly feel the rock shrinking. After 10 minutes, the rock completely turned into mud, vanishing. The yellow mud flowed down the space between Fang Yuan's finger, flowing on to Danghan Mountain and continuing to cause damage to the mountain. Fang Yuan was quiet for a moment before speaking, asking, "How severe is the situation?" Little Hu Immortal wiped her tears as she sobbed, answering, "Most of Danghan Mountain had been affected by the mud. 6 out of 10 of the gutstones below the mountain waste is turning into mud." "Master, what do we do? Danghan Mountain is going to perish." Sob. "It is my fault. I did not notice it earlier." Fang Yuan patted Little Hu Immortal's head, consoling, "This is not your fault, you do not need to blame yourself. The culprit is that swamp crab, as expected of a desolate beast, as expected of an earthly calamity. Land spirits' abilities are all different, they all differed and were greatly dependent on the Gu Immortals and their blessed lands." He sighed, continuing, "I was still rejoicing earlier than the desolate beast did not have an immortal Gu. It turns out this swamp crab used an expenditure-type immortal Gu and hid the Gu's power inside this mud. Nothing happens if it comes into contact with flesh, but all mountain rocks would be turned into mud upon touching it. During the calamity earlier, the swamp crab spewed out large volumes of mud, and the crab army appeared from within the mud. Fang Yuan killed an immense number of crabs, but little did he know, the real trump card was the mud itself. Fang Yuan guessed that this is the effect of the rank 6 Gruel Mud Gu. Gruel Mud Gu was a naturally formed Gu, very commonly seen as rank 1 and 2, and still rather popular as rank 3 and 4. It was often used by Gu masters to build cities. As rank 5 Gu were rare, many rank 5 Gu masters would choose to temporarily use this Gruel Mud Gu when they did not have a good rank 5 Gu. When this rises to rank 6, there would only be one in the world, and this Gu was a one-time expenditure type. Gruel Mud Gu can only be used on mud. Evidently, the swamp that swamp crab used to live in was created from the effects of Gruel Mud Gu. The swamp crab ate and defecated mud in the swamp every day. Thus it was able to bring the ability of the Gruel Mud Gu into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After the swamp crab died, although the battlefield was cleaned up, large amounts of mud had already seeped into the mountain, moving deep underground. Gruel Mud Immortal Gu's ability was so hidden, and there was no Immortal Gu aura in the yellow mud. If Fang Yuan had not ordered the rockmen to crush the gutstones, he might not have found out at all. But even if he found out early, He had no ability to stop this during the calamity. Fang Yuan's expression was still as water. Danghun Mountain was being corroded by an immortal goo, slowly turning into yellow mud. This was a great nightmare. The last valuable thing in this blessed land was this mountain. He wanted to rely on this mountain to nurture and sell Rockman in the future. His own soul strengthening will also depend on this mountain. He could not sit around and watch the situation worsen. At once, Fang Yuan ordered Little Hu Immortal to clear out as much yellow mud as possible. This way, the danger was greatly slowed. But Danghun Mountain's interior was also corroded. This method could not cure the root of the problem. This was the power of the Gruel Mud Immortal Goo. To remove it, he needed to use an immortal goo's power. I took such a huge risk to obtain this sacred land for soul strengthening. Even after I become an immortal, this mountain is still extremely valuable. I cannot let it be destroyed. Heaven does not want this sacred land to end up in the hands of men, thus it sent such a calamity. But I will defy heaven. Competing with men, competing with heaven. This is the fun of life. That's all there is. With Fang Yuan's knowledge, he was not helpless and without a solution. He thought of more than 10 ways to solve this, after eliminating half of which were not feasible, and removing those which were too hard. He was left with 3 solutions. The first solution was the Earth Path Rank 6 Turn Rock Goo. This goo was in Western Desert, held in the hands of Rank 6 Goo Immortal Sun Ku. Sun Ku is a righteous path goo master. He used this goo to turn sand into rocks, in order for people to build structures in the desert. He was very popular and received gratitude from the people. He was kind-hearted but not resolute. He loved his family and doted on his granddaughter the most. If Fang Yuan could hold her hostage, he would definitely comply. The second solution was another Earth Path Rank 6 Immortal Goo, called Rebuilding Mount Dongshan. This goo had already been refined. It was hidden in Eastern Sea's Haishi Blessed Land. Fang Yuan could enter the Blessed Land and use an Immortal Goo to exchange for this goo. The third was the Time Path Rank 6 Immortal Goo, a mountain like before. This goo had not existed yet. It was not naturally formed. Its owner is Taibei Yunsheng. He was still a Rank 5 Goo Master in Northern Plains at the moment. In southern border on Sancha Mountain, I refined fixed Immortal Travel Goo in public. It is obvious without a doubt that southern border is already in a huge commotion over it. A mortal that possesses an immortal goo. I'm afraid all those goo immortals in southern border are all notified now, and are looking for me all over the continent. Until Fang Yuan becomes a goo immortal, he was not going to step into southern border again. Although the 5 regions are isolated, the super clan Yi clan has a relationship with a mysterious organization in Eastern Sea. It will take at least 2 to 3 years until the news of me refining an immortal goo reaches central continent, but that might not be the case for Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan eliminated Eastern Sea. As for Western Desert, it's the place where caravans flourish the most. Cities after cities, surviving using the oasis in the desert. If I can sell the Rockman there, I would earn a ton of profits. Unfortunately, a flourishing caravan trade means that information also travels fast. As a southern border goo master, I am an easy target. Once I reach there, I'd probably be marked the moment I enter a city. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he roamed around all 5 regions during the 500 years, finally choosing Central Continent to settle down, and become a goo immortal. Thus, he had a clear understanding of Western Desert. Compared to Western Desert, Northern Plains is a huge grassland. All sorts of tribes graze their livestock, migrate, battle, and procreate there. There is high mobility and some small mid-tribes have chaotic management. I can easily blend in with them. Western Desert was different from Northern Plains. In Western Desert, humans relied on oasis to live. Thus people are always gathered together. As long as the oasis is intact, nobody would make life difficult for themselves and go to another living area by making a dangerous and arduous desert journey. But in Northern Plains, tribes have to move around often, finding rich and fertile land to relocate to. The weather there is ever changing. Strong weather conditions can destroy homes in a night. Tribes have no choice but to move. Because of this, the high mobility among tribes also cause conflicts to occur often. and battles often takes place. Thus, the number of Gu masters in Northern Plains is the highest, and they are also the ones most skilled at fighting among the 5 regions. If Feng Yuan chooses Western Desert, abducting a hostage and threatening a Gu immortal would cause a huge and lasting impact on the stability of Western Desert. But if he chose Northern Plains, even if he killed the rank 5 Gu master Taibei Yunsheng, it would only be a mild commotion. In a few months, people will forget him. Feng Yuan thought it through, and decided that the chaotic Northern Plains is most suitable for his actions. Sun Cubic Inches Western Desert is already a Gu immortal, while Taibei Yunsheng in Northern Plains is still a rank 5 peak stage. After deciding on his destination, Feng Yuan started to think hard, compiling all the important information he had in his memories, to organize his plans for Northern Plains. Plans do not keep up with changes. Ever since rebirth, his plans had been changing continuously. The first time was on King Mao Mountain when he became a rank aptitude. It was a huge breakthrough and thus caused a shift. Sancha Mountain was the second change. Feng Yuan soared to the sky in a single step, making all his plans unusable. Although there were still benefits in the Great Battle of Yitian Mountain, he could no longer stay in southern border. As for Central Continent, that would be even worse. He was immortal, the 10 righteous sects, the whole of Immortal Crane sect, and all the demonic Gu immortals on Tianti Mountain were looking at him. As long as he did not reach Gu immortal realm, he would have to stay inside the blessed land, unable to come out. He had also planned to do that, growing his strength inside Hu immortal blessed land. The blessed land had ample resources. Feng Yuan wanted to be like Feng Jiayuj, cultivating in secret until he reached Gu immortal realm, and get rid of the biggest problem called spring-autumn cicada. Although Feng Yuan was a risk-taker, and liked to make profitable gambles, often struggling at death's door, it did not mean he rejected a peaceful and stable life. Refusing to stay in a safe environment, and wanting to go around and create trouble for himself, taking risks and getting himself into danger, that is a fool. Loneliness, solidarity, boredom, those were not obstacles to Feng Yuan's cultivation. If he did not have the nature to endure these, how could he walk on the road to success? But the world never goes your way. Problems often find you when you least want it. Feng Yuan wanted to cultivate in secret, developing the blessed land as he lived in peace. Although Immortal Crane sect was trouble, Feng Yuan kept the initiative the entire time. Although the other party is strong, they cannot do anything to him at the moment. The future prospects were great, his life was going smoothly, everything had changed for the better. But at this moment, a problem happened to Danghun Mountain. To Hu immortal blessed land, Danghun Mountain's importance is insurmountable. If anything happens to this mountain, Feng Yuan's transactions would crumble, and his cultivation plans would turn into a mere dream. Thus, Feng Yuan had to change his plans, leaving the blessed land and entering Northern Plains. Thankfully, I planned in advance, and made a few backup plans, otherwise, I would be extremely caught off guard now. For the next few months, Feng Yuan spent all his efforts on Gu refinement. He used the rank 4 Golden and Silver Cup Gu, combining with rank 4 another Perspective Gu and rank 4 Moving Form Gu to refine the rank 5 Moving Perspective Cup Gu. Next, he refined Dusty Gu, Bright Pearl Gu, Dark Toss Gu and Earth Treasury Flower King Gu. Land Spirit, during the days I'm gone, follow my instructions. Before leaving, Feng Yuan instructed. Little Hu Immortal's eyes were red as she said reluctantly, "Master, I am waiting for you here, you have to return quickly." Saying so, she used the green grape immortal essence and injected it into fixed immortal travel Gu. With the burst of a jade green light, Feng Yuan vanished on the spot.